commence shortly.
GWS Reload, Round 51, first one, engage.
First away.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 2 of the Australian Maritime Domain's flagship event, Indo-Pacific 2025. We will formally commence proceedings in 2 minutes with the arrival of the Chief of the Defence Force of Australia, Admiral David Johnston. Before we get started, we'll highlight some housekeeping matters to ensure a safe and successful conference. In the event of an emergency, audible alarms and directions will advise when to evacuate. At this point, please make your way to the exits and follow the directions of the International Convention Centre staff. Please ensure your phones are on silent to reduce disruption to the program and to the people around you. Please note that this session and all panels are being live streamed via the Navy YouTube site, and this link is available on both the Indo-Pacific 2025 application and website. Good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference 2025. Today's theme is an integrated approach to maritime security. We are honoured to welcome the Chief of the Defence Force of Australia, Admiral David Johnston, the Chief of Navy counterparts and national senior representatives from the 52 nations present here today, Mr Jumboa, the Elder of the Madapa clan, and our partners in defence industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Chief of the Defence Force, Admiral David Johnston, who will give today's keynote address. Sir, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and I invite you to address the conference.
Anthony, thank you for the welcome, and it is wonderful, well, for me to be with a whole series of white uniforms for an occasion, but to Mark Hammond, thank you for the opportunity of coming and addressing you all. I acknowledge distinguished guests, fellow chiefs, ladies and gentlemen, and just say what a great pleasure it is to be with you in Sydney, one of the homes of our fleet for an occasion such as this. I begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today and recognise the many who have contributed to the defence of Australia in times of peace and war. When outlining his strategy for the Papuan campaign, General Douglas MacArthur said, "New conditions require for solution and new weapons require for maximum application, new and imaginative methods. Wars are never won in the past." This sentiment is as relevant today as it was then, if not more so. The strategic environment in which we operate is evolving at an unprecedented pace. And in Australia, we have a view that we no longer benefit from a 10-year warning time of conflict occurring in our region. The world that we live by is defined by interconnectedness and rapid technological advancement, from which we reap a great deal of benefits. However, they also cause challenges for our collective security. The rules-based order finds itself under increasing pressure from those who seek to challenge and change it. In addition to an increased Sino-American competition, we're witnessing a resurgence of state-on-state conflict. The conflicts between Russia and Ukraine, Iran and Israel, India and Pakistan, and Cambodia and Thailand are not isolated incidents, but indicators of a broader global trend. In 2024, there were more countries in conflict than at any point since the end of the Second World War. The rapid technological development, particularly of low-cost systems, combined with artificial intelligence and their increasing application in today's conflicts, are adding further complexity to us all. This increase in state-on-state conflict is a deeply concerning trend. There is, however, an opportunity for Australia, like other countries, to learn from these conflicts in order to better prepare ourselves. Nowhere is this clearer than in Ukraine, where emergent technologies have redefined the modern arms race and reshaped the front lines. The conflict has demonstrated the disruptive potential of repurposed commercial technologies in warfare, particularly when applied in asymmetric ways. These systems have offered low cost, readily available, and easy to operate intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance systems combined with precision strike capabilities. Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb was an extraordinary demonstration of the outsized effect that modern drone technology can have, particularly when used in covert or asymmetric operations. With just 117 first-person drones, Ukraine was able to damage or destroy a third of Russia's strategic cruise missile carriers, causing an estimated US $7 billion in damage. Each of the drones was worth under US $1,000. The effectiveness and cost efficiency of this attack is significant. More exquisite but still relatively cheap drones have also seen widespread use. The LAM 196, known as Luti, is a one-way, uncrewed aerial vehicle system used to strike industrial facilities and critical infrastructure. The latest iteration employs an advanced machine vision system, integrating real-time visual data with satellite navigation to execute precise operations, while avoiding radar detection and electronic warfare countermeasures. With an estimated cost of US $200,000 per unit, Ukraine's advancements in UAV technology highlight how affordable and adaptable these systems can be. While the Russia-Ukraine war is primarily a land war, autonomous and uncrewed surface vessels, such as the Sea Baby drones and the Magura, show us the multi-role versatilities these platforms offer. They are capable of striking infrastructure and warships and conducting ISR, search and rescue, and mine countermeasure activities. The Magura has even demonstrated it is a credible threat to air assets, with Ukraine claiming the platform has performed the first recorded engagement and destruction of both a helicopter and a fast jet aircraft by an uncrewed surface vessel. There are also valuable lessons we can learn from recent uses of long-range strike capabilities. the use of ballistic missiles and mass rocket barrages in the recent Iran-Israel conflict facilitated a borderless war without the invasion or participation of neighbouring nations. However, it also demonstrated just how quickly stockpiles of guided weapons and explosive ordnance are depleted. In just 12 days of fighting, Iran launched over 550 missiles and 1,000 drones. We see a similar situation in Ukraine with 155mm artillery shells, and importantly, the impact this has on global supply chains. Millions of 155mm rounds have been supplied to Ukraine since Russia's invasion in 2022. And open source reporting indicates a daily usage rate of between 3,000 to 6,000 rounds. These usage rates show the importance of not just maintaining adequate stockpiles, but also of establishing robust domestic manufacturing and collaborating together. While advancements in long-range strike and autonomous capabilities have altered the physical conduct of battle, the rapid advancement of technology has similarly pushed warfare in less visible but equally important ways. Space and cyber are critical enablers of the physical domains, providing command and control, intelligence, positioning, and navigation. As such, it comes as no surprise that cyber attacks are regularly witnessed in and around modern conflict, crippling infrastructure and systems vital for the military operations and our everyday lives. Russia has made prolific use of phishing and malware for espionage targeting Ukrainian government agencies, industry, and infrastructure, both for data and information. These attacks have been a persistent and serious concern for Ukraine and reinforce the need for a strong and integrated space and cyber capability to defend against ever-evolving cyber threats. But Ukraine has also used the cyber domain to great effect at the tactical level on front lines. Russian mobile phones have been used to geolocate targets for precision strikes, such as the 2023 New Year's Eve strike on Makakivla, which saw 89 Russian troops killed after their position was located and struck by HIMARS. In the rapidly evolving drone arms race, Ukraine has begun to upload malware to their drones to generate cyber effects in the event that those drones are captured by Russia. These effects include damaging computers the drones are connected to and allowing Ukrainian forces to hijack drones repurposed by Russia to reveal the location of the operator. With the growing proliferation of advanced technologies and as entry barriers continue to fall, non-state actors are increasingly gaining access to capabilities once reserved for nations, further complicating the modern threat landscape we all face. In the physical domains, groups such as the Houthis have demonstrated the ability to deploy advanced missile systems to target shipping in the Red Sea and strike near critical infrastructure in Israel. Despite the use of sophisticated air defence systems, these attacks continue to cause significant disruptions to supply chains and trade routes. So how does this affect our region? Australia, a nation girt by sea, has previously been able to rely on geographic distance for our security. However, as we've seen, advancements in technologies have made it so that our vast oceans now sometimes offer little more protection than narrow creeks. The growing reach and lethality of long-range strike and autonomous and uncrewed systems means that a potential adversary no longer needs to be near our shores to pose a serious threat. Our trade routes, infrastructure, and military assets can all be targeted from afar. We also cannot forget that cyber and space domains, which underpin almost every aspect of our day-to-day lives, are not limited by geography. There are no borders in these domains and no distance too great for an adversary or malicious actor to strike us. Australia's identity as a maritime nation is not just a matter of geography. It is our strategic reality. Our national security and economic strength are tied to the waters that surround us. 99% of our international exports by volume are by sea. 99% of our internet traffic passes through sea cables. These are not just trade routes, they are lifelines. As such, the stability and security of the Indo-Pacific region, and consequently the maritime domain, are of critical importance to Australia's national security. We can see this reflected in the Australian Defence Force's transition from a balanced to a focused integrated force. 38% of the Integrated Investment Program, our Future Capabilities Program, over the next decade is committed to maritime capabilities. Central to this is the acquisition of the nuclear-powered submarine under AUKUS Pillar 1, which represents the largest investment in military capability, industrial capacity, and skilled workforce development in Australia's history. Defence is also investing in the surface fleet, increasing its lethality and size by acquiring new capabilities, such as the recently announced Megami-class frigates, and investing in long-range strike capabilities. But I want to emphasise that Navy is not the sole contributor to the maritime domain. As an integrated force, the efforts and capabilities of all three services and space and cyber from our Joint Capabilities Group are critical to the maritime domain. Air Force's P-8 Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft provide vital maritime intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance and anti-submarine and anti-surface warfare. Army is pivoting to a heavy focus on littoral warfare and is acquiring littoral vessels and maritime long-range strike capabilities. Collectively, these capabilities will provide a generational leap in Australia's ability to project power and protect our national interests. As clearly demonstrated in Ukraine, autonomous and uncrewed systems are vital to the modern battlefield. The development and acquisition of these systems is therefore also a priority for the Australian Defence Force. The recently announced Ghost Shark fleet will provide Navy with an autonomous, long-range undersea warfare capability to conduct ISR, strike, and complement other capabilities like the Integrator Uncrewed Air System, which has completed its first launch and recovery. Army tested its modular robotic vehicle fleet and first-person view drones in this year's exercise Talisman Sabre. And the Air Force has now received its first 3 MQ-4 Tritons, which will complement platforms like Ghostbat, our autonomous collaborative combat aircraft that recently completed a capability demonstration. Collectively, these systems will disproportionately increase the combat and surveillance effect we are able to generate and could offset the relatively small size of the Australian Defence Force. Another major factor in Ukraine's rapid development of technology has been their close partnership and cooperation with industry. The length of the period between battlefield technologies are being replaced in Ukraine has been continuously shrinking, from roughly 7 months in 2022 to barely 4 to 6 weeks in 2025. Working with our industry partners to innovate, build resilience and capacity in priority areas such as domestic guided weapons, explosive ordnance, manufacturing and uncrewed systems is vital to our Defence Force and is something that we are committed to progressing. Allies and partners, and many of you are here, are also critical to Australia's approach. We will continue to strengthen our relationships and work with our Indo-Pacific and global partners to uphold a favourable balance of power and contribute to a stable, secure and prosperous region. The Puk Puk Treaty with Papua New Guinea is only the most recent example of Australia's long history of cooperation and partnership in the region. Through the Pacific Maritime Security Partnership, Australia is delivering $5.9 billion of sovereign maritime capability, sustainment, training, regional coordination, aerial surveillance and infrastructure to 16 partner nations over a 30-year period. We are working with partners in regional fora, such as the South Pacific Defence Ministers meeting and Joint Heads of Pacific Security, to advance Pacific-led responses to Pacific security challenges. Over the past 12 months, the ADF has conducted a significant number of maritime and joint activities alongside our partners, building both interoperability and people-to-people links. We participated in Exercise Keris Woomera, our largest activity with Indonesia late last year, and Exercise Alon, our largest activity with the Philippines and the United States this year, and through the year have supported both French and United Kingdom carrier strike groups visiting this region. This year's iteration of Exercise Talisman Sabre was the largest and most complex activity we have performed to date, with over 40,000 people from 19 nations, and for the first time featured an activity outside of Australia, alongside our close partners, Papua New Guinea. Of course, everything I have just discussed, and as reflected in the Navy video just shown to us, is underpinned by the strength of our people. Our strength lies in their experience and expertise, and in our ability to operate as a high-performing team alongside our services and our partners throughout the region and globally. As such, the recruitment, retention and growth of a highly skilled Australian Defence Force, our public service counterparts, and those that we work with in industry is critical and a priority for Defence. If I can conclude, in an era where distance no longer guarantees safety and where technology is redefining the battle space, our ability to project strength at sea will be central to Australia's security and prosperity. We are now approaching the end of the 2024 National Defence Strategy's 2-year life cycle, and the next iteration will be released next year. Australia has been closely watching and learning from events like those in Ukraine, and the next National Defence Strategy will be the beneficiary of the insights that we are gaining. But we must not forget that national defence is a whole-of-nation endeavour that requires Defence, our other government agencies, academia and industry to work hand in hand. The challenges that we face now and ahead are complex. My message to you is that we are carefully watching, learning and assessing developments in technology and the changes to the conduct of warfare, all while working alongside our partners. The investments that we are making today and the training that we're performing will ensure that the force in being is able to deter now, and the force that we are developing can continue to achieve deterrence and our peace into the future. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, I now ask Admiral Johnston to remain on the stage and welcome the Chief of Navy of Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, to join him. Together they will present the prizes to the winners of the 2025 Chief of Navy Essay Competition. The Chief of Navy Essay Competition aims to promote the pursuit of professional knowledge and a thinking Navy. We'd like to thank all those individuals who have taken the time to think, write and submit an essay. We'd also like to acknowledge the work of the Australian Naval Institute, not only for their support to run the competition, but also for their tireless efforts to promote thought and discussion about Australia's maritime power and interests. We will now announce the winners of the 4 divisions that make up the competition. The first division is the Open Division, and the name of this prize is the Mackenzie Prize, which is named after the Honorary Flight Officer Florence Violet Mackenzie, OBE, Australia's first female electrical engineer, founder of the Women's Emergency Signalling Corps, and who supported the establishment of the Women's Royal Australian Navy. It is open to any domestic or international entrant. And the winner of the Open Division is Commander Paul Pelsar for their essay titled From Convoys to Code, Protecting Maritime Trade in the Digital Grey Zone. The second winner is for the Australian Defence Division, which is named the Smith Prize after Admiral Sir Victor Alfred Trumper Smith, AC, KBE, CB, DSC, the first aviator to command the Royal Australian Navy and later the Chief of the Defence Force Staff. It is open to all members of the Department of Defence, including all Australian Defence Force, Australian Public Service and cadets. The winner of the Australian Defence Division is Mr. Brayson Hill for the essay titled Unseen but Indispensable, How Naval Strength Underwrites Australia's Prosperity. We also have an honourable mention, as one member was the runner-up in both the Open and the Australian Defence Divisions. Please join me in recognising Lieutenant Matthew Jackson from Navy International Engagements for his essay, Convoy Protection in the Drone Age, a Strategy for the Royal Australian Navy. The third division is the Royal Australian Navy Under-25 Division. This award is named the McDougall Prize after Vice Admiral Ian Donald George McDougall, ACAFSM, the first submariner to command the Royal Australian Navy. It is open to any member of the Royal Australian Navy aged 25 years or under at the closing date for submission of entries. The winner of the Royal Australian Navy Under-25 Division is Midshipman Xavier Hayward for their essay titled A Unique Australian Sea Power, Universal Concepts in an Australian National Context. The final award is for the Industry Division, which is named the Gall Prize after the former Royal Australian Navy officer and founding partner of CEA Technologies, David Gall. It is open to any employee of a company working in support of defence in Australia. The winner for this award is Mr. Shane Leverton with an essay titled High and Low Seas, Blue Water Defence from Grey Zone Threats to International Shipping. Shane is not present today, but he'll receive his award in person in the coming weeks, but we'll still provide a round of applause. That concludes the formal awards ceremony, but I now introduce the Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, to make some remarks.
Thank you, Anthony. CDF, sir, thank you for being with us here today and for joining me in presenting these awards. To the award winners, congratulations to all of you. Paul, Brayson, Xavier, Shane and Matthew. Your submissions were thoughtful, they were thought-provoking, and they not only demonstrated your knowledge of the subjects you wrote about, but also your passion and purpose to make a difference through your application of technical and defence mastery. Thank you to the Australian Naval Institute, who are our partners in these awards and who over the years have done an extraordinary amount to progress critical thought and discussion on naval strategy. They've promoted the role of our Navy and they've added academic rigour to the application of maritime power. Thinking deeper about the things that matter to us, to our profession and to the defence of Australia is absolutely necessary if we are to realise our full potential and optimise our operational effects, especially in a region where the sea is contested and maritime power is growing and modernising at an unprecedented rate. So I want to thank all of you for being here to engage with this week's conference and activities on the trade floor. And I'd like to thank everyone who submitted an essay. Not everybody can win, and the calibre of entries was extremely high, but all of you have demonstrated application to advance your own mastery, and I was very impressed with the body of work that was submitted. For the record, having more than 90 professional submissions to this program is an outstanding achievement, and it holds the Royal Australian Navy in a much better place for the future. So thank you very, very much. Anthony, back to you.
Sarah, I just ask yourself and CDF and all the award winners, we just do a group photo. And then once we've completed this, ladies and gentlemen, I'll then ask all of the Chief of Navy counterparts and senior national representatives to join the Chief of Defence Force and the Chief of Navy on stage for a final group photo for the conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the Chief of Navy counterparts and the senior national representatives, please join us on stage. And if you could just remove your lanyards or any other national identifications, that would be great, please. Yeah, cool, that's right. Sarah, if you just take the lanyards. Yeah, please. Hey, how you going, sir? All right? Yeah, you are. We'll start in about 5 minutes. That's like an announcement again. So we'll start in about 5 minutes. Thanks. 5 minutes. Yeah. Plus the session. Yeah, we'll start in about. Let's film you. If you just go straight. So are we? Do you want to give that back to?
Yeah, I was grabbing that.
And then.
Okay. Do you need to encourage them all to leave?
Yeah, I'll Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just now reset the stage and we'll commence the first panel in 5 minutes at 0940. The first panel is Symbiosis, the relationship between national security and shipbuilding and sustainment, challenges and opportunities. So in 5 minutes' time, we'll have reset the stage and make an initial commencement, an introduction of the panel. Is that actually happening? Yeah, of course. Yeah,
So just so you know what's going on.
Yeah. We've got 5 minutes, mate, so we're good.
Adjustment exposure. And go 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Say yes, operation. I back to Lima tomorrow morning.
I'll be.
Yes.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I wish you very safe.
When you go to Lima, for me, please. I will. Thank you.
So we're going along with the ambassador as well.
Before leaving. Yes, I'm going to.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And probably.
Yeah.
Please.
Big smiles. Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Almirante. Thank you, pleasure to see you. Thank you, pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel of Day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. Time permitting, there will be an opportunity for a question and answer session during the panel. You can do this via the Slido system, which is accessed by scanning the QR code on screen or going to the button in the conference application. Yesterday, the theme was maritime security challenges in the region and the importance to Australian prosperity of being able to access the ocean. Today's theme builds on this by discussing the integrated approach to meeting these challenges. Panel 1 is Symbiosis, the relationship between national security and shipbuilding and sustainment, challenges and opportunities. The panel host is the Head of Navy Engineering, Rear Admiral Rachel Derman. The panel members are Admiral Akira Sato, Chief of Staff of the Japan Maritime Self-Defence Force, Vice Admiral Angus Topshee, the Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy. Representing the First Sea Lord, General Sir Gwyn Jenkins, is Rear Admiral Rich Harris, Mr David Hanley, the Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group, and Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could now please join me on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and H&E, ma'am, now request you convene the panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's panel on national security, shipbuilding and sustainment. Globally, the pressures on the defence industrial base, from supply chain resilience to technology transfer, are immense. Domestically, our success hinges on solving the central challenge of workforce and industrial capacity. It is crucial to remember that national security is not just about what we build, but how we sustain it, and a naval fleet is only as effective as its operational availability. Maintaining our existing operational and highly capable fleet while simultaneously developing a complex nuclear infrastructure of tomorrow is a defining national security imperative. Our distinguished panellists are uniquely positioned to dissect these interlocking global and domestic challenges. Over the course of today's discussion, they will share their perspectives and explore the relationship between national security and shipbuilding and sustainment. Gentlemen, if you would like to make your opening remarks, and then we might have some questions for the panel and perhaps one or two from the audience. I'll ask Admiral Sato to make his opening remarks first. Sir.
Thank you. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. I'm Admiral Saito, Chief of Staff, Maritime Self-Defense Force. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this symposium where naval officers and those involved in maritime security gather from around the globe. Please allow me to express my deep respect to the Royal Australian Navy for their leadership and particularly to Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Royal Australian Navy, for his effort and mightship. Speaking of might, I believe Vegemite is popular in Australia. In Japan, there is a popular food similar to Vegemite called natto, which is also slightly sticky fermented food. No one will eat them mixed together, but imagine them sticking together. That is how close my friends Mark and I are. Oh, thank you. Mahan described naval power, merchant fleet, industry, and port as supporting factor of sea power. Today's theme, shipbuilding and sustainment is a piece that reinforces all of those elements. Looking at the global state of shipbuilding and sustainment, in recent years, China, which conventionally was perceived as a land power, has been aiming to become a sea power in pace with its economic development. Now, not only has it ranked first in building commercial vessels by tonnage for 15 consecutive years, but also has strong military shipping capability, increasing 45 modern destroyers and frigates in the past 10 years. Turning to Japan's capability, it ranks third in commercial shipbuilding, which features advanced and high-value ships, such as fuel-efficient vessels, including zero-emission ships. Japan also has advantage in welding and process management, and has great reputation for little delay in shipbuilding and sustainment. I believe Japan's work ethic and adherence to schedule was highly regarded by the Australian government, resulting in their decision to acquire the upgrade Mogami for Royal Australian Navy General Purpose Frigate. In addition, shipyards for both building and repair are dispersed throughout Japan and is resilient against attack. Now, let us take a look at the strengths of shipbuilding industries of my colleague countries. Australia is rich in resources used in shipbuilding and has a government intention to further reinforce its shipbuilding industry. Needless to say, the United Kingdom has prospered as a sea power and has a long-standing history of shipbuilding and extensive experience in defense exports. The engine of the Mogami is an example of its many strengths. Canada is one of the top countries with expertise to build icebreakers. It is essential for the region to work in tandem to deter attempts to unilaterally change the status quo by force and coercion, and realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. This means those who share the same value must work together in the shipbuilding and maintenance field as well. International collaboration is most beneficial when partners can complement each other with their own advantages. And the Australia C3000 program is a great example of mutually complementary cooperation between Japan and Australia. Our two countries geographically share lines of longitude that run from north to south in the center of the Indo-Pacific. And by having shipyards of both countries cooperate, it can offer more maintenance and sustainment options to both of our naval forces with increasing deployment. Between our two nations lie many partners, including the Philippines, which supports the global merchant shipping with seamen, and Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic state. When we come together and cooperate as a region, it will allow the entire shipbuilding capabilities to improve, including aligning standards, autonomous shipping, and leveraging AI, and will contribute to create a desirable security environment that cannot be realized by a nation alone. Lastly, The JMSDL will continue to promote collaboration and cooperation with our allies and partners, interoperability of operations, and shipbuilding and sustainment. Through these endeavors, we are willing to contribute to the peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific region and creating of a regional desired security environment. The upgrade Mogami with the Australian flag will be the symbol of our commitment with our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ask Vice Admiral Topshee to make his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. So in Canada, I think we have experimented with every method of building ships and paying for them and have yet to find one that is effective in all respects. And I think the reality is there are unique differences between countries. There are methods where you can try and find a way to get the right price. But this is a difficult business, and what we've discovered is that establishing a relationship that's win-win with industry is the key. 15 years ago, our government made a commitment to a national shipbuilding strategy and selected 2 yards in Canada, one in Halifax, the best harbor in the world, though I concede Sydney is the most beautiful, and the other in Vancouver. And the difference in the 2 yards has really come down to one thing as we've watched them evolve over the years, and that is the workforce. In Halifax, the government in Nova Scotia, the equivalent of the state government in Australia, made a commitment to workforce development, partnered with schools and the local community to build a workforce from the ground up. In the early days in elementary schools in Halifax, children are introduced to boat building and learn to build craft that can go out on the water. As they move up through middle and high school, they get exposed to technical programs and cooperative training programs designed to show them that technical trades are available. And then they can go off to a community college, which has subsidized apprenticeships that lead into jobs within the shipbuilding industry in Halifax. And so the result of that is, though it's been a painful and often expensive process, we have now produced an entire class of ice-breaking vessels at rates that have improved considerably, vessel over vessel, and in fact, the most significant improvements in timelines have been in vessels 5 and 6. Thanks to some friendly advice from shipbuilders in Korea. What's most interesting for me, though, is that that yard has doubled its workforce in terms of blue-collar trades over the past 3 years, while at the same time increasing all of their quality performance metrics and reducing safety infractions and safety incidents in the shipyard. So it's a pretty remarkable achievement to see that scale of growth and yet see a qualitative and safety improvement. At the same time, they're enjoying an attrition rate of under 7%, a young, energized, and engaged workforce. And so we have learned it can be done, but building a sovereign shipbuilding capability in a country that has not traditionally had a large shipbuilding industry has proven to be expensive. And we're learning that just trying to get the pricing right is a challenge as you try and measure the input. So it's not perfect, but I would argue that the Irving Yard in Halifax has become the best shipyard in North America. On the sustainment side, the first lesson that we've learned is that orphan fleets are always going to be a challenge. The UK was nice enough to gift us 4 used upholder submarines about 25 years ago as part of what was called the Submarine Capability Life Extension Program. It was designed to guarantee that Canada could continue to operate submarines, and by that metric, it was successful. By every other metric, we learned that when you have 4 of the only things in the world, you have no access to the original equipment manufacturer and none of the technical data packs and no maintenance expertise in country, it can be very difficult to recreate such. And so we've drawn upon those lessons to look at, as we move forward with a submarine procurement, to do things completely differently to avoid those same mistakes. We've made a conscious decision to buy into a fleet that is in production and will be in operation in another country. And so our choices are either the Type 212 common design from Germany and Norway, or the KSS-3 Batch 2 from Korea. In either case, we'll be joining a fleet of at least 12 existing submarines, and we've structured the contract such that we will ensure the delivery of all the maintenance support that we require, and the winning bidder will have to demonstrate how they will not just show us how to maintain the submarine, but build a workforce capable of doing that in Canada. And so I think at the end of the day, our lesson is that it's the workforce management that is probably the biggest indicator of success. And the final thing is really if you can get into a relational contracting, a relationship contracting situation where it's a win-win between the company and the ultimate operator in the Navy. We have managed to achieve that in a couple of places, but it has been a difficult process. It requires trust, and it requires a flexibility around government procurement rules that doesn't easily exist. To trust people to exercise discretion and to do what's right, even if it may not be to the exact letter of the contract, and to trust that we're not going to find ourselves in court trying to resolve those disputes. And occasionally, it doesn't hurt to cut off payment to companies if they're not delivering, which, believe it or not, in the Canadian context is a shockingly hard thing to do, even when a company is clearly not delivering. But once done, it does have a really incentivizing effect. So anyway, those are very quickly some of the observations from the Canadian perspective on the challenges of shipbuilding and sustainment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll now ask Readmiral Rich Harris to talk from the UK perspective.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me onto the panel. And also, I just want to express General Sir Gwyn Jenkins' regret at not being here. He had to be called back to UK at last minute. I think first of all, I'd say I'd associate the opening keynote that Admiral Hammond made to start the conference around the island of Australia and the island of UK. The comments that were made are absolutely interchangeable. And our prosperity and health as a nation is absolutely reliant on our access to the sea. So you then get into a conversation, though, around a lesson that we've had to relearn from the conflict in Ukraine, which is that your frontline capability is an expression of your industrial base. And there's no way around that. And there's no way around it to the point where you have to constantly train it, keep it running, have it operating at the highest peak performance to get out the most complicated and advanced ships that we all need to go out and fight and win. And I include both building them but also supporting them. And there's a number of dynamics in that, as we all would know on this panel. It's the people, it's the industrial expertise, it's the scrap of doing these things on a routine and everyday basis. But it's also the private capital that has to come into this market. And that only really comes from a clear demand signal from us. And it's the number one thing that I get told as head of the Royal Navy's capability is, give me a clear demand signal, give me the clear, and I will invest and I'll move forward. But of course, we all operate in uncertain and difficult environments where it's not always easy to provide that. However, First Sea Lord was really clear earlier this year at his keynote speech at our DSEI conference in London, where he committed to transferring the Royal Navy to a hybrid Navy. And first of all, setting us off on the challenge of integrating a hybrid fleet of uncrewed ships alongside our Type 26 frigates, such that we can increase both missile mass and sensor performance into that force. And he also comes with that a whole host of challenges, such as regulation, moving from remote-controlled autonomy to genuine autonomous capabilities. And the 2 years there requires us to take some risk. Not necessarily safety risk or operational risk, but we are going to have to take things like commercial risk, legal risk, and financial risk, which will allow us to push those things forward. And the sorts of things that we've had to once again relearn from our support to Ukraine. One of the things I would offer, though, is that whilst the things that we've described here on this panel are challenging, my sense is that both in the UK but also in this nation, we do have the industrial base that will give us the capabilities we need to deliver against our shared security and defense challenges. And my sense is that if we find if we are able to provide that clear demand signal, we will get the investment that we need.
Thanks, Rich. I'll now call on Mr. David Hanley, the recently appointed DepSec Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group, to make some opening remarks.
Thanks, Rich. Good morning, everybody. By way of a bit of background, I spent 15 years in the Navy. For the last 20 years, I spent in private companies, US and Australian, delivering warship capability, but also large infrastructure projects, and weapons projects. I joined this role 3 months ago. My partner in crime is Mark Hammond. My job description has 2 parts to it. The first part says that I'll deliver warship capability to Mark against his capability requirements. The second part says that I'll deliver continuous naval shipbuilding and sustainment for Australia. And those 2 roles are absolutely complementary. One relies on the other. I picked your point earlier, Admiral Harris, around setting a good demand signal as part of that solution. And that's certainly the key task that I have, is to understand how we set that demand signal. Working with Mark Hammond, we have a plan for that out to 2035. That should set the demand signal for industry, should set the demand signal for workforce, and indeed the supply base that supports that. And I think having that symbiotic relationship across capability and the industrial base is how we deliver on time, on budget, capable warships for Navy.
Thanks. And finally, in terms of opening remarks, Air Marshal Phillips.
Thank you, Rachel, and thanks very much, Mark. It's a real honour to be here today supporting the Navy and all navies in our region who are work tirelessly to sort of work together to sort of protect our seas and protect our way of life. So just a quick introduction. So Air Marshal Leon Phillips, I'm the Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance, or GWEO. It's a new role that was established a couple of years ago as part of a government review, and really it was set up to focus and strengthen a few areas. Firstly, to deepen our magazine depth and war stocks, to focus on long-range strike, especially maritime strike, and thirdly, to uplift our sovereign domestic manufacturing to give us more resiliency in this country. And it's certainly, that last item that I have to do is certainly the one that the Minister is very focused on, and that's certainly one that, sort of probably dominates a lot of my time and effort. And I will say that's quite a challenge. I think as a nation, and I think the Admiral at the end said we're quite resource rich, and we've benefited from that. That's given us a buying power. We've been a Five Eyes nation, and really that's allowed us to tap into strong industrial bases, largely in other countries. So we've been in some ways a Costco buying organisation, as I say it, and so while we do that quite well, building's another thing. I've used the analogy, it's one thing to go to the butcher and buy steak, it's another thing to actually go and establish a cattle ranch. And what we're trying to do is fundamentally establish all of that. So we've taken quite a pragmatic approach. I think the comments about relationships, partnerships, taking some risk are important, and recognising where our industrial capability lies and where we might partner with others to strengthen it. So we produced an Australian GWEO plan last year. Some signature pieces of domestic manufacturing are partnering with Lockheed Martin and the US Army to do guided multiple launch rocket systems as a second production site in this country, arguably not just for our own purpose, but to add to the collective output available for Western nations. We're doing some more work on 155 artillery shells, as we've seen just how frequently they get used around the region, particularly in Ukraine, and that builds on some of the energetics production we can already do in this country and a level of forging capability. And finally, and importantly in the maritime space, is a partnership with the Norwegian government and Kongsberg to build the Naval Strike Missile and Joint Strike Missile in this country, in what will be only the second production site and the first production site outside of Norway. So again, as part of this, not only a reliance on industry, but a reliance on foreign industry, a need to grow our depth and skills in this country, and importantly, a reliance on government-to-government relations, especially to create I think the ecosystem, or to reduce some of the barriers to security cooperation to allow these things to occur. And happy to say more on that as the questions come up. Thank you, Rach.
Gentlemen, thank you for your opening comments on what is an important national challenge for us to get right. We'll move to some questions for the panel members. The first question we'll have for Admiral Sato. Sir, Japan plans to double national shipbuilding production. This is a significant endeavour, even for an experienced and capable nation such as Japan. What are some of the challenges and the solutions being considered for this to be an effective outcome for Japan, sir?
Thank you very much. I shall respond to the question in Japanese, and then interpreter provide English. まず、国家造船生産倍増は国交省の主導する事業でありまして、民間船を含めた計画全体です。
So Japan's target to double shipbuilding capacity is led by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, and it is a program overarching shipbuilding, including commercial vessels.
展示ブースの中央に三菱をはじめとする日本の造船関係の会社が展示しております。
And in the expo that is on the first floor of this venue, and in the very center, there is a booth of the that is hosted by the Ministry of Defense, where MHI, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, is also putting out some of their equipment.
したがって今の質問にはブースに行って聞いてもらった方が適当だと思うんですけども、私は海軍の立場でお答えしたいと思います。
So the companies like MHI is perhaps the leaders of this program. So I think they may be able to answer the question more straightforward, but I would like to comment regarding military shipping from a maritime force perspective.
艦艇建造の現場では製造設備の能力及び人的リソースの不足が重大な課題となっております。
And at a military shipbuilding site, we face serious challenges in the manufacturing facilities, capabilities, and lack of human resources.
造船所や装備品メーカーによる自社製造ラインの効率化等、企業としての努力を重ねております。
And the shipbuilders and equipment suppliers, they are putting in efforts to improve the efficiency of the manufacturing process.
しかしそれのみでは生産向上することは限界があると認識しております。
However, even with such efforts, expanding the production is still quite limited.
艦としての解決策の一つとして防衛生産基盤強化法を活用することによる生産基盤強化に取り組んでおります。
As one of the government's approaches to tackle this challenge, we're leveraging this act on enhancing defense production and technology bases to reinforce Japan's industrial base.
具体的には必要な経費を防衛省が負担し、民の建造ドックの機能向上や製造設備の効率化を図っております。
And what this does is the act allows the Ministry of Defense to fund the necessary costs to improve the capabilities of commercial shipyards and efficiency of manufacturing facilities.
また人的リソースの不足への対策の例としては、後半の自動レーザー切断機や船体ブロックの自動溶接機等設備のオートメーション化が図られており、製造能力の向上と同時に精進化を実現しております。
And as an example of measures to adapt to the lack of human resources, there's automation of machines such as steel laser cutting and welding of hull blocks, enabling the improvement of production capacity as well as labor saving.
以上です。
Thank you.
So thank you for your comments and describing the truly national approach that the Japanese government, JMSDF, and the civil and defence industry have taken to this challenge. It's interesting to observe such an experienced nation also still having manufacturing efficiency issues and workforce problems, which I'm sure we all share. Vice Admiral Topshee, you described a win-win partnership with industry, and that can sometimes be a challenge, as we heard from DepSec. What are the main sustainment challenges faced by the Royal Canadian Navy? I'm particularly interested in the challenges across geographically dispersed main bases.
Yeah, our geography is challenging. Like, very similar to Australia, we're a very large country with two main fleet bases that are quite far apart. But unlike Australia, the trip from one to the other is either 3 weeks through the Panama Canal or 4 weeks through the Northwest Passage in the navigation season. So effectively, we run two entirely different and distinct fleets with two entirely different support structures with as much commonality of parts and training as possible, but recognize those differences. But the interesting thing about Canada is that the biggest challenge for sustainment we have is not operating, you know, off of our two main bases or even around the world. It's up in our Arctic. There are 140,000 people in total in the 3 Arctic territories across Canada. There is no port infrastructure worth speaking of. The one quasi-port that exists in Iqaluit, the capital of Nunavut, is available for a couple of months of the year, but it has 10-meter tides. So, and it's a challenging port at the best of the times, and then for 9 months of the year, it's frozen. The only ice-free port in the North American Arctic is in Nuuk in Greenland. So otherwise, everything up in the north is frozen and unavailable. And even if the ports existed, the supplies don't. And so ships, when they go into harbor, typically will depend on whatever port they're in to resupply with fuel, with groceries, you know, to be able to deliver parts and personnel quite easily. It is virtually impossible to do any of that in the Arctic because it comes at the expense of the native population, where it is already expensive just for them to get a few liters of milk. So for us to try and take the quantities that we'd need to support a ship are impossible. And the fuel that they have up there is to support their diesel engines and generators to keep the power going. So our biggest challenge for sustainment is actually in our own country, up in our north.
Thanks, sir. And now for a slightly different perspective, which I hope will shed some more light on this challenge. Air Marshal Phillips. From Guided Weapons and Explosive Enterprise, you've been working to strengthen the sovereign industrial base in Australia. What lessons have you been incorporating from our international partners to strengthen and develop this capability?
Yeah, certainly. Probably a few challenges in that space. I certainly think the war on Ukraine and the challenges in the Middle East has shone a strong light on the sort of paucity of our weapons supply and industrial base. So I think that's been certainly helpful that people understand how important that problem is. I think while people understand how important the problem is, I think people underappreciate just how difficult it is to establish an industry and ramp up production and deliver capability, particularly capability that is inherently dangerous, that's meant to be inherently safe until it's meant to be inherently dangerous, right? And so, again, some comments from the panel about taking risk, moving at speed, maybe taking some commercial risk, but let's not take any risk on safety. So we've certainly got a lot of proposals that say we can do this tomorrow, we can do this quickly, but I'm not sure we ever hear and we can do this safely. And ultimately, the capabilities that I need to provide, you know, the youngest of us, our youngest sailors, our youngest soldiers and our youngest aviators, they're the ones who get exposed to the hazards we provide. And the worst thing we can do is sort of add danger to them. So certainly making sure we have a narrative with government to explain that we need good technology is important. And I think certainly the other challenge is that I think as an organisation, we kind of get our head around buying something. We can see what it is, we can cost it, we know what it's going to, you know, what it's going to look like when we get it. But when you're establishing industry, you're often starting to, with the first step is to fund a lot of the enabling capabilities, you know, building partnerships, building factories, and they're yet to produce anything. So having a narrative to say, you know, You're not going to sell an iPhone until you first build an iPhone factory. How do you have a discussion with government? How do you have a discussion with finance, treasury and central agencies who kind of are used to, I'll have a warship, I'll have a missile, but how do I invest money in some industry that is capable of producing something, but the business case hasn't got to that yet? So there's a little bit of faith and trust required. I think the other key point is in working with international partners and domestic partners, it is a longer term game. So demand signals matter, that there is long-term value in investing and partnering with Australia to do some of this work. Is value in industry putting its money on the table to have some skin in the game, and importantly having a government that's willing to financially back that and have a long-term view, and there is an integrated investment program that backs it. I think all of those things are an important base to start developing these partnerships.
Reverend Harris, rapid advances in autonomous systems, artificial intelligence and digital systems and technologies are reshaping maritime capability, which is right down your lane. But what impact do you think that they'll have on national shipbuilding and sustainment?
So I think, first of all, I'd say we're still going to need ships. The North Atlantic, from my perspective, is a pretty inhospitable place to be, and the autonomous things and the autonomous vessels that we will have are going to have to deal with some pretty demanding waves and sea states. So the ships are still going to need to be there. They're still going to have to be pretty big and pretty chunky. I think the interesting thing for us as we sort of step into some of our newer capabilities is we have a program called Atlantic Bastion, which is about clearing our adversaries from our most sensitive waters. One of the ways we're now contracting that type of capability is to pass it to industry as a problem statement, because there are so many different tech offers that one could go with now. And by offering it as a much sort of higher level, these are the things, these are the outputs and the outcomes we want to achieve from this particular capability. You can offer that to industry to then get together with, tech consortia, some of the older fashioned primes maybe, some of those with deep underwater expertise that have always been involved with the Royal Navy and our submarine side, that can come together and to provide some quite interesting and novel and innovative solutions. And then, of course, you've got the challenge of trying to pick which is going to deliver for you over the next decade. But I'd offer that's a great problem to have. And the fact that we've got such a diverse offer of different types of platforms, capabilities, and technologies to go and protect our sensitive waters is a real strength of back to the industrial base.
Thanks. Mr. Hanley, drawing on your lengthy work in defence industry for nearly 3 decades now, what are your observations on the way industry and navies and their relationship between them have evolved over that time, and particularly what might help us into the future?
Thanks, Rach. I definitely think that the relationship between defence, Navy and industry is evolving. It's moving towards a more strategic partnership arrangement. I think we're moving away from individual contracts for acquisition to more capability outcomes-based contracting, and how it dovetails into the national defence strategy. It doesn't matter what country you talk about. I think it's considering industry less as a service and more as a national security framework that's based in people, infrastructure, and a supply base. I think that defence and Navy need to think long term. I think, again, Admiral Harris and Admiral Topshee mentioned that having that long-term view is vitally important to establishing a true partnership, something where you're solving the problems together versus trying to solve it separately. I do think that there's still the cost, capability, schedule, workforce problems that we need to deal with, and I think industry think about it differently to defence still. I think that's something we need to work on. I think industry still think about achieving outcomes based on commercial or financial objectives. Navy and Defence think about outcomes more in terms of capability, more in terms of having adaptability in the design, in the construction, so that we can meet the evolving threats that come and that are part of the National Defence Strategy as it moves forward. So I think that's one area that we do need to change, and I think it's about walking a mile in the other person's shoes. I think it's about Defence and Navy understanding what drives industry to invest in the long term, both in their workforce and infrastructure and their development of manufacturing capability in their supply base. And I think it's about industry walking in the shoes of us and giving us flexibility in contracting, giving us true partnerships and helping us evolve the design as we move forward.
Thanks, David. Now, I'll just check in if we've got any questions from online.
The first one, which is, there's two that are one for Admiral Harris and one for Hanley, but I'll start with the general one first. There are competing pools on the industrial and financial base, energy transition and mining. Given this, how do our respective militaries and shipbuilding and sustainment organisations access the best to deliver our needs? Do you want to start with that?
So that to me. Well, you're never going to have enough money, but you do have to prioritise, and we really can't have everything we want. And you know, one of the things the UK is going through at the moment is some work to decide the future force design. I think what I would offer is that there is opportunity back to my point about there is opportunity in the industrial base to do things in a different way, potentially a more effective way, potentially using less complex large ships that might cost less but also need less crew to deliver against some of those priorities. And I think it's on us as navies to seek out those opportunities and ensure we're delivering the most value, the most capability we possibly can get from the money we get.
The one thing I would add is that there's surprising competition for the workforce in industry. We've learned in our shipyard in Vancouver that shipwreck is often also, those skills are sought out by mining industries, oil pipelines, hospital construction, because a lot of the skill sets are very similar. And so again, making sure that we understand what the human resource capacity of each individual area is, and picking up on Admiral Harris's point, where there's opportunity could be in reshaping industry. So right now we know that our automotive industry is going through a pretty significant transformation as we refocus our trade towards the rest of the world. There's an opportunity there if we figure out the right ways to produce at scale simpler things that can aggregate into quantity and achieve an effect. That's probably a really good way to reshape an industry to advantage of defence.
Mr. Hanley, did you have any comments?
I think the other thing I'd add, and both great points, by the way, is taking a very national view about where you do ship sustainment and shipbuilding. Sometimes you're forced to do it in a similar location to non-defence work. We have that today in WA, where we're competing with oil and gas industry and trying to build a ship sustainment and shipbuilding capability there. But in other locations, we have a monopoly of the resource pool. And I think we need to have the right balance across the national landscape for Australia, and I dare say it's probably the same for Canada and other countries as well.
Did we have another one?
We do, ma'am. Yes, so question for Rear Admiral Harris. You mentioned a need to take legal risk to achieve the goal to establish a hybrid navy. Could you elaborate on what that you mean by the legal risk, and ideally an example as well, please?
So at the moment, we have a regulator that has some fairly clear rules about the evidence base you have to demonstrate before you can operate an autonomous ship at sea. And legally, that's pretty watertight. Now, the legal risk we would have to take is you have to show, and at the moment, we're on average taking us a number of years to get through those legal challenges to get ourselves approved by the regulator. I think one of the things that the UK now is recognising is that if we are to get with and to some extent lead on autonomy, we're going to have to change some of those legal rules. And that is now something that certainly the Ministry of Defence is looking at quite seriously, how we set the conditions, both primary legislation if necessary, to allow us to really advance and speed forward at pace an autonomy revolution and ensure that it is legal and safe with the regulator.
No, excellent. Thanks, sir. Yeah, we've got one more, and I think we've got time for that question. If you sure. It's for the Deputy Secretary. Noting Canada's lesson about supporting orphan ships, how might Australia approach the sustainment challenges of the future surface fleet?
Good question. We have a fairly unique framework set up for making sure we have platform system design support, supply chain support, and workforce, I guess, in various locations in the country in order to support our relatively small fleet compared to other countries. And we centralise a lot of that activity in WA, South Australia and Sydney in order to pool the necessary resources, pool the necessary infrastructure, and make it a multi-skilled environment, multi-purpose infrastructure environment so that we can support small fleets, small contingents like the Air Warfare Destroyer, only 3 ships, Hunter, the list goes on. So that's kind of how we've taken the approach around that. That comes at a cost because it means you've got to be adaptable and you've got to have skilled resources that are across multiple platforms. So there is definitely a cost associated with it, but that investment reaps considerable benefits downstream when you can pull any ship into any harbour and maintain and sustain and support it.
Ben, do you have any final remarks?
Thank you. We've covered a significant amount today in this panel. I particularly liked the comment of Admiral Harris that frontline capability is an expression of the industrial base. And I think that any of our responses to this challenge must really be founded in a national approach and a national strategy, and with a deep understanding of the industrial base, the workforce resources that we have available in order to develop and then animate the capability that we're requiring. I'd like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the expert panellists that we've had for an incredible, candid and insightful conversation today. If there's been one main truth from this that has been merged from today's discussion, it is that naval power is inextricably linked to industrial power. We now conclude this session with a deeper understanding of and a greater appreciation of this fact. Please join me in thanking our panellists today. And if the panellists will join me at the front of the stage for a formal photograph. Thank you.
you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first panel. We'll now commence the second panel of Day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Cow Conference. We've just heard a distinguished panel speak on the nexus between shipbuilding and sustainment and national security. Our next panel of industry leaders and military officers will discuss Australia's maritime resilience. This panel will be hosted by the Deputy Chief of the Australian Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, and the distinguished members of this panel are Major General Jason Walk, the Head of National Support, the Australian Defence Force, Mr Stuart Lamon, the Chair and Chief Executive Officer of Ports Australia, Ms Angela Gillam, the Chief Executive Officer of Maritime Industry Australia Limited, and Dr Sarah Ryan, a Non-Executive Director at Viva Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and DCN, sir, I open and then request you to convene the panel.
Great. Thank you, and look, good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here with such an eminent group of panellists we're going to talk today about resilience in the maritime sector. It's a matter that's been raised a few times over the course of this week. And as the co-chair of the Australian Maritime Defence Council, and also having my other co-chair, General Walk, here with me, that's a panel that DCN talked about, a council that integrates Navy, Border Force, Defence, other government agencies with maritime sector leads, maritime industry representative, ports, the unions, and it's really all about two things. It talks about in crisis or conflict scenarios, what might the national security or defence effort require from the maritime sector on one hand, and on the other hand, what might the maritime sector require from us? So in discussions about how to best safeguard our maritime sea lines and national resilience, there's a couple of sort of contrasting but perhaps complementary approaches. One which is a sort of strategic stockpiling narrative, and another one about investing in maritime capabilities, and particularly civil maritime capabilities. Each offers a different approach and some advantages and limitations. The strategic stockpiling approach provides a buffer against immediate disruption. It's all about maintaining reserves of essential goods, fuel, food and other resources, and gives you time in a crisis, reduces some immediate vulnerability to supply shocks, and allows some degree of business continuity. Countries like Finland is a good example that demonstrate the value of this approach, and they hold many months of long reserves of critical items such as grains, and it's particularly useful in scenarios where maritime access might be temporarily compromised or suspended. However, these are never going to be infinite, and it's rarely going to be a medium or certainly not a long-term solution. And it's at that point where you have to rely on those access to the seas, the maritime routes we've talked about so often this week. And it really does underscore the importance of our maritime capabilities more broadly. And as we've already talked about today, and we might tease out a bit in this panel, the scale at least of a large part of our maritime sector has diminished somewhat, at least that which is within the national hands, and things that can't necessarily be assured in times of crisis or conflict. So in an interconnected global economy shaped by just-in-time logistics, maritime resilience isn't just about defence, it's about ensuring the flow of goods, protecting livelihoods and managing environmental resources. Things like the deployment of seabed infrastructure and offshore energy exploration grow throughout the world, but particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. Balancing how that happens with environmental stewardship and other important factors, including the competition for the resources, becomes really important. So for a country as vast as us, and with an EEZ that we've already talked about, the third largest in the world, a robust broader maritime sector is critical. The competitive nature of global trading and markets, however, has driven a system which I like to say is optimised for efficiency and not necessarily optimised for resilience. And that tension or that trade-off between being as efficient and lean as you can, but having sufficient resilience in your business to suffer shocks is kind of the theme I would like to tease out today. So without further ado, I'm going to ask our panellists just to talk a little bit about the broad theme of today and their perspectives. And since you're sitting next to me, Angela, I might start with you.
Thanks, Matt. And firstly, I'd like to thank Admiral Hammond for the invitation to be here today. I think this dialogue is incredibly important to our members, and it's certainly important to the nation. So perhaps I'll just start a little bit for those who don't know our organisation. Maritime Industry Australia is Australia's national shipping industry association. We've got a really diverse membership base. Our members are engaged in domestic and international trade, in dry bulk, liquid bulk, container and general cargo trades, flying both the Australian flag and a very wide range of foreign flags. They're engaged in the offshore resources sector, government services including defence and border force, Antarctic supply and scientific research, tourism, port services, essential services to remote and regional Australia, including Northern Australia, which I think is particularly important for this conversation. And just to note, our members kind of go about their business providing critical services to the economy, security and our way of life. They own ships, they manage ships, they charter ships and they employ seafarers, not just seafarers, but those with seagoing qualifications are employed in really critical land-based roles as well. So a little bit on the state of the Australian industry. As Matt has already indicated, the Australian flag industry has been in significant decline for many decades. But to point out, we are a nation that has the 5th largest shipping task in the world, which is really significant. But a small fraction of that, a very small fraction of that, is actually undertaken by Australian ships. And none of those vessels are engaged in international trade. And these days, none of those vessels are engaged in the international trade or domestic trade in energy. So that's an important point to make as well. So again, the Australian flag has been in decline for decades. About 50 years ago, there were over 100 Australian flag ships in our fleet, and we now have around 9. And all of those 9 vessels are engaged in specialised dedicated trades, so not particularly available for use in other sectors or in anything but what they're dedicated to and built to do. So a little bit about the flag as well. Australia has benefited from accessing international shipping over many, many years. Our industries, our shippers have been able to utilise cost-effective transport around the coast and for imports and exports. But I guess the point here to make is there are benefits, but there are also impacts on our strategic national interests. So the impact that not having many Australian flag vessels has is there is a lack of training and employment and career opportunities for Australian seafarers, which has led to a shortage that the industry is experiencing now. Fewer training platforms, fewer opportunities to present to Australian seafarers for ongoing careers, which has impacts on the land-based skills, the land-based roles that require a previous career at sea. So why has this occurred? And I think this is the really important question that we need to interrogate. The reasons are complex, but essentially it boils down to cost and the ability of the Australian shipping sector to compete internationally. And that's not just for international trade, but that's to compete with international vessels moving goods around our coast. So international shipping has benefited from a corporate and personal income tax. They benefit from a virtually tax-free environment, and the Australian shipping policy settings have not kept pace with that environment. So that's basically what it boils down to. There's a whole range of other impacts around how freight is contracted, industrial relations, which I won't go into now, but essentially a lot of it boils down to cost. So I guess my final point before dominating the stage here is that there is obviously a growing need for Australian civil maritime capability, and the important need, it's not just in terms of Australian resources and Australian shipping, but absolutely to augment the Australian national security effort. So if we are to be successful in providing assistance in that regard, the business environment must be changed to allow Australian operators to compete and scale up. So the demand signals are there, but certainly the supply requirement and the supply framework hasn't been in place for a very long time. This is a really long-term objective, and so these changes need to occur as soon as possible.
Thanks, Angela. Some great points to sort of set us up for the discussion today, and I think it's really important just to get it out there what the current state of our maritime shipping sector is. I think many Australians would be ignorant to how their goods get here, how our vital energy and other commodities get exported. It's kind of something that's taken for granted because people don't really see it. They might see the entrance to a port, and that's about as far as many of them get. So really important discussion points, but those things that are critical to our national resilience. And I might ask Dr. Sarah Ryan now, someone with significant international experience as well as domestic experience in the energy sector, in oil and gas sectors that are both reliant on having infrastructure at sea, but also in terms of shipping, both in terms of supporting those infrastructures and to get the goods in and out. I'm just interested in your perspectives about how you can optimise that system, but also build sufficient resilience in it to withstand shocks.
Thank you. So as mentioned in the introduction, I'm a non-executive director, so all the companies I'm currently or previously been on the board of depend on critical shipping, whether it's what they do or they carry their products or their inputs. So for example, I used to be on the board of Woodside. It sends its LNG to power Asia via ships. On the board of Oz Minerals, it sends its copper concentrate out to the world on ships. Currently on the board of Horizon, which is Australia's largest bulk railway company, and it ships coal and many other commodities like grain, mineral concentrates, iron ore, as key part of Australians' export to the world, to the ports, and they go on ships out to the customers. So shipping has to be healthy for these companies to operate and succeed. And perhaps what I'll talk a little bit more today is about, currently also a director of Viva Energy, who are, to note, supply more than a quarter of Australia's liquid fuels and are proudly the strategic fuel partner to Defence, supplying all the fuel for the Navy, the Army and the Air Force. So I must say we're very proud of the trust that Defence has put in us, and it's very, very important to Viva to be a good partner. So just to say a few words about fuel, Australia as a whole uses 60 to 65 billion litres of liquid fuels every year. It's petrol, diesel, jet fuel, etc. That's a lot. We heard yesterday from John Mullen that Qantas uses a fair chunk of that. There you go. So of this fuel, about 20% is made in Australia with our two refineries. One is Viva's refinery in Geelong and the other one is Ampol's refinery in Brisbane. And so the crude oil that these refineries use to turn into the fuel partially comes from Australia still, but mostly from Asia, countries like Malaysia and Brunei, and the United States is a big supplier now, plus very, very small amounts from other places like the Middle East, West Africa and South America. So the vast majority of fuel used in Australia, as we all know these days, is refined overseas, and we import it via shipping as the refined product, petrol, diesel, jet fuel, etc. 2 to 3 tankers every day come to Australian ports. delivering this fuel all across Australia out of a global fleet of over 7,000 oil and product tankers. So in a way, that's the resilience. It's a very, very large, very, very diverse geographic, very, very liquid, pardon the pun, market. Lots of trading, lots of ships moving around, lots of ways where things can move. So people think of that a dependency, but it's actually, in a way, resilience, like I say. And the industry has been historically very good at working around regions of disruptions. Could be weather, like the Panama Canal got shut down because of droughts, there wasn't enough water. The Suez Canal got blocked because there was a ship got stuck in it, and all kinds of things. So the system, the industry is very, very good at keeping the fuel, because it's not just us that worries about fuel resilience, it's every country in the world needs the crude oil and needs the petroleum products. So in terms of fuel resilience for the Navy, just to note, all of the F-44 fuel, that's aviation carrier turbine fuel, or AVCAT, is now made in Australia at the Geelong refinery, which was a key part of the supply contract. So moving the manufacturing of this critical fuel grade for the Navy back in Australia, adding resilience. More broadly, the Geelong refinery is usefully placed south of Melbourne in the southern part of Australia and has the capacity, if ever needed, to produce all the fuel needed for all of Defence, both mil-spec and normal fuels. Defence has been increasing its fuel storage, especially in the north of Australia. That would be very useful to keep going with that to enhance resilience. And real credit to Defence Force in general for embracing the energy transition, as there's many trials of biofuels ongoing and planned, with a feedstock plan to come from Australia, which will add to fuel resilience for the Navy and for Australia. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. That this common theme about energy, fuels, but great that you were able to sort of help us understand the reliance that our Defence Force has on those fuels and the role that Geelong plays. I think many of the people in this room, aside from understanding a fuelling evolution, don't really think much about where their fuel comes from, and certainly don't think about constraints that might come upon the system. Another important part of our sector, of course, are our ports, and it's one part of the maritime sector that is probably a little bit more visible to many Australians, but is actually undergoing quite a increase just due to the commodities that come in and out. Many of the ports in Australia, new ports, new infrastructure. So I might ask Stuart Lemon to talk a little bit about how he thinks about optimising ports, but resilience in our port sectors.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Maybe I'll just put some context around what we're trying to do in the port sector as far as building resilience and really minimising disruption through our industry, why it's important, where we see the threats, and what we're really doing, looking at trying to mitigate those threats. So firstly, you probably heard yesterday, in excess of 95% of two-way trade goes through our port sector each year, $650 billion worth of value. There's close to 700,000 jobs that are facilitated by the port sector. So long term, the actual health of our port sector is very closely aligned to the economic health of the nation. So that's one obviously critical factor. Secondly, we talk about defence, and so many of our ports work closely with defence, especially with the Navy, trying to ensure that we provide access to resources, whether that's to berthing, whether it's access to channels for deployment. It's keeping logistics chains open, so there's a continuity of critical supplies, fuel and what have you. And it's also, we've heard about protecting the environment. So the more hardened we get with our assets, especially with the issues around climate change and what we see is with weather damage to our assets, the more hardened we have with our port infrastructure, the better we protect our environment, particularly obviously the marine environment. So where do we see the major threats coming in for the port sector? Clearly cyber is something that is really prevalent. As an industry, as we continue to systemise and digitalise our industry, that threat becomes even greater. I've spoken about climate change. We're seeing the impacts of that now on port infrastructure, and also understanding what the future holds for us with that. Geopolitical tensions is something that we seem to be dealing with on a constant basis. We're seeing what the impacts on shipping lines for terrorism in the Red Sea and what that does to that industry and the flow-on effects through trade. I have to mention that we've just been through a pandemic, so we've seen what the threat of that is. So how do we look at trying to mitigate some of those threats? If I take cyber, firstly, it's what we're trying to do as an industry. It's really around training and awareness. It's still the easiest way to penetrate our systems is through the inadvertent clicking on something people shouldn't be clicking on. So it's just trying to build awareness into our employees. It's around compliance. There's a lot of our ports sit as critical infrastructure, so we sit within the SOCI Act, which mandates that we manage the resilience through our cyber. So it's running frameworks like NIST or Essential 8, which almost guarantee the robustness that we will meet our requirements through that. It's around ensuring that our networks are isolated, so it's around system segregation, ensuring that if one part of our system is infiltrated, that doesn't actually spread across the rest of the business. And another learning we got from COVID is you'll probably see now all ports will have cyber built into their business continuity plans, their disruption plans going into the future. And importantly, it's around learning and collaboration, which is what we do through Ports Australia. It's not only nationally, but we spread the learnings that we have both nationally and globally across ports. We can look at tech. Tech is a great enabler for us going forward. There's a number of issues. We have digital twins, which technology, which is really about predictive hardening of our assets, what we can do in the future. IoT, which raises situational awareness, again gives us a snapshot into the future. We look at, there's a whole bunch of technologies that we can embed. We have climate adaptation technology that we're building into our assets, and obviously AI is becoming increasingly important across a number of areas. Management of our cyber, it gives us predictive disruption analytics, and it's also something we look at, again, hardening and making our assets more resilient. And the last one is obviously climate. I spoke about climate change, and as an industry, I think someone said if we were a country, we'd be the 5th largest emitter. So for ports, it's not only our scope 1 and 2 we have to manage, it's also we have to be part of the solution for our scope 3. So we're looking at electrification, obviously is a big part of that, not only for our own plant and equipment, but we're looking at now technologies for ships for our scope 3, things like cold ironing or shore power for ships, how we look at alternate fuels. We also, as ports, we have long life assets, so it's about master planning, and you will find all ports will have climate built into their long-term master planning of their assets. So maybe that hopefully just gives you a snapshot of what we're trying to do as an industry. The only thing I would caution is it is proving a lot more complex, a lot more capital thirsty to try and build. We have a lot of assets are ageing, but it's a constant journey that we're going through. So hopefully that gives you an idea of where we're going.
No, thanks, Stuart. A great introduction. And pleased that you sort of centred up and talked a little bit about some of those asymmetric threats, we'd call them in the military context. Some of those threats from climate change, which of course are most strongly felt at the waterfront, where our ports are, and also the cyber threat, which has been talked about little today, and a little on the panel previously, where having cyber resilience is a crucial part of any sort of business continuity plan. And it's probably not a segue to talk now to Major General Jason Walk, who has to think broadly in the defence context about national support and resilience. And you may have noticed yesterday that our Deputy Prime Minister talked about almost a national mobilisation effort, which is very much in your wheelhouse, Jason. So over to you for some initial comments, please.
Yeah, Matt, thank you very much. And thank you also for the invitation. I thought it might be instructive to, as national support divisions within its inaugural year, to describe the role of national support and our purpose. Our foundation is within the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy. Indeed, I heard during CDF's opening address this morning, he referenced national defence as a way that we deliver our national defence strategy, and that national defence is a whole of government and indeed a whole of nation endeavour. The role of national support is to realise in many respects how we deliver national defence. So in doing so, we've undertaken a couple of activities this year to continue the journey that we have already commenced within the defence. The first is a key deliverable, and that is a national support concept. The national support concept will sit supplementary to the National Defence Strategy, akin to how DIDS, the Defence Industry Development strategy sits as a supplementary document. Within national support concept, we've sought to describe something of a taxonomy of the national support base. What is it that Defence needs from the national support base? We've described those critical factors as being infrastructure, workforce, industry, and critical material or war stock. But of course, it's not just war stock. It is how we balanced that stock with production capacity, principally sovereign production capacity, but also how we work with allies and partners to be able to realise that production capacity as well. And then I've heard it referenced a couple of times during previous commentary, and that is, and then we seek to bring and cohere a defence demand signal against each of those factors, drawing upon all of the 5 domains, what their demand signal is, as well as 3 critical functions that are large drawers from the national support base, those being logistics, health and intelligence. And so we seek to provide a cohered defence demand signal to our external stakeholders across government at all jurisdictional levels, but also with other key stakeholders, inclusive of course of industry, academia as well, but also all of society, to educate society, which will be a critical component of course as we move along. So in addition to giving that conceptual description, we have also commenced planning. We will deliver a national support plan. The national support plan will cover how Defence undertakes mobilisation, but also how we support Defence during protracted operations. And of course, Defence does not do this alone. We can only do this as an integrated effort with our national support base. And so that plan will look to describe how that integration is to occur. And then as we are doing that, the analysis that needs to occur is of course analysis and having conversation inside the department, inside Defence, seeking to give greater fidelity and specificity to that demand signal so we can have more informed conversations with our external stakeholders as to what Defence needs are. In turn, asking our stakeholders what their needs of us are so that we can make sure we take a balanced approach. But also undertaking analysis of the national support base. From a preparedness perspective, where is our national support base fit for purpose, but also where are the risks, where are areas that we might need to enhance, so that, again, we can identify where we should prioritise and where we should focus effort to be able to uplift the preparedness of our national support base, noting that we have a reduction or indeed no strategic warning time in our current geostrategic environment. And then finally, Matt referenced it during his opening remarks, and that is our engagement approach. And for the maritime sector in particular, the Australian Maritime Defence Council is a multilateral forum which is critical to investigating the resilience of the maritime sector and what we might be able to do in working together to be able to uplift the maritime sector. And I don't need to describe it to this audience, and we've already heard from other panel members the absolute criticality that the maritime sector plays for Australia in particular, an island nation, a maritime nation, one upon which we are absolutely reliant upon our sea lines of communication for importation, exportation, and how we sustain defence capability. So the resilience of our maritime sector is absolutely critical to defence capability.
Thanks, Jason. And it's been a very long time in Australia's history since we've had to think more broadly about national support and even mobilisation beyond the context of natural disasters. So this is new territory for us and for many other countries in the region, which leads me, I'm going to take the first question and then I'm going to go to the Slido because I know that many of the folks out there will be interested in asking our panellists, but I'm just going to ask one for Dr. Sarah Ryan. Just in regards to the mining and offshore oil and gas industry for Australia, you've already outlined that it's a major user of shipping. And what do you see as the major challenge for the industry in the event of disruption, especially something that could be a protracted crisis or conflict? And what might you and the industry expect from Defence?
Thanks for that. When I think of the oil and gas industry, I am thinking of, I'm just going to use LNG export from when I was on the Woodside board because I'm familiar with that. The number of ships is not large. I don't remember exactly now. 4, 6, 7? Australian LNG?
None anymore.
No, the actual ships going. Anyway, it's a handful of ships, it doesn't matter. 6 maybe. 6 maybe, something like that. So what struck me was a couple of years ago we had a Woodside board trip to Tokyo to meet key customers. And then we were sitting in the boardroom meeting one of the very key customers there, talking to the chairman, and he made the point to us that if the LNG tankers from Australia don't arrive every 3, 4, 5 days or whatever it was, the lights will go out in Tokyo in a couple of weeks because they had limited storage. And of course I knew that, but to sit there and listen to them in Tokyo saying that made me realise how important what we did was for our customers. So they felt less resilient than we did. So I think the answer is that for the export part of the oil and gas industry in Australia, our customers are also very interested in that. So they will be helping us. It will be government to government as well as defence and industry working together. And if I take what happened with the AdBlue shortage, so it's an additive you have to add into diesel-powered trucks. So they will go. And then during the COVID years, we suddenly discovered there was an AdBlue shortage in Australia. Defence, government, industry, suppliers, everybody got together and worked to prioritise and make sure we had stock in a very coordinated and helpful way. And I think the answer is all of the above. A few more stocks, a bit of resilience in the supply chain, a bit more agreement, a bit more communication, a bit more thoughtfulness about it. So I think that's the answer. It'll be coordinated and it'll be together.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. That's a great answer, and you've introduced some really important points there. One about the fact that we have had experience in having to rally around and get behind in a whole government and industry context. And I also like the fact that you brought in our allies and partners. I note that the Chief of Navy for the JMSDF is in the audience, and they do have a very keen interest in LNG supplies to Australia, and we have a history of working with them in the past, so it won't just be our Navy or our ADF that's working to assure that, or it'll be our allies and partners in the region. Well, I better give Slido a chance, or there'll be some frustrated folks out there. So, Anthony, what have you got for us?
So the first one, to what extent does regional cooperation enhance Australia's maritime resilience against transnational threats and disruptions?
All right, regional cooperation. I might ask Angela that, because regional cooperation isn't just something that happens in the context of militaries. Interested in how that might work in the context of our civil maritime sector.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that there is actually a lot of, given the civil maritime industry is suffering, I'm just going to talk about skills here, suffering a significant skills shortage there. There is a lot of interest in, you know, the capacity for training within Australia, the capacity for training seafarers in the Pacific as well, and how we can do some, how our institutions here can undertake some capacity building within the region, and also look at, you know, in particular areas of shortage, how we can actually employ more Pacific Islanders and more people within the region as part of the Australian seafaring workforce.
That's you know, really interesting point that you raised. We've got quite a significant number of representatives from the Pacific here today, both from navies, maritime forces and the broader sector, and certainly in my engagement, many of them are very interested in Australian training opportunities in New Zealand as well, and, you know, trying to build resilience in that sort of regional context, and also working in the industry. There's a keen interest there. Certainly something for us to explore and think about.
Sorry, if I could just add the New Zealand, and we do have a very strong dialogue on an industry-to-industry basis with our New Zealand counterparts. But, you know, it's important to make the point that if Australia feels like we're suffering a skills crisis, it is 10 times worse in New Zealand. You know, they have a population of 5 million. But there is a lot of interest in looking at the workforce as a regional workforce, and how we can remove barriers for around better integration of that workforce. And there are some barriers, but the maritime regulators are very active at the moment in looking at how to remove those barriers. So we are talking at some point in the future about a regional workforce.
That's a great point.
I
can see both of the other panellists wanting to dive in, so let's go with that.
I think, in short, echoing what Angela said, I think if you asked anyone across the maritime sector what their major concern, it's the lack of skills within the industry. I mean, as a port sector, we're reliant on marine pilots, on VTS operators, on skilled workforce, and it's just getting that much harder getting them locally. So it's having to move overseas and in regional areas to get that skilled workforce. So I can only highlight what Angela said. It is so critically important for this industry going forward.
Yeah, people are an incredibly vital part for all of us here today, but for our region in particular, where we have a bit of a paucity of workforce, using them to best effect. Jason, some points from you.
Matt, thank you. I just wanted to highlight in response to that question, I think there's some really important work being done inside defence at the moment, but it brings industry into the conversation, and that is our maintenance, repair and overhaul work that we're doing, the Regional Sustainment Framework, which is an initiative commenced by the US in partnership with Australia, but is rapidly seeking to include other regional allies and partners. What that's seeking to do is be able to undertake maintenance, repair and overhaul within our region, drawing upon local industry, not just to undertake that work for the Australian Navy, but to do so for regional allies and partners, and in turn allow us to draw upon those industry capacity and capability within the region. What that does, I think, is build industrial interoperability, which is so critical in terms of our overarching interoperability and therefore our cohesiveness and capability as a coalition in whatever crisis or conflict we may face.
Thank you. Annie?
I've got another quick one just for General Walk. So there was just a question about is there an intent for the National Support Strategy and concept to be released alongside the 2026 National Defence Strategy update or sooner?
We are certainly working towards that timeline. We are scheduled to go through committee very early in the new year. Exact timing and how it relates to the National Defence Strategy is still a conversation that is being had. But in terms of its public availability, it is absolutely the intent to have it made publicly available and commenced a narrative and a conversation with all of our stakeholders, not just internal but external as well.
Okay, thanks, Sue. And then for Dr. Ryan, when would an investment in renewable fuel refineries be placed so that it supplements our diesel use?
What's the question, when?
When would an investment in renewable fuel refineries be established so that it supplements our diesel use, or when you think that timeline would be appropriate and what it would look like?
Yep. I'll answer that in two ways. The first answer is as soon as commercially possible. The demand is there. Everybody wants it to happen. And the challenge is it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You need to build it at large scale to get the unit cost down so the customers will buy it, because it's 3 to 5 times more expensive than conventional diesel right now. But then no one will build it unless the customers sign up. So we're really sort of going around in circles a little bit right now. But where we are going forward is doing pilot projects, testing it and taking it step by step on smaller, then bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger scales. But there is that giant cost differential, which we do have to stare at. And all of us, government, industry, customers, everybody, we're all going to collectively have to work out who is going to pay for it and how to move it ahead. But the desire is definitely there 100%. But it'll be a transition. It will be, I mean, these things are big. They're just a different kind of refinery. They cost billions of dollars to build and they take many years to build. But the momentum is there.
And then next one, a bit of a technical question. The fuel produced in Geelong, how is that transported to Northern Australia? And then would it be something and a feasible option to look at having Australian flagged commercial vessels undertaking this task?
Maybe Angela, it's a bit of a free kick for you there on our shipping capacity and what we might seek to do.
Look, I'll answer that question in a bit of a cryptic way, and and it's going to be difficult for Sarah to respond to this, but those choices are essentially made by the cargo owner, and there is no way that an Australian operator in the business of ship owning is going to take a punt that they're going to access the cargo and have an Australian crew, and the cost, the additional cost, which is around $5 to $7 million a year additional operating cost on top of a foreign flag vessel doing exactly the same thing. So, you know, the way that will happen is to reduce the cost, and that requires government intervention and government providing the business environment that takes the top off that cost, and a requirement for the cargo owners to utilise that vessel. So that is not an answer to the question. And I don't know if Sarah wants to respond to that, but
I'm happy to respond.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's and you know, David Hanley made an observation in the last panel. We live in a commercial environment, which is quite different to defence, and it's not all about capability; it's about viability, and that's, you know, that's it.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
I mean, I won't answer in specifics, obviously, because I'm not officially speaking for the company, but, you know, in general, shipping of fuel, how you do it, whether you do it on a barge or a tanker or a truck, it's just a trade-off commercially between the volume, the cost, the logistics, the time required. So that'll be the thinking.
I've got another one for you, Dr. Ryan. Quite popular, actually. So,
That's okay.
How would Viva support the ADF in mobilisation? And then I suppose there's a follow-on there for General Walk, which is then how is the ADF approaching mobilisation as a whole of government initiative and activity?
Well, I can just say what I said, that Viva is the strategic fuel partner for the Defence Force, and the teams work together, and I guess I'll pass to Jason.
Yeah, so I'd offer, we've established a National Fuel Council, which is also a multilateral entity. We've engaged industry peak bodies, state and territories, which, as we well know, have much power and voice in this regard, other Commonwealth departments, including Department of Climate Change and Energy, to determine how we can uplift the national fuel network. And we'll be putting recommendations to government later this year to that purpose. In terms of how we undertake this work more broadly as part of mobilisation, I bring it back to the earlier conversation. The first thing we've got to do inside Defence is be able to understand what that demand signal is. A demand signal that's not driven by our training environment, but is driven by a crisis and conflict. So undertaking the planning, the experimentation that seeks to describe that demand signal, but it's also cultural. It's a change in terms of paradigm of how we think about what we require and how we engage with the national support base to achieve that. So I think it starts internally, and then we've got to have conversations with our external stakeholders, including industry, where we've got to appreciate some of the realities that Angela and Sarah have just referenced in terms of them needing to appreciate the commercial viability, and we work out where do we have mutual equities that allows us to uplift and be prepared for mobilisation as best we can, so that that leap from where we are now to where we need to be in conflict is as minimal in time and capacity as possible.
Thank you. So do you want to make any concluding remarks?
Yeah, I might wrap it up there. Sadly, we're out of time, and it's certainly the kind of subject matter that we could talk about extensively. I hope for those who've joined us both physically and online, it's clearer now just how Australia's maritime resilience, if nothing else, is critical and multifaceted. It depends on so many factors. Many industry and peak body groups, users, suppliers, service providers, some national, some regional, and some indeed global in scale. It's not an area where we have complete autonomy, as our panellists have referenced, but it's certainly something that we're seeking to get after from a national point of view. From a Navy's point of view, we're really excited about the engagement we're now sort of having more deeply with the maritime sector, all parts. We're forming those great partnerships, and the reality is you can't surge trust, you can't surge those relationships. So having those set up in advance and having the panellists that have here today to help us understand what it is that we're actually protecting and assuring is a really important thing. So I'll wrap up by thanking our panel members and also asking if you could come and just join me up on the front of the stage for a quick obligatory photo, and then we'll roll on for the next panel.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel. For you, sir, and everyone on the side. Just go two either side, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third panel of day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. The next panel of military and industry leaders will discuss the Australian Army's Littoral Fleet program. The host of this panel is the Commander of Surface Force in Fleet Command, Commodore Terence Morrison. The panel members are Major General Richard Vagg, the Head of Land Capability for the Australian Army, Rear Admiral Michael Houghton, the Head of Patrol Boats and Specialist Ships in the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group, and Mr. Paddy Gregg, the Chief Executive Officer of Austal. Please. Gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and Terry, now request you convene the panel, please.
Thanks, Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, so over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot about sea power and deterrence from navies, and in particular the Royal Australian Navy in the Indo-Pacific region. The Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy marked a significant wheelover for the Australian Regular Army and a new headmark towards the littoral force. So, interestingly enough, this panel will provide an update on where we are for track. Are we on track, port or starboard of track, on this new course for the Australian Army's Littoral Fleet program? This represents more than just a procurement program. It represents a fundamental shift in how the Australian Defence Force is posturing itself in the Indo-Pacific, focusing on projection power from the sea to the land. In this complex geopolitical climate, the outbreak of conflict is not a distant possibility. The threat to our sea lines of communication and northern approaches is real, complex, and requires an integrated, multi-domain response. And that response relies heavily on the capabilities we're going to discuss in this panel. To aid us in this discussion, we're joined by expert panellists who will share their views and unique insights of this topic. And to commence the conversation, I'd like to ask Major General Richard Vagg, Head of Land Capability for the Australian Army, to kickstart our discussion with a presentation overview of the Littoral Fleet program. Major General Vagg, if you like, I'll hand you the con.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. This is a real new passion project for me, so I'm under really strict guidelines not to go more than 10 to 15 minutes. I'll do my best. What I want to do is talk about the why, the what, and the how in terms of our Army's move to being a littoral manoeuvre army. It's been 2 years, 7 months since the release of the Defence Strategic Review and then the subsequent National Defence Strategy. Those documents came on the back of Army being engaged in 20 years of operations in the Middle East, where our force structure, our force generation and our equipping had become optimally designed to produce about 120 humans to punch into the Middle East on a 6-month rotation. The Defence Strategic Review made a really sobering assessment. It said Army is not fit to fight in the future wars, and we needed to change, and we needed to change rapidly. It then directed the Chief of Army to optimise the Australian Army for littoral manoeuvre, archipelagic warfare with an emphasis on long-range strike. Littoral manoeuvre and archipelagic were very carefully chosen words. Littoral manoeuvre is about actually operating in the convergence of the 5 domains. It's about physical projection from one domain to the other. It's more than just sort of tooling around in boats. archipelagic warfare is about force projection. Also, those documents made a really sobering assessment of where Australia sits in the world. The Defence White Paper 87, or the 87 White Paper, viewed Australia as an island nation protected by a moat. The NDS 24 actually changed that and said Australia is a large landmass that sits at the end of a land bridge that runs from North Asia through the archipelago to our north. That archipelago is dominated by the littorals with key terrain, maritime avenues of approach that can be controlled by land positions using systems such as maritime strike. That then leverages sort of the value proposition that land forces bring in terms of persistence, versatility, presence, asymmetry, and a value for money. That direction for Army was enabled us to move out quickly. We've rapidly moved to implement that direction. Really, we've done 4 key things. We changed our command and control structure. We then rewrote our concepts with an emphasis on littoral manoeuvre and long-range strike. We developed new structures and repostured Army, and we prioritised our capability investments. Central to these was our littoral manoeuvre capabilities, and you'll see the slide behind, I've highlighted those. We haven't had these capabilities in any number really since Vietnam, when we had the landing ship mediums. And then in '74, I think we handed across Army vessel Balikpapan back to Navy, which was a landing craft heavy. Our restructure has been centred around our new littoral fleet, as has the posture that we've adopted, and you can kind of see that reflected in the slide behind me. We are acquiring 18 landing craft mediums. They're in production now, 8 landing craft heavies, 15 AVLs, and in the early 30s we'll make a decision and go back to government for a close combatant craft to support those. Also within the program is facilities development in Darwin, North Queensland and South East Queensland, which will be the home of 3 littoral lift battalions, each with a habitual relationship with one of our combat brigades. The big move here is littoral manoeuvre isn't something special in Army, it's what Army does complete. Core to that and the how is we need to grow the force. We know in Army we need 938 humans to man this capability. That's 193 officers and 744 soldiers. That's for our ECN specialist, which is a ECN 218. We need 369 of those, and we need about 109 maritime technicians. We're growing that force. We have got sufficient people to do the first battalion now, and we've got 10 years to build the remainder. In terms of our training systems, we're adapting and adopting Navy's systems. They've got a bit of history in this area. Our first 6 officers graduate from the Maritime Warfare Officers course on the 5th of December. We've got another 2 currently on course, and our first officers will graduate from the Royal Military College Duntroon in December and be allocated directly to this trade. With a number of senior NCOs working with the US, the British, and also civilian operators and in civilian institutions, uplifting our skills, because we don't know boats quite yet. In terms of sustainment, again, we're falling into the Army sustainment model. We've stood up a littoral manoeuvre SPO, and we're fattening out the RMCs across the country and looking to raise a new RMC in Brisbane to support the Littoral Manoeuvre Battalion that will sit there and the group headquarters. Certification and seaworthiness is front of mind for us. We've adopted the Australian Naval Seaworthiness Framework. We will be a naval vessel operator under that, and we're the lead trace for the implementation of the Australian Naval Classification Authority. And in fact, LCM will be the first vessel to be certified under the Anchor accreditation. My interest in this area has become acute, as you might imagine, over the last 2 years, and I've taken an active interest in shipbuilding and looked at every opportunity to gain lessons from recent shipbuilding practices in Australia, but also reached out to the British and the Americans to understand what best practice looks like overseas. Our intent from ARMY is to be an informed and educated customer. One of the things I've learnt, and we're being very strict with this, is once we've set our requirements, we'll stick to those requirements. There's going to be no tinkering or Australianising or gold plating of capabilities, and changes to known designs will only be around Australian workplace health and safety requirements or certification requirements to ensure we have seaworthiness. I think, though, there's a partnership here with industry. That's sort of my undertaking to Michael, who's the delivery manager for me, and Paddy as our strategic shipbuilder. But from industry, we're really looking for them to deliver on time and on budget. And I think that relationship is key, which probably leads me on to my final point. You all would have seen the announcement of and the formalisation of the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement in August of this year. That's a really exciting opportunity for us and Australian industry. It will require a new way of working and levels of honesty between the Commonwealth, between the customer and industry, and we're really looking forward to sort of beating that out over the next couple of years as that relationship matures. I think I'll pause there because I think I'm well on my time limit, and look forward to questions in the discussion.
Thanks, sir. I'd now like to offer the opportunity for Rear Admiral Michael Horton, Head of Patrol Boats and Specialist Ships, Navy Shipbuilding and Sustainment Guide, to respond, and maybe your reflections on that, sir.
Certainly, and I would like to say thank you very much all for being here today. It is a great pleasure to be here. And first I would like to say is that we are 100% aligned with Rich Vagg and his team about delivering these vessels to support the littoral manoeuvre capability as quickly as possible. So I really see that we have three goals here. Deliver these vessels as quickly as possible, deliver the vessels that are capable to be able to be used and sustained into the future, and three, be able to consistently deliver these vessels into the future. That is very consistent with our aim of having continuous naval shipbuilding. And the Land 8710, LCH and LCM are the pilot projects for our strategic shipbuilder agreement, which is the key mechanism by which we are developing our continuous naval shipbuilding in Western Australia. And as Rich has mentioned, we signed that agreement with Austal as our strategic shipbuilder in August of this year. And we see that this is a long-term partnership that gives consistency and a steady stream of work to industry, so that as we build the capability to build ships effectively and efficiently, that we see that capability being sustained into the future, so that we will see that Austal will be able to continue to develop into the strategic shipbuilder that we need and require for the longer term. There are many challenges ahead. This is also part of the Henderson Defence Precinct as an element to play in the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement, and we're working very closely with the Henderson team to make sure that we have all of the facilities that we need. And so with that, I'd like to pass back to you, Terry.
Thanks, sir. A few questions I'll have for that about Henderson in particular. I look forward to that. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Paddy Gregg, the CEO of Austal, which is one of Australia's largest shipbuilders with an acknowledged world-class operations and decades of experience in the Australian Defence Force, including a steady drumbeat of evolved Cape-class vessels, which has been delivered to the Navy and my force, the Surface Force. Paddy, how do you respond?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, everybody. So the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement has already been mentioned, and that is incredibly exciting for Austal to be appointed the strategic shipbuilder in WA. Continuous naval shipbuilding has been underpinned by the government decisions in terms of the programs that are coming, and that continuous naval shipbuilding really helps with the continuity of work, being able to recruit the right people, train them, retain them, making sure those skills build year on year in terms of shipbuilding rather than the boom and bust that we have historically seen. And it is those facts that really help deliver what is required, making sure that we get this capability to those people that are defending our nation in line with when it is required. So, a really, really exciting time. A long program of work allows industry to invest and really provide the facilities and the capabilities that this country is going to need for this naval shipbuilding program going forward. What's really exciting about this is we've worked with Navy for many years, we've worked with Border Force for many years. We now have an opportunity to work with Army, and that is in its infancy, but it has got off to a very good start. We're completely aligned around what our purpose is, and that is making sure that we deliver these ships and get Army the capability that is required for this country. So, really, really exciting time. Lots of opportunities for industry and really building a long-term partnership with Army going forward.
Thanks, Paddy. So I'll now move on to some questions. And I'll start the questions off initially. Major General Vag, you spoke about the workforce challenges or the workforce and the work you're doing to do that. I've seen some of your officers of the watch already on board our vessels at sea, which is great to see. They make really good officers of the watch. But what do you see as your risks or concerns in regards to building that workforce? And also, what's your narrative for the soldiers who may be used to living on the land, but now need to think about maritime operations?
Yeah, thanks. It's a really good question, and it's one that we worry about because obviously the workforce is one of those key requirements. Key workforce risk for us is the say-do gap. We've been quite forward-leaning, and that's why schedule is so key for us. We're pivoting, currently serving soldiers from their current roles, and we're bringing them from right across all Army trades, and they're volunteering to come across because they see this as an exciting opportunity. I need to deliver the vessels, and I need to give them opportunities to build their skill sets up so they feel that they're ready to take on those responsibilities. The second part, so that's the first bit, is actually I've got to deliver the vessels, and in the interim I've got to give them every opportunity to build their skill sets up, and we're doing that with exchanges, we're doing that with embedding them with Navy, we're doing that embedding them with civilian operators, and we've got some arrangements with the US Marine Corps on some co-share vessels that we're using, and also US Army watercraft. The second part of your conversation is about actually adopting almost a maritime mindset, which is different to Army. And we're seeing that with the officers that we're putting through the Maritime Warfare Officers course. There's a culture adjustment that they need to undergo. I do believe, though, that operating the Littoral manoeuvre vessels will be different to operating in the Blue Water Navy fleet. And there's going to be an element of learn by doing of what a duty cycle looks like for our Littoral manoeuvre crews. And how long they spend at sea, whether those are short stints in force projection, their intra-theatre support requirements. So there'll be an element of testing, adjusting, and as always, we'll move people in and out of that trade too. Probably less so the maritime sort of specialists, but we'll move others in and out and around that trade.
Thank you. Admiral Horton, in SSG, there's obviously many challenges. You have multiple ship builds on at any one time. Can you comment to your challenges, and in particular the Henderson precinct, which is quite congested, and how this is going to be achieved in that area?
Yes, certainly. We have the majority of my shipbuilding programs are on the Henderson Strip, and so that is a considerable focus of my energy and effort. We're working very closely with Austal and with CIVMEC with the projects that are being undertaken on on the Henderson Strip there. We're also working very closely with the Henderson Defence Program team for their precinct development, and putting all of our requirements into that program and developing a plan whereby there is a consecutive development of that enables us to continue to undertake a continuous naval shipbuilding, such as landing craft heavy and landing craft medium, while the development of the Henderson precinct continues. So that is clearly being factored into that precinct development, and so we see it as a really positive element as we develop together.
No, okay, thank you. And Paddy, you've obviously got to build your workforce, and from what I see, you make vessels that are a patrol craft made of aluminium. So you're shifting now to steel and vessels that are used to carry cargo and land. So what are the differences that you have to do in your tooling and your skills and all those sorts of things to prepare for this build?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have the same challenge that we will need to increase the workforce, probably by about 1,000 people. We know how we will do that. We're big believers in bringing new people, younger people in at the bottom, training them up both in terms of the skills, the culture that we want, and promoting from within, which creates a really healthy organisation structure. I think we've got an ability to do that because we have such a strong core of shipbuilding capability. You know, if I look at the people we've got and add up their years of experience, we've got in excess of 3,000 years of shipbuilding experience at Austal in Henderson. So adding to that core is something we've done in the past and something we will do again. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we understand what we have to do. And with such a great employment proposition, better than we've ever had before, you know, whether it's attracting people back from mining or whether it's enticing young people to come into shipbuilding and have a career, we can now offer 20 years of shipbuilding, which we've never been able to do before. So I'm confident that people will be attracted to the industry. A lot of thought has gone into the way these programs have been developed and the timelines for them. You know, we start with the landing craft medium, that builds into landing craft heavy. We've got the opportunity to work with the Japanese, transfer the technology to be ready for Megami. And if we're talking long term, then we get into optionally crewed surface vessels after that, you know, the intended program for the Henderson precinct. You know, so very exciting in terms of what we've got to do. In terms of the specific skills, you know, we've got some great experience in steel with the Guardian class vessels, you know, steel hull, aluminium superstructure. So we've got a lot of steel capability in the business today. We will retain both steel and aluminium because the intention is that the Cape class program will continue with Border Force. So us being able to build on those skills, some we've already developed, some we will grow as the ships get bigger and more complex. There's a really sensible growth path in terms of what defence and government have planned for how Henderson will grow. And thinking about the facilities side of things, you know, the good news is the landing craft medium program fits inside our existing facilities. So as the defence precinct is being created, we've got time, not a lot of time, but we have got time to develop that defence precinct in line with these programs too. So it's growing the facilities, it's growing the human capital, the capability, has had a lot of thought put into it, and we've got a structured way that we're going to make sure it's successful.
Okay. All right, excellent. Can I just go back to, we mentioned the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement that was executed on the 28th of August, and my question's for Rhea Horton and Paddy in particular, because when I read the glossies, or at least the media announcements on that, it said that the agreement will utilise a streamlined contract negotiation process through pre-arranged terms and conditions to accelerate the delivery of these vessels. How does that differ from what we've done previously?
If I could start off first and then pass over to Paddy. Usually every time we establish a new shipbuilding program, we go through the whole process of negotiating our terms and conditions as well as the statement of work. Yeah. And so we often get bogged down on things like warranty, limitation of liability, and other sort of commercial terms and conditions. So what we've done with the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement is we have established a key set of our standard terms and conditions, established them with Austal, and that's done. All subsequent programs that come in will be negotiated as a tasking statement. There will be a statement of work, and we'll negotiate the price for that. There needs to be a demonstration of value for money, as there is with every Commonwealth procurement. But all of those standard terms and conditions will already be pre-agreed. So there will no longer be that protracted negotiation about those, and the focus will be on delivery of the vessel that is being contracted. And so that is the key thing that is will streamline the process. But I guess the additional part of it is that we are also investing in a strong capability within Austal. So we know who we're dealing with. We know the capability of the people we're dealing with. And so there's a high level of trust. And as we're negotiating the various tasking statements, it is easier and quicker to come to an agreement on what is able to be delivered and fair price for that. So that's how we see that this strategic shipbuilding agreement is going to accelerate the delivery of our programs.
Sounds like relational contracting and trust.
Well, there is a very strong, the selection of Austal as our strategic shipbuilder is a demonstration of the trust and confidence that we have in Austal. And there is a strong relational element in that. But not only that, we are also seeing that Austal will have a strong relationship with their supply chain. So it will be an established supply chain that we'll be working with. And so there is, we're looking to Austal to ensure that we have that strong supply chain to support these programs. So it gives us added confidence that that the program, what is promised, will be delivered. And just as Rich has mentioned, that say-do gap of this is what we say we're going to do, and then we go and do it.
Yep, thank you. And Paddy, you've been trusted there, and that relationship, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's very important. We kind of both sides have gone all in on this. Defence have made a big commitment to a programme of work, and Austal are making a big commitment to make sure we deliver that. The contracting mechanism, I think, is very mature and a very sensible way to do it, and definitely more efficient than what we have done in the past. Being able to streamline 80% of the terms being pre-agreed and then focusing on the specifics for each class of vessel will save months of us writing tender responses and months of Defence having to review and evaluate those. And I think this is all underpinned by the trust and expectation that Austal will be mature in this relationship. There won't be gouging, and we will be demonstrating value for money as part of this process. We've got no intention of killing the golden goose on the first contract. This is about a long-term partnership and delivering value for Australia. As a sovereign company, something that's very, very important to us, and that long-term relationship is absolutely more important than trying to kill it on the first vessel. Something we've demonstrated over the years, being selected as the strategic shipbuilder. Our yard in Henderson has delivered 269 ships in the last 37 years. In the last 7 years, I think we've delivered 37, hopefully soon to be 38, whenever we get through the latest set of trials with you. So demonstrated a long commitment and a real capability to be able to support Defence. So absolutely something we're focused on, being efficient and a long-term relationship.
Thanks, Paddy. Anthony, is there any questions?
Yeah, I've got quite a few, actually.
Okay.
It's a hot topic. I'll start with, there's a range here. I'll start with the warfighting ones, and then we'll go to more of the logistics and the shipbuilding side. How can the Army ensure its littoral capabilities remain relevant and effective in the face of evolving maritime threats and geopolitical dynamics?
That's a big question. Like everyone else, I think if you think that Army's going to deploy and do its own thing, it's a naive view. Any operation now will require the use of the whole 5 domains in synchronisation. Though we do see a unique value proposition in competition and the lead up to war, and that sort of brings us back to that sort of the value proposition that land brings in terms of our forward persistent partnerships. We are regularly in the region on the ground operating with our regional partners, and we're also operating in and around Australia. There is a whole level of asymmetry to having a land force on the ground. So during conflict, it's going to require the convergence of the 5 domains to open up manoeuvre space or open up targeting space. But in competition and the precursors, where there is a relevant freedom of manoeuvre, we're seeing ourselves being able to project and pre-position ourselves in key pieces of terrain.
I think so. How will the landing craft sustainment model differ to the maritime sustainment model, if it all will, and why, if that's the case, why won't it integrate into the existing maritime sustainment model?
I'll have a crack and then I'll hand over to Michael. There's another panel, I think it's in 2 panels' time, which will answer that question perfectly. But from my perspective, it shouldn't be any different. There are some changes. Yeah, we use ROTMs versus ERDFs. They kind of mean the same thing, but they're actioned differently through fleet and they're actioned differently through Army headquarters when we look after the ROTM process. But, you know, there's Brad Smith's doing a lot of really great work to modernise and reshape the maritime sustainment model. We've now had land elements sitting within the Maritimes, the Army watercraft SPO. They've been growing their responsibilities to look after the littoral manoeuvre craft this year. That SPO will formally, I think it's formally standing up, if not now, in the very near future. And as I said earlier, we'll fall into the RMC model. We don't want to be different. We understand supply chains and the way that work is prioritised through those RMCs. It's a good model. We do believe that there'll be an additional RMC stood up in South East Queensland to support our South East Queensland Littoral Manoeuvre Battalion and group headquarters. So there'll be subtle differences around the edge, but I don't think they'll be noteworthy.
Yeah. Look, I agree. The regional maintenance centre model, with regional maintenance centres scattered around Australia, really means that wherever the landing craft medium and landing craft heavy are based, that they will have access to maintenance facilities. The key thing will be the SPO that defines the work packages that are done on those vessels, and so that is the thing that Rich is talking about being stood up in preparation for the arrival of the vessels. So the broad answer to the question is landing craft medium, landing craft heavy will be integrated into the maritime sustainment model that is being stood up under Plan Galileo.
No, I think so. A timeline question, it's 2 parts. The timeline for the delivery of the mediums and the heavies, and then the construction of the facilities in Queensland and Northern Territory. And do you see the competing events such as the Olympics impacting the ability to be able to meet some of those timelines, particularly around the construction of the facilities?
I'll talk to landing craft medium, landing craft heavy. At the moment, we are finalising the design of the landing craft medium, soon to go into production. And the landing craft heavy, at the moment, we are currently in negotiations and we really cannot talk about the schedule there. It will be going forward for government consideration, and once that announcement is made, it'll be clear what the timelines are. So that's where we stand with the landing craft medium, landing craft heavy at the moment.
Yeah, so I answer that in 2 parts. One is we're pre-positioning humans now for the capability. I think our career management agency has posted 95 humans and their families to various locations, predominantly around Brisbane, to stand up the group headquarters. In terms of the facilities, we'll go back to government next year for a final tick-off on our facilities. We have a very clear model for Darwin, we have a very clear model for North Queensland, and we're working through a couple of different models for South East Queensland. We'll be informed in terms of the sequencing of building out those facilities. Will be availability of the construction industry in each of those areas, and I think we'll flex ourselves and structure when those are developed depending on the availability of those construction assets, because we know they're stretched across the country as well.
So one for yourself again, and then probably for Paddy as well. Navy's learned a lot about quality of life on board and how that has a direct correlation to the retention of our sailors and officers. How do you see those vessels reflecting the needs of our modern sailors and officers, and then the evolution of vessels, Paddy, that you've seen in Austral to accommodate and improve the living conditions and those other quality of life features on board?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's something we'll need to learn about, but I'll probably lead in with it. These are modern. In case of one, we're designing it now, and in the other, it's a modern on-the-water vessel. So we're well aware that our crews need to be safe, they need to be happy in their work environment, and they need to be enabled in that work environment, and I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, and I think, the experience that we've had from the Cape-class vessels as they've evolved and human needs have evolved, expectations have evolved. We understand how to integrate technologies, we understand efficiencies in terms of operation of craft, how we use systems and technology to make life easier and more simple on board vessels. Even through the maintenance, understanding how we predict failures, how we make sure we undertake maintenance so the vessels are operating at maximum capability for as long as possible, making the job of the sailors and the people operating the vessels as easy as possible. There's a lot we can do. There's a lot of experience there. But I think the underpinning message at the start was, we don't want to redesign these vessels. We don't want to go into major change. So we're happy with what we've got today. And if there are any changes required, we'll do it in a very controlled way.
So now that Army is working more broadly in the maritime domain, will it be actively integrated with Navy to manage a large fleet of vessels? And just that broader linkage within the maritime domain between the two services?
Yeah, it's a good again, it's a logical question. We've already talked about sustainment. That's deeply integrated. Our training systems will be integrated and only differ where they need to differ. I understand Navy's not used to driving up onto beaches. That's a bad thing. We're kind of need to do that. In terms of crewing the vessels, we're aware, and I think I know Navy are aware, in the early days, we're going to have Navy on board our vessels as we grow the depth and experience in our crews. Whether that becomes a long-term proposition, Chief of Navy will tell me no. He needs his sailors doing Navy stuff, but we'll have that integrated crewing in the early stages until we build our experience and knowledge base and that depth of experience that Navy obviously has.
One just about the introduction into service and the transition at the moment. Army uses civilian watercraft for some of the exercises and the movement of cargo just to support current operations and exercises. How do you see that transition occurring, and will there still be a need or reliance on that civil maritime footprint and kind of a likely timeline that you see a transition, if at all?
Yeah, I think there will be. So the use of civilian vessels is just one line of effort for the upskilling we're doing for our people. I've talked about we've got arrangements and we're lease shared arrangements with the US Marine Corps with vessels. We're also working with the US Army composite watercraft companies to upskill as well. All the vessels aren't going to be delivered overnight. We'll have the vessels delivered over a 10 to 12 year period. There'll be a continued use of civilian vessels to supplement our watercraft as they roll out. And when we're actually operating at a full operational capability, I think there'll still be support around the edges in terms of providing cargo lift and the like.
And then just a broader question around expeditionary and amphibious concepts. Will the new Littoral manoeuvre program adjust that or see an update in that? And what does that broader piece mean in terms of integration with the current amphibious ships operated by Navy?
I'm very conscious of the time. The short answer is yes. That concept is currently being reworked as we speak. And you almost looked at littoral manoeuvre and amphibious operations. If you looked at it as a two-circle Venn diagram, there's a really significant crossover between the two. Certainly our current amphibious doctrine is informing what we're doing in littoral manoeuvre, but I think that there will also be a backcast into our amphibious doctrine. You know, these are capabilities that together probably have not existed in the Australian Defence Force. We need to take stock and understand what that means when we combined it with the enhanced lethality of the maritime fleet, and we look at our long-range strike capabilities and our air platforms, and what space and cyber also bring to the party.
No, I think so. Terry, how about you?
Thanks, Anthony. Gentlemen, very interesting conversation. Really thought the discussion about workforce would come out, and it did. That was really enjoyed listening to that. Interesting to hear the benefits of the Strategic Shipbuilding Agreement. I think I'd like to see how that rolls out and how it compares to the way we've done it in the past, and that discussion about relationship contracting and the trust going through that. So, and for Major General Vag, we do have ERDFs and ROTMs, but they're likely the same, different name, and I've even been thinking about ERDFs, and especially my Priority 3 ERDFs, which are systems which have got plenty of redundancy. I don't really need to maintain them straight away. They attract quite a lot of political interest when we call them urgent defects. So I'd avoid that term if I was you. And I'm thinking about trying to change it as well. But thank you very much for your time. I thought this discussion was great, very timely. To go back to the navigation analogy, we're on the first track, I'd say, in this new course. On track, I guess, because we're still designing and we're about to go into production. And it's too early to tell if we're port or starboard track, but we're definitely safe and heading towards the first head mark. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel. We can just have you out the front for a photo and then conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this morning's panels. We'll reconvene in here at 1300, so if you could be seated at 12:55, please. And the first panel after lunch is National Curriculum and National Security, the classroom as an enabler for national defence.
I didn't care how used to be. But since I met you, baby, love got a hold on me. Ooh, it's got a hold on me now. Yeah. I can't let go of you, baby. I can't stop loving you now. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's busy, too busy to come to the phone. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's trying to start a new life of her own. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's happy, so why don't you leave her alone? And the operator says 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just gotta talk to her. I'll only keep her a while. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just wanna tell her goodbye. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's packing. She's gonna be leaving today. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's marrying a fella down Galveston Way. Sylvia's mother says, please don't say nothing to make her start crying and stay. And the operator says 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just gotta talk to her. I'll only keep her a while. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just wanna tell her goodbye. Sylvia's mother says Sylvia's hurrying. She's catching the 9 o'clock train. Sylvia's mother says, take your umbrella, 'cause Sylvia, it's starting to rain. And Sylvia's mother says, thank you for calling, and sir, won't you call back again? And the operator says 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just gotta talk to her. I'll only keep her a while. Please, Mrs. Avery, I just wanna tell her goodbye. Tell her goodbye. Please. got Betty Davis eyes. And she'll tease you, she'll unease you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. She got Greta Garbo, standoff size. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll let you take her home. Whet's her appetite? She'll lay you on the throne. She got Betty Davis eyes. She'll take a tumble on you, roll you like you were dice, until you come out blue. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you, off your feet with the crumbs she throws you. She's ferocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. And she'll tease you, she'll unease you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll tease you, she'll unease you, just to please you. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you. She knows ya. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
There is freedom within, there is freedom without. Try to catch the deluge in a paper cup. There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you'll never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win. Now I'm towing my car. There's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing my suspicion, but there's no proof. In the paper today, tales of war and waste, but you turn right over to the TV page. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win. touch of your hand makes my pulse react. That it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl, opposites attract. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? It may seem to you that I'm acting confused when you're close to me. If I tend to look dazed, I read it someplace. I've got cause to be. There's a name for it. There's a phrase that fits. But whatever the reason, you do it for me. Oh, what's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? I've been taking on a new direction, but I have to say, I've been thinking about my own protection. It scares me to feel this way. Oh, what's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? What's love got to do with it? What's love but a sweet old-fashioned notion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Ooh, got to do with it. What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
So true, funny how it seems, always in time, but never in line for dreams. Head over heels, went toe to toe. This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound. I bought a ticket to the world, but now I've come back again. Why do I find it hard to write the next line? Oh, I want the truth to be said.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth panel of Day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. This panel will discuss how the classroom is an enabler for national defence and how the national curriculum can support national security. Just two quick reminders. The first is that this and all other panels for this afternoon are being live streamed on the Navy YouTube channel with the links to be accessed, or which can be accessed through the Indo-Pacific 2025 application or website. And for those wishing to ask questions, if you can put those into the Slido app using the QR codes that will appear on the slides, and they're also available within the app for the conference as well. We'll raise those questions and pose those questions to the panel throughout each of the discussions. So they'll individual codes for each panel, and so just use that medium to deliver those. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our next panel. The panel will be hosted by the Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, and he's joined by a number of distinguished guests. The first of those is Mr Jeremy Carutz, the Deputy Secretary, Education and Skills Reform in the New South Wales Department of Education, Ms Teresa Lloyd, Chair of the Australian Maritime College and the University of Tasmania, Ms Chloe Reid, Managing Director, TAFE New South Wales, Mr Matt Opie, Chief Executive, Defence South Australia, and Rear Admiral James Lybrand, the Commander of the Australian Defence College. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025 from DCN, sir. Request you convene the panel.
All right, thanks, Anthony. And it's the after lunch shift, so I think we'll see a few people making their way back from lunch, but we promise to keep it interesting and up vibe because we don't want any of you to fall asleep after your lunch. It's an important subject that we're talking about today, and a real pleasure and privilege to have such a esteemed and diverse panel here today. Most of you will probably know this, but for the broader audience, as the Deputy Chief of Navy, I'm also the Head of Navy People Training and Resources. I always say I'm the guy that manages Navy's people, training, education and money. Suffice to say that this is a topic of particular interest to me. I also say to our people, when I talk about a career in the Navy or indeed more broadly in defence, that there's a bit of a grand bargain that we have with our people. And that grand bargain is that we ask them to serve their country, and that involves quite a bit of sacrifice on their part, long deployment cycles, often missing things and spending time away from loved ones, and often operating in arduous and sometimes dangerous circumstances. But in return, we will develop you through a mastery model of education, training and experience so that we develop you into someone that's suitably qualified and experienced at every part of your journey. And then by the time that you leave the organisation, you are certainly a far more employable person, and you're also someone that will have really grown as a person as well. And I feel that that grand bargain is actually one of the best offerings that Defence has for our people. In the context of national defence, platforms and technology are essential, and certainly that's true in the Navy context, but they're only as effective as the people who operate and sustain and animate those quite complex contraptions. Even as we move towards things like autonomous and optionally crewed systems, human capability will remain central. It's just moving where that human capability is. Furthermore, as we become a nuclear navy, the focus on fully understanding, tracking, and developing suitably qualified and experienced people is critical to assuring a safe and effective capability. And I want to just finish the opening remarks by saying that the link between education and national security is increasingly evident, and the themes that we've been talking about over the last few days really get to the Australian Defence Force broadening its thought, broadening its engagement across whole of government and the broader sectors. We talk a lot about defence industry, but another key partner for us is, of course, the National Education and Skilling Enterprise. And that's the theme that we do want to pick a bit at today. These are not peripheral concerns for our defence strategy. They are certainly central to generating the people that we need to deliver on that strategy. So I'm going to just open, as I've done with the previous panels, by just asking each of our panellists to talk a little bit about their particular roles or the organisational roles that they fulfil on national curriculum and national security, the classroom as an enabler for national defence. And I'm going to start with Jeremy, and I might ask you to make some opening remarks.
Sure, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege and honour to be invited to this panel. So I'm Jeremy Croots, the Acting Deputy Secretary of Education and Skills Reform at the New South Wales Department of Education. In my role, I've got the real privilege of leading essentially policy and strategy for schooling, higher education, vocational education and training and migration in New South Wales. So it's excellent to be here to talk with you all. I think there's some really, a couple of critical things for us to explore today as part of this panel conversation. I think when we think about curriculum, you know, in New South Wales, we run a specific curriculum that's based on the Australian curriculum, but one of the strengths across the country is just the breadth and depth of things that we teach our students in Australia. It's pretty unparalleled across the world in terms of the breadth of offering and the breadth of things that people learn, and I think that's a real strength and opportunity. I think one of the challenges for us, though, particularly in 2025, is how we get more focused in terms of pathways and what support looks like for kids as they start to exit the schooling system. You know, we've got a real wrestle where there's essentially a bit of a competition out there across all sectors and all industries about trying to get kids and school leavers into their particular industry and profession, and we're hard at work in the public education system to make sure we do that as coordinated as possible. And then I've also got the great privilege of essentially operating the apprenticeship and traineeship market in New South Wales and the government subsidised training market. So we obviously see a lot of movement between the schooling sector and the vocational education and training sector, and then higher education as well. So really looking forward to this conversation, because there's many things we can do in greater partnership with defence and with the defence industry, both from a statewide perspective, but also in specific geographies and specific locations. And it's great to also have Chloe Reid as Managing Director of TAFE New South Wales on the panel as well. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
Great, Jeremy. Thanks for opening with some of those key discussion points. I think we may end up talking a little more about curriculums and the roles they play in our discussions. But it's a good opportunity and a segue to Chloe. We talk a lot in defence about the TAFE sector. Certainly from our perspective in Navy, most of our sailors are engaged in technical type vocational endeavours, if you like, in our context, and many of them are now TAFE qualified through our system. So I might just give you the opportunity to give your opening thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me. As we said, I'm Chloe Reid, the Managing Director of TAFE, and I'm just getting over a cold, as you can probably hear. So I think for TAFE New South Wales, there's a few things that we are thinking about and wrestling with in the current sort of broader workforce market that are really, excuse me, are really applicable also to the defence sector. So your call out about how much of the workforce has technical roles is good for us, because that's firmly where we play. But we're really wrestling with a national curriculum that's led by all states and territories, has immense value in making sure that people have very, kind of similar and transferable skills across the country, versus the need for the tailoring of that to particular environments and particular industries. And so we're thinking about that in a couple of different ways. One is that the delivery of that national curriculum needs to still retain some flexibility of place, of cohort or of industry that we're trying to target. The second thing would be that increasingly as TAFEs move into a space where we're allowed and facilitated to sort of add on to that we can tailor that very specifically in partnerships. And so I know there's one with one of our TAFEs as part of a bigger consortium, Wodonga TAFE, doing some work to deliver what is essentially, for example, the Diploma of Engineering, but is tailored to the maritime or the defence context. And then the third thing that we think about is whether the pathways through the system from school, through TAFE, into university, back again, out to industry, back again, are flexible enough. And I think we're past a world where someone does a trade and stays in that trade for their whole life. I think people move around a lot more. And so how we can facilitate that and make those pathways visible to people. And if I might bring the personal into it, I'm the parent of a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, and I'm not sure I can tell you what their pathway would be if they wanted to serve in the Defence Forces, whether they would do the regular training first and then approach, like those things are not clear perhaps to parents. And so there's something that TAFE can play a role in making it clear for people when they're doing a training with us that they can go in all these different directions.
Thanks, Chloe. Some great points, and with 3 youngsters at a similar age, I think it's a very fair point. And it's interesting, certainly from our point of view, certainly in Navy, where if you look at a percentage of our workforce, a larger percentage of our workforce would be engaged up front in TAFE or TAFE-like training, and then later into sort of tertiary degree kind of training. And I think we have a role to play in defence in talking about the importance of those skills and making sure that we get the right balance of those skills, and in fact providing advice out external to the community about how does defence manage that, how do we integrate with the sector. So something that we might sort of come back to in the discussion. Teresa, I might go to you next. I just chaired a panel before lunch on our maritime sector, and one of the things that came up a number of times there was the paucity of opportunity, the difficulty in engaging the workforce in that sector. AMC is the largest sort of maritime college, probably not only in Australia but in the region. Just interested in your thoughts on how you interface with not just the Australian Defence Force but more broadly in the region.
Yeah, thank you very much. The Australian Maritime College is the National Institute for Maritime Training and has been around for just on 45 years now. That flies super annoying. We're based in Tasmania, as most people probably know, as part of the University of Tasmania, and operate across the vet, higher education and short course sectors. And really, the AMC is a melting pot of the maritime industry in Australia. I'm an alumni myself, but there's professional engineers, there's seafaring cohort, there's people training for defence, there's maritime logisticians, all of this happening around you, which gives a tremendous opportunity to have a look at other parts of the industry, not the one that you think you're necessarily heading towards. One of the great powers that the Maritime College has, of course, is their research and innovation and their focus on assisting the maritime enterprise of Australia to innovate and be what we need it to be for the future. So while we're training the seafarers of today and tomorrow and the engineers of today and tomorrow, we're also looking well ahead in terms of what technology needs to be and how we're going to grapple with the challenges that are coming. There's no greater time in terms of the opportunity for what's happening in the maritime industry. We had a conference last week and it reflected that some of the naval architects that are coming out today will never touch a ship that burns oil. So the opportunities ahead of us are enormous, and the AMC is very well placed with their world-class facilities in hydrodynamics, cavitation, AUV, simulation, to lead that charge and help the nation deliver what they need to deliver. And my role in that as the chair of the board is to make sure that we have the financial backing we need to have those facilities into the future. We have them now. That takes a lot of money to keep those facilities going. We need to make sure that we can do that, so those are there for the future, and that we can grow the student numbers. It's a pretty thin training market in maritime, and we need that cooperation to make sure that the graduates every year are of sufficient size to deliver what we need for the nation. We've done a bit of a study, I can talk about it later if you like, about where we think the numbers need to be and where they are today.
Great, thank you. Some really important opening points that fill out fill out between the lines on some of the discussions we had in earlier panels, and sort of talking about particular efforts. That's about the maritime sector, but Matt Opie, might ask you to talk a little bit about the very significant undertaking that South Australia has in terms of particularly that defence sector. Just in terms of the Navy, you're building our future surface combatants, you're also building our nuclear-powered submarines, somewhere in the order of 20-odd thousand people required uplift, many of them highly skilled workers. So how are you thinking about that challenge?
Thanks, and thanks for having me. So as Chief Executive of Defence SA, we are a state government agency charged with the growth and prosperity of the defence sector in South Australia. And that includes not only growing industry, but also ensuring we have the workforce and skills to be successful. We have those two main areas, growth of industry, we want Australian and South Australian industry to succeed on the back of these massive programs. If we don't succeed in that endeavour, the submarines will still be built. They'll be built with more foreign content, more foreign product and capability, rather than taking this opportunity to grow the Australian defence industry. The other area, of course, is workforce and skills. If we don't get that right, we're not building submarines. So if you ever hear our Premier talk, Premier Malinowskis is Minister for Defence and Space Industries. His number one priority and our number one risk is workforce and skills. To manage that, a few years ago, in conjunction with Prime Minister and Cabinet, we developed the rather unwieldy title of the South Australian Defence Industry Workforce and Skills Action Plan. It has 22 initiatives, all designed to support workforce and skills for continuous naval shipbuilding. Of course, that relates to Collins Lote, which commences next year. It relates to construction of the Hunter class and, of course, SSN AUKUS. 21 of those 22 initiatives have commenced. I can perhaps go into them in a bit more detail during the discussion. And more recently, last week, we hosted the UK Defence Select Committee into AUKUS, and one of their high priorities was understanding what we're doing in terms of workforce and skills. While we can always do more, it's hard to imagine what more we can do, frankly, right now. We think we've got a grasp of it as a state, but of course it's a national endeavour. So I can go into it more and look forward to talking about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. A lot of activity happening down there in South Australia, an enormous mountain to climb, but I think collectively we're up for the challenge, and we'll certainly double back on those points. I might now ask Admiral James Lybrand, Commander of the Australian Defence College, essentially the steward of our defence training, professional military education and training program, but also someone who engages very broadly, not just domestically, but with our regional partners. Some of your early thoughts. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Matt. I guess the nature of the college, for people who don't know, covers everything from initial entry training for joint officers all the way through to peace operations training in 5 large areas. ADFA, we've spoken about the War College, which constitutes Australian Command and Staff course, so the mid-level staff college for officers of all services, foreign and some selected APS people. The Defence Strategic Studies course, which is the Director or 06 level course. Capability Management Staff College, which effectively trains professional project managers. And what's called part-time staff college, from which we get about 90 people a year running through on a shortened program, but get them the main components of the staff college. Additionally, through the War College, we run a range of professional short courses to upskill people in about 7 different areas of professional military study. We have the Defence Education Learning Training Authority, which is our interface with really the National Skilling Program, and by dint of which I'm also the Chief Executive Officer of the Defence Registered Training Organisation, so I issue all qualifications for ADF people. A second order impact of that is the link to one of the RCVDS recommendations, recommendation 83, one of which we're looking at where skilling is provided at people's end of service, and we're in a nascent program to discuss that with TAFE more broadly, TAFE New South Wales specifically. Professional mastery we conduct through our Centre for Defence Leadership and Ethics and Joint Professional Military Education. And as far as joint goes, we fill in the gaps between what the services do in their own individual PME programs. And the last component is really the training component of ADC, which is the ADF Training Centre with peace operations training, foreign language training, in which we teach 26 different languages, English language training, the chaplains, Joint Chaplains College, and the ADF Warfare Training Centre, where we conduct all the ADF joint warfare training. Importantly to note, beyond that point I made about skilling, the Defence College doesn't really do skilling activities, we do education and training.
Thanks, James. A very broad span of things and activities that happen in the ADF, and I think Chloe made the point before that we're perhaps not that good at telling our story of what our offering is for young Australians. A bit of a plug for the Navy Life Expo going on at the moment. Part of what it's seeking to do is to illuminate that, but how we sort of industrialise that and get that out there in front of young Australians who are thinking about careers, not just in the Defence Force, but in the broader enterprise, our shipbuilding, Sustainment enterprise, space, other enterprises are really important. One of the things that I think the audience in this, both in this room and online, is going to be very interested in is STEM. And nearly, as I look across the requirements in Navy in particular, but with our maritime enterprise partners, increasingly we're looking for students who are engaged in STEM, who are doing, maths and physics, chemistry, these kinds of things at school. It's not always the sort of subjects that students at the moment are necessarily naturally engaged in, but it is the basic language that we need them to do the follow-on training. And I can see the CEO of Engineers Australia in the audience, and she would be no doubt saying something similar about just how important it is to get those building blocks. So I might start first with Jeremy, and then I'm going to ask Chloe afterwards a question. Jeremy, from a policy perspective, how do we inspire the next generation to pursue STEM and technical pathways? And for Chloe, how do we similarly inspire youngsters to understand the value of TAFE and vocational training as maybe their first port of call? So I might start with you, Jeremy, on that one.
I think it's a great question. I think at a foundational level, we've got to make sure we've got that kind of, for want of a better term, core content offering right in schools that's engaging for students to go into a classroom to learn about. We're grappling with this a little bit with our partners across government in relation to the housing and construction industry in particular. So we've got a public high school out in Seven Hills in Western Sydney. It's a vocational high school. And when you go into a facility that's been funded by the government, the kids are learning maths, but they don't know they're learning maths essentially. So they are learning plumbing and they're learning, things in and outside of the construction industry, and they're being taught what is essentially algebra and complex maths equations, but it's in the context of how to, work out the right number or amount of concrete to pour, or how you can work out how water's flowing in a particular direction in a pipe. And I'm being reductive here, but those kids are far more engaged in that learning than simply sitting in front of a teacher who might be in front of a whiteboard, and they're engaging in a completely different way, and they're exceeding and doing much better than their peers who otherwise might just be having that traditional classroom experience. So I think we've got to think differently about how we're engaging kids in that kind of core STEM content as well, and there's some really good examples across New South Wales too. And I think the other thing we've got to do is we've got to think more about the exposure opportunities, about what those pathways look like as well, and we need to do that far earlier. So I think some of the conversations we're having as a public education system now, if I take that example in Seven Hills, they've got kids coming in primary school now to do in year 4, let's look at what it's like to pour concrete as an example. Let's give you exposure opportunities. We probably used to think about that a little bit too late. They're not out there obviously pouring concrete, but they're out there getting interested, year 3, year 4 kids coming in to actually understand what diversity of pathways might look like as well. So I think we've got to think about how we make it engaging and think a bit more about what it looks like beyond the traditional classroom environment.
Yeah, I mean, that's a exciting prospect, and that just engaging people in the science, engaging them in the technology, it's an incredibly important thing. And Chloe, just in terms of that transition sort of from school into TAFE, the TAFE sector and TAFE training, and then obviously into jobs, how do you motivate people to consider that a worthy thing to get involved in, and their parents, of course, too?
Well, yeah, that was the place I was going to go to first. So Jeremy's absolutely right that people make decisions pretty early, much earlier than we always thought that they would. So Aboriginal students decide not to go to university. They decide it's not for them. In primary school, girls decide that they're bad at maths by, year 4 or year 5. And so those things are really important. The other thing that's really important is research that says even though we've got young adults like my two who are really, they have their own interests, they have their own personality, the biggest single deciding factor in what they do after school is still their mum. It's not their parents, I'm thrilled to say, it is their mum. And so there is something about the way we're communicating what it is to have practical, vocational, real world careers, the value of those, where they can take you, because I think people still think of that kind of, oh, well, if you do electrotech, you're going to be a Sparky, you're going to be forever. Actually, you could be about a million things. And universities have done a great job at this. People say, oh, are you going to uni? Well, I mean, that's a million different types of training. It's a whole range of different courses, different modes of learning. It is not one thing. And yet somehow universities have managed to present this kind of uni is a goal as opposed to a particular course or a particular destination. And the vet sector and TAFEs in particular need to really raise that profile of what it means to go to TAFE and also simplify it for people so they can see what the choices they're making are, I think.
Now, it's a great answer, and one of the things that we're focused on is that transitionary arrangement, that just because you start somewhere doesn't mean you can't find your way through that mastery pathway. And I think increasingly a lot of our people in Navy see themselves starting with, and it's something where they're absolutely on the tools with a more vocational face, and then they move their way through the tertiary training as a sort of lifetime of learning. And trying to sort of get that out there, I think, is really important. And I know Admiral Lybrand down the end, he might have a chance later, but started life as a tradesperson before moving, into the officer cohort and doing tertiary education, and now running that is a good living example. I did promise that I'd give people in the room the chance to get some questions, so Anthony's going to tee us up with a few Slido questions from the out there in Cyberland and in the room, perhaps.
Yeah, no, good to go, sir. So the first one's for Jeremy. We heard about the concept of ocean literacy yesterday. How do we inculcate this into our education system to foster a national approach?
I think it's a great question. I think it goes back to, the breadth and depth of that curriculum offering, and I think it's really important. I mean, you could obviously contemplate it in the context of a geography lesson or a geography course, but I think the contextual piece and how you deliver it is really important as well. I think I'd go back to how do you make it practical and realistic and something that someone in the classroom can relate to, because obviously it's not just about the foundational piece. You don't just want them to have the knowledge, you want them to kind of know what you want them to do with that knowledge. Do you want to build foundational knowledge in something because you want to make a career in defence more attractive, a career in the Navy more attractive? And I think the way that you frame that question actually leads you to actually potentially answer it in a slightly different way in terms of where in the curriculum you might place an offering like that.
Excellent. The next one flows on from the discussion around informing parents about the options of service. This one goes to what channels and mediums do we use? DC and I yesterday spoke about death scrolling and things like that, but I suppose welcome the panel members' views on the mediums that you use that you find effective and how you're using technology to get your message out there.
Yeah, great question, and I'm like all over Instagram now. My boys send me stuff on Instagram. They like read back to me the Navy Instagram, so I know it's landing in that sort of early 20s to late teens sector. Interested, Teresa, your views there. We talked about people not necessarily understanding what's happening in the maritime sector. So how are you seeking to sort of get that word out there about the viability of roles there?
Yeah, I'd love to say we're all over Instagram, but I'm not sure we're there yet. We've been running quite an old school program called Engineering Our Futures, with our partners being the industry that use the skills that we produce, and going out to high schools all over the country, so with alumni and someone from the college, to actually talk people through what is on offer. The Maritime College is obviously a little bit of a challenging sell for many because you need to move to Tasmania. And it's not on the radar of many people that don't live on the coast. So that's the approach we've taken. It is showing quite a lot of success. Our enrolments for next year are about twice what they were, our graduating class for this year. So we're very pleased with how that's working, but it is obviously labour intensive, and looking at the other ways that we can get that message out is something we need to be doing more of. And also the breadth of what we do now. It is not just seafaring jobs or sort of boring engineering. It is absolutely fascinating, the work in artificial reefs, autonomous vehicles. The list goes on, and I think we need to get the imagery out there, to be honest. Stop using words and start using pictures.
Yeah, the shorter the better is what I'm told. And yeah, grabbing something in a couple of shorts, apparently they're called, so the boys tell me. But getting your information out there in a pithy short is going to capture the imagination. Matt, I know that Defence SA's really got a very active program, given that mountain that we've got to climb. Do you want to just provide some insights on that?
Sure, thank you. And just picking up on the last subject, the 22 initiatives I referred to, one of them is called Find Your Place. It's an online campaign to educate high school and young adults what the opportunities are working in defence industry. And Chloe and Jeremy are quite right. We need to get education out there in primary schools so students and young people aren't limiting their options too early. We want them to be able to do STEM through high school so they can make informed decisions. A couple of the other initiatives as part of the action plan includes preschool for 3-year-olds will be introduced into every area of South Australia. Why are we interested in that? Because these 3-year-olds will be the ones serving on First of Fleet for SSN AUKUS. So we need to give them the opportunities to get the education and the skills required to serve on those platforms, whether they're indeed in uniform or whether they're supporting them. The initiatives extend through primary school into high school. The South Australian Government has implemented 5 technical colleges, similar to what Jeremy was talking about. These are old school tech colleges where students in year 10 can elect to do an apprenticeship. One is in Findon in the western suburbs, not far from Osborne, specialising in welding and advanced manufacturing. So when those students graduate high school, they'll have a trade certificate in welding or manufacturing. They'll have their high school certificate or SACE, and they'll have a job offer from BAE Systems. In Tonsley in the southern suburbs is specialising in advanced manufacturing and engineering, and the Heights High School in the northern suburbs is specialising in aerospace. A great initiative. And then it extends into degrees. In conjunction with BAE Systems, based on a UK model, we have implemented degree apprenticeships. So the engineers amongst you will know that you do need to do 14 weeks work experience in industry in your degree. This is a 5-year software engineering degree, and they do 50% of that 5 years embedded in industry, in this case in BAE Systems. They get paid, effectively, if you like, a cadetship wage, but BAE then get to look at them. They get their security clearances in year 2, so by the time they graduate, they're very well entrenched in the company and basically workforce ready. Another initiative that I'm quite interested in is through the new Adelaide University, a global executive MBA in defence and space. It's really exciting and cool, not because it's a global degree, not because it combines defence and space as an MBA, it's because I designed it. But we've now completed a couple of cohorts. That was in a previous role at the university. We've had one uniformed person graduate. He was an officer from Space Command, DCN. We'd welcome more uniformed people on it. And that is, as it says, it's done in conjunction with Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh and Exeter University and formerly UniSA, now Adelaide Uni. Truly global degree focusing on issues that you'd expect in an MBA relating to defence and space. So there is a continuum there. It goes from 3-year-old preschool through to STEM in primary schools, tech colleges, and then higher education. So I think the key thing is give young people the options and make them informed so they're not discounting choices early.
Yeah, there's just so many great things going on out there. Sadly, this 53-year-old won't be able to serve in SN AUKUS. Alas, that opportunity won't quite get there. But for the 3-year-olds, I think that's pretty remarkable and exciting. Anthony, what else have we got from the team there?
So next one is, what partnership opportunities exist for Navy or broader defence to influence the NAPLAN curriculum to promote our maritime identity and interest in STEM and social sciences?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I might go to James Lybrand there just for your perspectives on that one.
It's a little outside the scope of ADC. If I might put a quick backward step on it for ADFA. ADFA, for the first time this year, went online for its open day in August just like this program does, so we can reach more people with what Navy's doing. So ADFA will continue to do that each year, although we get lots and lots of people in Canberra to it and the adjacent university open days. It's more accessible to the Australian public, particularly those people outside of New South Wales and the ACT. For NAPLAN, though, and people, my personal opinion on that is that the transition to a more technical defence force, not just Navy, in particular for Navy, though, being a nuclear Navy, my starting position was that we would need to upskill all rates of people by one educational level. So to your point about year threes and looking at it from a South Australian perspective, I think is totally indicative of that. That is also, I think, important more generally for us as a nation. If we walk down the competition spectrum any further towards what could become a national effort at some later stage, the importance of a common curriculum, your ability to gain skills, transition them into state recognised TAFE skills in the National Skills Framework is important to transition people in and out of defence, I think, at the same time, if we want to get more people in or critical trades out.
Some great points in the link to the military context. I'll just quickly ask you, Jeremy, because it's probably an area where you do have some engagement in.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that question?
Yeah, so I would say on the curriculum point, I mean, industry should certainly be engaging with education departments across the country, should be engaging with the Australian Curriculum and Assessment and Reporting Authority, which is ACARA, which designs the national curriculum. But I think it goes more broadly to the point we've been talking about on this panel here, which is curriculum is one aspect of it, but the engagement aspect is so important as well, right? Because it doesn't matter what we want to teach kids in the classroom if they're not engaged in that content, and if they don't see a pathway from that traditional learning to something that excites them, that'll take them throughout their career, then regardless of what that content is, they're just not going to be as engaged in it. So I think that's where industry really needs to partner with schools across the country and with education departments and with TAFEs and with universities to build that engagement. You know, we've got a program in New South Wales called the Regional Industry Education Partnerships Program. We've had 17 defence partners with us in the last year. That's about us trying to overcome this challenge, whereas if you're a careers advisor in a high school, you're essentially overwhelmed by people knocking on your door constantly saying, can we grab your kids about this? Can we grab your kids about that? Because there's so many skill shortages across the state and the country. So in New South Wales, we tried to centralise that a little bit. So in the last week, we are essentially the front door. In many circumstances, we've had in the last year, we've worked with 17 industry partners, particularly in regional high schools, and brought them in to talk to around 300,000 high school kids about industry sector opportunities, particularly in relation to defence, 277 high schools. What that's about, though, is it's, yes, about the statewide campaign, but it's actually about practically, you know, what's going on in the Hunter, what's happening in the Illawarra, what's happening in the Riverina region, to give kids a real practical insight about this is the specific pathway that's available to you. Because I think if you get them there and then connect it back to what they're learning in the classroom, that's where the real opportunity is. You've got to do both, in my opinion.
Great answer. We've probably got time for one more, I think. Anthony from...
There's one there about how migration and education connects. I don't think we've got time to delve into that, but I've got one there for Teresa about has the Australian Maritime College looked at doing a training ship, or with what you were saying before, with the advances in other areas, have some of those things become less necessary or less pertinent to your training and education, and that you need to look at other forms of training?
Yeah, I think we heard in the session before lunch that we're always going to need ships. I think we'd all love a training ship, but the country's decided we can't afford it. So the way we undertake that sort of technical training, we have simulators, we have engine simulators, we have engine workshops. So we have all the parts of ships, but we don't have a training ship, and I think it'd be quite hard to justify the expense of it right now. But we do need to look after the facilities we do have. Otherwise, we're at risk of losing those as well. So that's my little plug for keeping what we've got going.
Okay, and I suppose just one final one for Chloe, just your comments there around, the message in defence, getting it out, the generalisations or the contextualised challenges that defence needs to break down to be able to get that message out. Is there one that you could think of that comes to hand that would assist us in getting that message out better and quicker and probably in a more appropriate fashion?
I think if we look, it feels like we come full circle, right back to your opening remarks about what it is that the armed forces offer to the people who work there. that kind of bargain. We ask you for this and this is what we give you in return. I don't think that's clear, but it also is a vehicle. It's a vehicle to articulate to people how different it is to what they think it is in their, they've seen the movies or whatever. And that there is mobility between the kind of civilian and the defence forces, and that we really explore what that looks like and to make it as easy as possible, because I think, I don't think anybody gets to rely on linear pathways and traditional pathways anymore. So you can imagine a world, for example, where a woman who's leaving the workforce and wants to re-enter a workforce finds it hard to come back in, and the defence forces could be there to say, actually, we're an employer who will let you be part-time, who will help you upskill, who will train you in different things, who will give you different opportunity, who will support the whole of your life. Like those challenges are the things that I think the defence forces are much more modern than people think they are, and so they don't understand the bargain. They don't understand that offer that you have as a value proposition to working there, I think.
Excellent. What a great way to finish off this panel. I feel like we could talk about these things for much longer, but there are other panels to come. Third panel I've chaired, it's been a real privilege. This one's been very exciting. I'm going to make sure I get Mahan in, because if I don't, the Sea Power Centre will think that I've been derelict in my duty. Mahan said in, kind of circa 1890-something language that the depth and character of the population was one of the factors that contributed to a nation being able to build a strong and robust navy. I think that is very true. For a country like Australia with only about 27 million people, spread across vast distances, having spent much of my career in Western Australia, that's very, very clear to you when it's easier to fly to Auckland than it is to Perth. So having, that thread, that national endeavour, the national curriculum, the national skills base, really important. But I think the theme that's really come out today is how do we message that? How do we engage young Australians to be involved in education and upskilling? How do we get them engaged in STEM? And from our perspective, how do we help them understand that a career in defence and in the greater defence enterprise is something really worthwhile doing? I very much thank my panellists. You've all been great and very engaging. Thanks for the great questions we have, and look forward to the panels following.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our fantastic panellists.
Thanks. We're going to get a quick photo now.
We'll just go out the front for a photo. Just on the cross there, and then everyone on the side, please.
Go either side.
Yes, please. Yeah, no, just right. Thank you very much. No, thank you. Thanks, Shane. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the fourth panel of day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference, and we'll now commence the fifth panel, which will discuss military recruitment amongst various international navies, their lessons learned and what the future looks like. The panel host is the Head of Military Personnel, Rear Admiral Letitia Van Stralen, and she is joined by 3 exceptional panel members. They are Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, the Chief of Personnel from the Australian Defence Force, Vice Admiral Angus Topshee, the Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy, and Rear Admiral Garen Golding, the Chief of Navy of the Royal New Zealand Navy. Hello, ma'am. How you going? Yes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and Admiral Van Stralen, ma'am, I'll hand to you to convene the panel, please.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's get started here. So first of all, military recruitment is obviously quite a topical issue at the moment. There are many challenges ahead of us, particularly as we look at our shifting geopolitical climate in our region and for other nations across the world as well. And we are all having quite similar difficulties in recruiting and meeting those targets. So we're all challenged by generations or current generations that may not be as interested in the security that these our careers provide, individuals that don't want to leave their homes, their families, their friends to go and serve, industries that are paying much greater amounts in wages. So we're competing against all of these factors. But the question then really becomes, how do we compete and how do we actually grow our workforces and how do we actually attract these people from across different generations, different cultural backgrounds and really entice them to come and be part of our Defence Forces. And as I said, it's not just the Australian Defence Force, it's all of our nations. And so we'll talk some more about those sorts of challenges in a moment, but our panel today brings together individuals who have combined decades of service and military experience in their respective services within Australia, New Zealand and Canada. And undoubtedly each of them will bring a range of interesting and new perspectives to our panel today. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, our Chief of Personnel for the Australian Defence Force, Vice Admiral Angus Topshie, Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy, and Rear Admiral Garen Golding, Chief of Navy, Royal New Zealand Navy. So I'd just like to offer each of our panellists an opportunity to make a few opening remarks. I'll ask some questions and then we'll hopefully have some questions from the audience and online. Ma'am, over to you.
Hi everyone, thanks Tish, it's great to be here and for everyone in the room. Thank you for coming to listen to us all. We all have shared experiences and my Five Eyes colleagues and I actually all get together on a regular basis and help one another learn through our shared experiences. Each of us would have similar problems, but some slightly different in relation to our different approaches. For the Australian Defence Force, we have had a shift in focus, and if those people were listening to the Chief of Defence Force talk this morning, what does it mean to be an integrated focus force? Our design of the Australian Defence Force is critical, so we've changed how we look at ourselves in a people system construct, and we now apply a systems and engineering lens in terms of we come from a designed lens, targets for recruiting are set for us, and then we work with the Australian community and population around those targets to provide them to the force generators, so the services. So we take a potential lens and rely on our incredible trainers to train people for service, because we all remain volunteer militaries. And so the people who turn up at the door wanting to serve their country are the people that we need to remove barriers for service for and enable that service to happen. Our focus in recruiting for this financial year for us in particular is about going faster. How do we enable people to join their militaries and go faster in terms of that process, while still ensuring, as you would all expect, that the people we bring into the military are able to come in and be safe in their employment. So looking at the aptitude medical arrangements and that they know what they're signing up for in psychological safety perspective. Then it's about, in the current people system approach, the trainers, the careers, developing that professional mastery and defence mastery, ensuring healthcare across a career, and ensuring that if people choose to leave, they leave with well and with dignity and are enabled to continue to contribute to the Australian Defence Force in a reserve construct if that's what they are able to do. So that's, in a summary sense, a really large people system approach, and we are only 2 years young into ensuring that approach, of which the front end absolutely is recruiting.
Great, thanks ma'am. Sir, from Canada.
Yeah, so as you said, problems are very, very similar for us. Our context is a bit different in that back in 1968, the 3 services were integrated into a single Canadian Armed Forces and all of our functions were centralized, including recruiting and basic entry training. And so to this day, all of our advertising for the Canadian Armed Forces is Canadian Armed Forces advertising. So every ad for the Navy shows somebody running through the woods with a gun and somebody flying a plane, which are not necessarily attracting sailors. So those are things that we're working to address. We've spent a lot of effort in trying to figure out how to do a better attractions work. One of the unique things about Canada is that we are very much a maritime nation in everything but the minds of the population of Canada. And so to get people to understand the importance of the sea and even to connect them to the Navy, it takes a tremendous amount of work. And so we'll regularly send a ship into all over the Great Lakes. In fact, we sent one of our ships that has recently been to both the Arctic and Antarctic, as far west as you can go in Canada, all the way to Thunder Bay on the far end of Lake Superior.
to do an attractions campaign, and it managed to give ships tours to 5% of the population of Thunder Bay, the biggest city in that area. What we don't know is if that makes any difference at all. So we've introduced Affinitus software, which is from Salesforce, to try and track, do these ship visits turn into engagements? Do they turn into prospects? Do those turn into recruits? And how can we do that all faster? Really trying to use data to figure out that part of the problem. But fundamentally, we're still stuck with the challenge of medical and security clearances to the point where historically our median file processing time is 271 days. So that means half the files take longer than 9 months. We've dropped that down to 240 days, which I would not celebrate as a victory because that still means apparently our core demographic is those people who have nothing better to do than to sit in their parents' basement for 8 months waiting for us to get back to them. And again, probably not the people we're looking to attract. So being the commander of the Navy, I can only control what I can control. I can't control recruiting for the regular force. But I do own recruiting to the reserve. And so what we've been doing is really pushing all of our energy into the Naval Reserve divisions. There's 24 of them across Canada. We're going to grow that footprint to 32 to make sure every major metropolitan area of Canada has a reserve division, which is the face of the Navy to Canadians. They serve as a place to attract and expose Canadians to the Navy, recruit them, and actually do the initial training, picking up on something that the British do as a candidate preparation course to assist you before you go off on basic training. It's more of a warm start to things. And so the idea there is that we can process files in using our fitness test, medical questionnaire, and a reliability check to basically recruit 90% of candidates within 21 days is the target we're setting. After enrollment, we'll do the medical, and in order to remain in service, they'll have to complete a security clearance to secret level and demonstrate a clean medical within the first year or two of service. We're still waiting to see where we'll set that threshold. If they can't, they're out. That gives us a chance to bring them in. And then my goal is very simple. I transfer them into the regular force, which I control the component transfer from reserve to regular. And so that allows us to bring people in through a method that is more tailored to the Navy, more focused on sailors, and more optimized for speed. And the success so far this year is that while the centralized recruiting system is somewhere around 35% of the target, 50% of the way through the service year, the Naval Reserve recruiting effort is at 75% of the target, half the way through the year. Unfortunately for them, I've now moved the target to what it was, 150% of the original target. And I expect them to deliver on that because we're short people and we're really trying to be responsive and reactive to what Canadians need. It is an interesting environment. We share these problems, but fundamentally, the youth of today are fantastic people. They're just a little bit different in how we need to attract them, how we need to get them engaged and interested, but in the end, they will perform better than we will, and better than we did, I think. So I think the future is bright if we can make the system work the way we need it to.
Great, thanks, Sue. And New Zealand?
Kia ora. I think in my opening, I'll just provide a little bit of context around the New Zealand Navy, and then we can work through the recruiting component to it. So the New Zealand Navy obviously has some challenges but opportunities at the moment. In regards to the challenges, we've had a high attrition event post-COVID, so we've had 500 of a workforce of what was 2,600 at the time leave our service in a very short period, mainly in the middle management section. So that's had quite a significant impact on our ability to get ships to sea. Currently we've got 2 tied up. All but one of our ships in our Navy reach the end of life of type in the next decade. So we're dealing with older ships. We've got 8 ships, 5 different classes of ships. So the experience that our sailors get from going from ship to ship is different, and it creates a whole lot of training overheads. So with those challenges comes opportunities because we're looking at transforming our Navy, and as part of that, it's not just about the replacement ships that we're getting after. We just got to do things fundamentally different. So in regards to that, we've got to move to a distributed training network, try and get more simulation, emulation into our training. When we go future in our fleet, it's going to be a crewed, uncrewed construct in order to have that value add. So with those opportunities, we just need to go, as we transition into that future Navy, what does that mean for recruitment? When you lose a lot of your middle management, your actual first thing to do is to retain the people you have. So we're putting a lot of effort into the retention of our people. And then any re-enlistment is a bonus, because anything that comes through the door now is going to take 10 years to push that hole through the system. So retain our people, try and re-enlist. So whenever we have a retention scheme or an allowance adjustment, we always ring back the people that have left and say, hey, will this change the calculus for you to come back and serve? If we get a no, then at least we're maintaining contact with those people. As far as the recruitment, we've got another initiatives, and we can draw those out in the question sets, but it's about attracting the 16 to 24-year-olds and how you go about that. We've got a pretty good recruitment advertising going on and attraction campaign at the moment around a team that you can count on. So we're trying to draw about that sense of belonging, that it's all based on a challenge. They're presented with the challenge, and then if you're going to accept that challenge, you're not in it alone, you'll be doing it as a team. And we have this concept of Navy family, or whānau, as we call it in New Zealand, and we're trying to introduce that to those that are coming through the door, so they're joining a broader family, an extension of their own one. So we can probably leave it at that, and then we can draw out more questions around any of those.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yes, you're
Thanks.
taking on my questions then. So, you know, and we look at the Australian Navy too, and with our future particularly, you know, with AUKUS, the future frigates, and, you know, I sit there and wonder sometimes, how do we grow this workforce to actually meet those challenges into the future? And we're all sharing similar sorts of challenges, I think, particularly with ageing platforms, and still a ways off for actually some of those future capabilities. So it is so important that we continue to, you know, to have this inflow, this recruitment, and meet our targets, so that we are actually building that workforce for the future. You know, the 17, 18-year-olds will be in our positions in not too far into the future, and will be retired. But anyway, so I think we touched a little bit on that attraction piece, and I think that's so important, particularly, you know, when we are looking to that 16 to 24-year-olds. We're also then looking at up to 35-year-olds and beyond, but also their influencers too, their teachers, their parents and friends and families, etc., that actually, you know, talk to them about these opportunities in their careers. So, but what we hear sometimes, though, is that this generation lacks national pride. They're gamers, they're not really interested in serving their country. So I guess the question then, and I'll start off with General Fox, how do we actually attract that younger generation?
Thanks, Tish. So the average age on joining the Australian Defence Force is 23. And so we've looked at the population demographics, and in Australia, we know that the items that we can control are all about where we can take risk, are in medical, psychological and aptitude areas if we train. But there is a population demographic around obesity, education aspects somewhat, disability, crime, drugs that prevent people from serving. So what we have looked about in our attraction in particular is being in places where youth are. And so I get a lot of questions, but you're not advertising on TV. And that's because the youth that we're aiming to attract in that 17 to 24-year-old demographic are not actually watching TV. They're on YouTube, they're on TikTok, they're on a whole raft of social media, they're on games. And so we have reframed how we do our attraction in particular to be where youth are. So we're advertising in cinemas because youth are still going to movies, but they're watching in Deadpool. So we've advertised in Deadpool, Alien, Romulus, Sleeping Dogs. We are on games like Rocket League, League of Legends, FIFA. We're on and in a partnership with Lad Bible that we're doing different content integration and items like Ask Me Anything, Operation Newbie, I'm Going In. They're all segments with Lad Bible where people in the age demographic that we're looking to have conversations with are asking these questions. That's all attraction in order for people to come to recruiting and then talk with our incredible people that are in the recruiting or ADF careers that then talk about what life is like. So the people posted into recruiting are then having those conversations to actually convert into roles. We also changed our advertising because we had been told by marketing experts that we were confusing the Australian population. They didn't know where they were going, and we know that around a third of people coming into our recruiting centres actually are not sure on what career they want to have. So we reframed our recruiting. We do advertise now for ADF careers, but we actually show the service. That's about attracting for the conversation, and then the great people have then the actual conversations in the centres about aptitude to join. We have adjusted as well, in part, our medical entry standards. Not actually changed them, but made them contemporary in terms of they hadn't been reviewed for some of them for over 25 years. So we were saying to kids who had braces, you can't join. Or we were saying to people with perhaps some psoriasis, you can't join, but if you actually had that when you were in service, we would retain you. We had told people who had infertility problems you couldn't join the Australian Defence Force. So what we have done is contemporised our medical entry standards. We have not adjusted psychological entry standards at all, and we have held on those. What we're doing is making service more accessible, advertising, so widening the eligibility, widening the understanding of the Australian Defence Force to convince people to give it a shot. Tish mentioned, and Sen in Canada from Canada mentioned young people. There is this theory that young people don't actually want to join. I would also counter that. I think they do. We've had over 75,000 applications to join the ADF. What we do though, we talk about service. We put that wrap of that language of service around people. But when I look at applications, I see young people saying, I want to give back to my community. I want to do something that makes a difference. That is actually service, and we put that language around it. So I think the young generation actually do want to contribute to Australia. We just need to be careful about the language we put around it to account for the generations.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. And I always like sitting next to you. You know all about those games and movies when we're sitting in Senate estimates, and I've got no clue what any of them are.
I'm not very good at those games, and I think my husband's somewhere in the audience and he would vouch for that.
Thanks, ma'am. And certainly from the ADF perspective, you know, we've had a contractor, we've been in a partnership with a contractor for over 20 years doing our recruiting, and we do it as a joint, joint ADF recruitment, as opposed to, I know a number of the services still, or another number of defence forces still have service-specific recruiting. So, and I think, you know, from Canada's experiences, certainly, you know, recruiting to the Canadian Armed Forces as opposed to the Navy has its challenges, as we heard. So, but I'll just ask Admiral Golding, so I think, you know, the teams in the Navy family, that's quite enticing. And is that having good effect? Are you seeing some good results in that attraction?
It's a new advertising attraction strategy, but we've always internally with the Navy, and I noticed that Admiral Hammond does it as well, is talk about the importance of whānau or family, and so it's not something new that we're putting out there. We're just entering into as an attraction tool to say, you know, we're a large family, if you want to come and join us, kind of thing. But I share similar viewpoints in that I don't think the younger generation lacks a sense of service. I certainly don't pick up on that. I just think it's the way that we attract them. It takes too long, and pretty much what Angus said, that if we can't get them in the door and they sit around too long, they will become bored with us and move on to another area. One thing that we've found quite successful is, and we've stolen a good idea, so don't try and create your own. Our Air Force did a schools to air program. It starts with the teachers. You bring them in and you give them an air experience, and we've adopted it. Now it's schools to seas, obviously. So we bring the teachers from some of the large schools around New Zealand into the naval base, and we give them an experience. We talk about what the different skills, particularly in trades that are available in the STEM area, is where it started, but we're starting to expand beyond that. And you know, they have a deeper understanding when they go back, and as part of their teaching and educating, they can also provide some conversation around when they reach that year 12 or 13, what kind of career do they want to go after. The teachers have the experience and understanding to kind of talk about option sets. And so we've taken that step further, and in addition to the teachers, we get, at the moment, we've focused on our wahine, our women, so young women coming and having the experience, but now we've expanded it to both sexes, obviously. in both genders, and that has been really successful for us to tell our story and to show that family construct to it. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. And you know, that diversity in our workforce is so important too. You talked about women, and for the Australian Defence Force, we have just about 20.5% women participation, and you know, trying to attract young women too can be difficult at times. And you know, young women need to be able to see, to be able to do. So it's really important to, especially in that attraction and advertising. Certainly from our perspective too, in the ADF, we have that education, as Admiral Topshie talked about, that education for the regions. People don't see ships. They don't see the maritime sort of environment, particularly if they're in country areas and those sorts of things. So for us, having a mobile application centre and our pop-up centres around Australia, it's actually that education, and so people can hear and see and actually learn what we do. So you spoke about, you know, getting your ships into the Great Lakes. That's quite extraordinary. Is there any other? I'd love to see that. Is there any other sort of attraction activities that you've been taking on to really focus on our younger generation?
Yeah, so we're trying to reach them in any way we can. As you've noted, they don't watch television. They watch a different... So we had to go out and get a special dispensation from the Government of Canada to be allowed to advertise on TikTok. We were able to make the case that if we want to recruit youth, we have to go where they are, despite the concerns around the platform. So we can't do it off of government devices, but we can at least use the service now. We are trying to find ways to put the Navy in front of Canadians. One of the plans with our Naval Reserve expansion is to get a small training vessel, basically a patrol, 100-foot patrol vessel at every one of our Naval Reserve divisions that touches water. And the idea being that to get Canadians regularly out on the water to see a grey hull, to see the naval ensign, and to have the opportunity to take school groups, to take cadets, to take scouts and others, to see and make that something that they're exposed to. Because our sense is that you have to expose people about 7 times before it really imprints. And the sooner you can start to imprint the idea of a Navy career onto people, the more likely they are to embrace it. I think the propensity to serve and a sense of purpose is a core part of this. And what's interesting is that sometimes it takes an external trigger to get that. You know, for us, it's when you know, someone suggests that we should become the 51st state. Suddenly, there's a lot more patriotism. You know, or if we're playing ice hockey against the U.S. or baseball, suddenly again, people rally around the flag and feel the surge of patriotism. And it's important for us to figure out how do we then become associated with that, so that they recognize there are other ways to manifest that sort of desire to do something that is beyond themselves. And I think we're all in the same boat. If you can find a way to connect with that, that's great. But then you have to be able to, you know, once you've got that hook set, reel it in appropriately. The concern I have with today's anxious generation is some ways we need to make it as simple as possible to get over the threshold of joining so that they get comfort. I'm of a mind right now that I think we need to cast a much wider net, but with a much greater willingness to, you know, have people fall out of that as they go through. And so get more people in the door, expose more people to the Navy, but be quicker to sort of say, yeah, you know what, this isn't working out for you, maybe try something else. We've exposed you to it, and you have a sense of what naval service is like. You might talk about others with it. And our structures don't always align to that. For a long time, our initial entry was a minimum of 3 years. One of the things we've done, and like Aaron, I like stealing ideas from others, we introduced a 1-year naval experience program that's just a 365-day commitment. It seemed like a lower threshold for people to join. There's a lot of internal systemic stuff that we don't step back and look at with the lens of today. The way we do contracts in the Canadian Navy, or the Canadian military, made sense in the 1980s when we were looking for ways to sort of decide who we wanted to retain at different gates. So you joined for 3 years, then you could extend for another 3-year basic engagement, and then we offered you a 20 and now 25-year contract. And so we were in this place where we were saying to people, you know, 22-year-old, we'd like you to sign up until you're 40. And they can't even imagine being that old, let alone, and so of course they're all saying no. And then we're saying, oh, okay, they're not committed to service. I'm like, no, they're not committed to this idea of signing up for that long. Even though there's not actually any commitment, they can still quit. They just have to give 6 months notice. And this is a process that was not helping us, that we still haven't changed. Like in the public service, when we hire someone in, they're on a probationary period. Once they complete the probationary period, which is usually about 3 years, then they're on an indeterminate contract, and unless they mess up, they serve as long as they'd like, or when they stop being useful, we can separate them. That seems like a much better system, so we just need to look at all of our processes through the lens of today, what makes sense, and make sure it still works for us. We accept a lot of the way things have always been done because we just don't think to re-examine it.
That's, yeah, I mean, absolutely. The thought of, signing up until you're 40, I don't think any of us would have thought we'd still be here. And 40's not obviously that long ago. So you spoke a little bit about, we're all sort of struggling with the ranks, the middle ranks, sort of retaining people at the leading seaman, petty officer, and our lieutenant commander sort of ranks. Is the Canadian Navy doing anything specific, or your armed forces doing anything specific to actually challenge those people to stay, to entice them to stay? Any sort of retention initiatives that you have?
Well, so we borrowed one from New Zealand for a retention initiative, which was to pay everybody $100 a day for sea pay, which comes into effect the 1st of April. So we think that's actually going to get a lot more of our force to sea. But when it comes to ranks, I've challenged my team to go back to our history. And in the Second World War, we went from a force of 3,500 to the third largest navy in the world with 100,000 people in uniform. And, we didn't have 20 years to teach commanding officers of ships to be commanding officers, to teach petty officers to be petty officers. Right now in Ukraine, you've got, people in their mid-20s commanding divisions. Youth can do amazing things if they're given the tools and the opportunity to succeed. So what I've challenged my team is how do we accelerate people to go faster? And one of the ways is we want to reimagine our rank structure. We have too many ranks. There's absolutely no reason why in the Canadian Navy you go through sailor third class, second class, first class, master sailor, petty officer second class, petty officer first class, chief petty officer second class, chief petty officer first class. From my perspective, you need an entry-level sailor, you need a leading rate, you need a petty officer, and you need a chief. And if we band groups into that, our system requires a training course for every rank promotion. So you have to do 8 training courses to get through all of the rank structure, which means I have to have 8 touch points with the training system. We're changing that so that we have a maximum of 4 touch points with the training system and bin people into broader groups and allow them to move faster if there's opportunity and and explore concepts of leadership right off the bat. So if someone seems to be a natural leader, then let's give them the opportunity to do more. If someone is more comfortable in a deep technical expertise, then we'll dig into that and we'll give them all of the training that they're interested in doing and making them a technical expert and keep them, but with a rank band that imagines what a sailor can do across 4 different ranks, across 4 different pay envelopes. At that point means that we've got more flexibility if we lose the idea that we have to rigidly adhere to all of the ranks that we have for sailors. So that's one of the ways we're trying to reimagine.
Great, thank you. And for Admiral Golding, for the New Zealand Navy, obviously you had that period after COVID where you lost so many people, large separation rate, and you brought in the maritime allowances and that's increased. Is there any other sort of retention initiatives?
I think it's first and foremost we're focusing on a safe and respectful environment where people feel empowered and valued. That's the foundation piece. Then, remuneration. People are driven by remuneration, but where I go around, it's not everything. It's a package we try and present. So if you create a good environment, you pay people a reasonable amount. We try and incentivise those that go to sea because that's the area that we're struggling, so that came in the sea allowance. But then providing opportunities for our sailors to do what they joined to do. So that's operations and out seeing the world. So we're trying to get after that part as from the retention piece, but also to ensure that your workplace is fun. So the hardest thing is when you're short of people and you rely to, one of the toughest things is sport. I send a ship to Fiji and Canterbury went there and they ended up putting their first 11 against our ship team. And I have 3 sailors that get sent home by Medivac as a result of it. That has a massive impact. But if you take away sport, because you're focused on operations, so it's all about a balance. But to me, it's setting the environment that people want to stay, even though it's not all about money, is kind of where we go.
Yeah, 100%. No, I agree. I think, sailors will often comment it's not fun anymore, and it's those activities, the port visits, the sports days, all those sorts of things that keep people interested. Ma'am, I'll throw it to you, and then if we've got any questions online after that. So your perspective?
Yeah, from an ADF perspective, absolutely. We've focused on retaining our people first, and it's the same, it's the opposite side of the coin. We had to focus on retaining and then focus on improving the recruiting system. Otherwise you're just causing churn in the training system, which means everyone's working harder, and that's where that fund disappears in that respect. And so I know Navy in particular have worked extraordinarily hard in terms of the Stay On Board program, and that nests inside some of the bigger strategic initiatives, increasing the ADF family health benefit for our families, adjusting access to learning for all ranks so that they can choose to study and not just have it professionally related, have it personal growth as well. Increasing in terms of adjusting family health benefits, so it looks also at wellbeing health, so families and gym memberships and a raft of other matters. We're helping families with cost of living, partners access to employment. If I go to the Navy on board, Stay On Board program, the conversations at the deck plate or at the waterfront, and how Navy took career management right down to the local level to have those conversations to help people stay, have all contributed in its holistic sense to retaining people. And to the extent the ADF separation rate is at 7.6%, which is the lowest it's been, the 20-year average is at 9.5%. And so Navy's even in that is sitting at 6.6%, but of that we look at the voluntary separation rate and it's sitting at 4.3%, which is the lowest. So I anticipate it'll probably go up a little, but it's bought time to help regenerate. And so we've started recruiting, and we've recruited the largest numbers of people in volume than we have done in the last 15 years, which is a huge effort. We have lots more work to do, don't get me wrong, to get to 100% of targets and go faster as well, like you've heard us saying. So you've heard Canada talk about how they've approached it in a different sense. Australia takes out risk up at the front end. We've accepted some, and New Zealand and Australia work together quite collectively in terms of what we're all doing and testing. And we're reporting those understandings in a recruiting community of practice so that we can all learn collectively and keep trying. So the Australian Gap Year program, really successful. We now have 1,000 places for Gap Year. We convert 65% of them. That's been going since 2014, and that hits the actual try before you buy sentiment around that. And yes, people can't see themselves 9 and 10 years down the track in service. So this helps understand. And it also, in a way, builds a reserve construct, because if people choose to leave, you've had someone that's had a year's worth of training that might keep coming back in a reserve construct. So it's a good outcome. But you have to have recruiting and retention work together in multiple layers, both tactically at the waterfront, then through those strategic opportunities, so that it all works in synchronous, so that we can actually retain our force and grow. And thankfully the Australian Defence Force is now growing. We're 2,000 people more than we were at the end of the financial year. So we've got more work to do, and it's coming, but we've just turned a corner in that respect.
Great, thanks ma'am. Anthony, you got some questions online?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the first one relates to each of our countries, so Canada, Australia and New Zealand, all have large multicultural populations and very important Indigenous communities. So how do we, or how are we adapting our recruiting strategies to improve our recruiting out of those communities, both multicultural and Indigenous communities?
Admiral, top to you? Or?
Sure. On the multicultural side, it's a challenge because 23% of Canadians were not born in Canada, which causes that's part of the delay for security clearances and everything else. But we've been very successful at attracting people from that. So from the racialized Canadians and diverse ethnic backgrounds, we're actually doing very well. We're probably exceeding the national averages in that area. For Indigenous recruiting, we create distinct programs, and so we'll bring in with a lot of Indigenous learning and enablement programs called Raven, Black Bear, and the like that are specific for them. They're a no-risk program. They basically do basic training in an environment accompanied by elders and a host of other things. If they're successful at the end of it, they're given an offer and say, you've now completed basic training. Would you like to join? And would you like to join the regular force or the reserve, the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force? And we're having a lot of success with that. It tends to be not quite an all or nothing thing, but we get a very high rate of people who come in. So 95% of the cohort will actually all come in, or somewhere closer to 25 to 30%, depending on the year. But that's been quite successful, and our Indigenous applicants are, again, exceeding the Canadian numbers. Where we're struggling is still for women. It's just we haven't cracked the code of making women feel as though service in uniform is something attractive outside of traditional female-oriented occupations. And the other one I'm actually really concerned about is demographically, the lower economic spectrum. You talked about, we have rules about drug use, criminality, and things like that. We're not good at figuring out how to give someone a second chance if they've genuinely earned it. And that's an area that I'm working to explore. And that's one of the reasons why I really like the idea of casting a larger net, but being more discriminatory about how many people are actually kept through that, to give people a chance to prove that they've turned a corner and are deserving of employment. Because we're awfully middle class. And I'd like to be a bit more representative that way.
Thank you. And yeah, absolutely. I think back when I joined, 30 years ago, very much Anglo-Saxon male. And we've certainly seen a broader, a more diverse workforce now. But from New Zealand, Admiral Golden?
Yeah, I guess the cultural competency, we see that as a significant operational enabler. So whilst you're never satisfied, we've got good representation from our Indigenous nation, our Māori, and our Pacific communities are well represented within the Navy, but we can always do better. An area that we are looking at is our realm states, so Tokelau, Niue, Cook Islands, all hold New Zealand passports, and they're generally interested in joining the service. We just got the Five Eyes security component that we just need to meet with that, and we're just actively trying to see if that pathway can be reduced so that we can take advantage of those fine friends from our Pacific communities.
Yeah, and that Pacific family certainly very important for all of us.
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
On our back doors.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, did you want to add anything further?
The Australian Defence Force, one in 5 people in the ADF are in women, but in the Navy, it's actually 1 in 4. 28% have a culturally and linguistically diverse background, and that's across Navy and the ADF average, and 3.9% are from our First Nations. We will always have more work to do across those demographics because the Australian population is changing, and our military is of and meant to represent that Australian population, and that's why we look at what are those statistics and where do we need to do better. Investing in as Navy already doing, the Navy Indigenous Development Program, having our Indigenous elders advising us on what we need to do and listening and taking action in that respect assists. And so, for example, Army have just recognised through PM Keys, that's our HR system, First Nations languages, so that we know if we're operating in the north, where our fabulous First Nations people can actually make a difference from a capability output perspective across there. And including we're now taking action in relation to health initiatives across the North and First Nations communities as well, and enticing people. And if we can do that with our military First Nations people and their communities see the value in that and the respect, then they're more likely to join as well. And that offers a great pathway for the Australian Defence Force. The cold, having a different population, Garen mentioned it, but how do we manage the security clearances around that? We are working through that as well. We're also seeing, which is I think roughly for the first time, English and English comprehension. We might need to do more inside the ADF around English comprehension. We have great people from other countries join the ADF. They might have master's degree, but in pressure moments, the comprehension quite in terms of speed may not be there, but we'll have to do work on that. And so if we can start seeing ourselves, we can actually start putting programs that make a difference around that. And so that's around those things is what I think we've got more work to do with in that respect.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you. I think we're nearly at time there.
I reckon get one more quick one in.
Okay.
It's just relating to flexible and remote work. We've seen that being quite successful post-COVID. how does kind of defence and military see how much further they could adapt to reflect or include some of those further, particularly noting the requirement for unrestricted service and deployments and the like?
Yeah, that's a great point. From a New Zealand perspective, Admiral Golding?
Yeah, it's an important part. People go through different stages of their career needing different circumstances. So remote learning, it does come with its complications. I won't lie about that. It's a challenge when you've got a small workforce and you need everyone to show up at certain times, but where it can be done, it should be supported where able. But the area that we want to focus on that relates to it is more around parental support. That's one of the areas that's probably more important for us to do better in our Navy.
I presume Canada's same sort of boat?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is we need our people to be productive. And we often equate being in the office with being productive, and I would argue that productivity is independent of the place of work. A lot of what we do requires physical presence. You can't maintain a diesel engine, you can't go to sea remotely. You have to do those things on the ground. But where I see the greatest value is when we're trying to enable family life, work-life balance, spousal employment. In a big country like Canada, when we reassign people geographically, if they can continue to work remotely to support another part of the family moving or to not move the family while broadening the experience that they have, that's something. But where we're failing is making sure that we still get those incidental connections that come with being in a place of work, and also that we're actually monitoring productivity effectively, though I honestly think I'm more concerned about productivity of those who are in the office than those who are at home.
Great, thank you. Did you want to add anything, ma'am?
All I'd add is where we can enable flexible or remote work, we do. But that comes with its own challenges of enabling the well-being of people and feeling included and being part of a team, which brings different leadership challenges that we just need to be mindful of.
Thanks, ma'am. You have any concluding remarks?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our panel. Some great insights, and hopefully we've answered a number of those questions that people might have. But certainly we are sharing information, we're working together, we regularly talk to each other across the Five Eyes Nations. So I think we are learning from each other and actually implementing a lot of those little gems that we find along the way. So thank you very much for your insights and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our fantastic group of panellists. We can Photoshop anything out, so. Sorry, no, they are, hang on. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the fifth panel, and I'll shortly welcome the sixth panel of day 2 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. The next panel, so panel 6, is titled Sustaining Our Future Fleet, Growing a Strong Sovereign Sustainment Industry, Challenges and Opportunities. This panel will be hosted by the Head of Maritime Sustainment, Rear Admiral Brad Smith, and he's joined by a fantastic group of panellists from across defence industry who are day-to-day providing the sustainment for the Royal Australian Navy. Those panellists are Mr Craig Lockhart, the Chief Executive Officer of BAE Systems Australia, Dr Stuart Wiley, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ASC, Mr Andy Keogh, the Managing Director of Saab Australia, Mr Israel Lozano, the Managing Director and Vice President of Navantia Australia, and Rear Admiral Retired Kath Richards from Engineers Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025. Admiral Smith, sir, I request you now convene the panel.
Yeah, thanks very much, Captain Pisani, for the introduction. Thanks to everyone here today who's come along this afternoon to listen to an esteemed panel here, talk about sustainment and the challenges and how we grow sovereign sustainment industry, sovereign sustainment acquisition and sustainment and capability for the Australian Navy. So I really appreciate all of the panellists here this morning. This afternoon's topic is clearly close to myself, Head of Maritime Sustainment. I think it's facing crucial challenges, and it's a critical capability for Australia's defence industry as we sustain, a future naval fleet that's very different to the one we have today. We're living through one of the most significant and ambitious expansions in our history. The planned introduction of, nuclear-powered submarines under AUKUS, the Hunter class, the new general-purpose frigates. We have the Littoral class vessels through the Littoral Manoeuvre program, uncrewed vessels, new weapons and systems. All of that is Australia and the RAN acquiring state-of-the-art and sophisticated assets of the future. In December last year, the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group released the Naval Shipbuilding Plan, which outlined a future continuous shipbuilding and sustainment over the next 30 years, with over 70 vessels to be constructed in Australia. The Australian Naval Institute reported that when that plan is fully implemented, it will create a pipeline of naval construction that will support around 8,500 jobs in shipbuilding and sustainment, plus an additional 20,000 jobs over the next 30 years in support of Australia's nuclear-powered submarine program. Acquisition, though, must be matched by good sustainment. Viewing sustainment as merely a maintenance bill is unhelpful. It is in fact a key capability to gain advantage and improve the military effectiveness of our forces. Sustainment also requires more than any single department or company can provide. That is why I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished panel representing key industry policy and technological leadership. Their collective experience will really add value to this conversation today and provide what I believe will be some great insights and learnings for us all. I'll ask each of our industry panellists first to make their remarks in turn, and then ask Rear Admiral Kath Richards to my right to give a view from the professional body and engineers and her extensive experience across the sustainment domain as well in her naval career. After that, we'll have a discussion and some Q&A. I'll first start with Mr. Craig Lockhart from BAE Systems. BAE, of course, and Craig, through his esteemed career, has been involved in design, construction, as well as sustainment, so the full capability life cycle of assets. And I'll ask him to provide some introductory comments in a moment. But the questions that I have for BAE is around in the industry that we sit today and where we are and going. How do you actually curate, develop, sustain, and support the Australian business that sits below the prime contractors and the people at my table here who really are the support that we have for myself to actually enable the small business and those tier 2 and 3 suppliers. So Craig, if I could ask you for your opening comments.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I've had the privilege of being involved in sustainment and build programs for a very long time, far too long for me to kind of tell you which programs I actually started on, but you'll be able to work out my age then. But I've too often seen the disconnect between the acquisition side of the house to the sustainment side of the house. And I think Australia has a very unique opportunity in its published continuous naval shipbuilding strategy. Once entered into that, to keep that going and allow the real pull-through of platforms that are being designed for supportability, where they serve the majority of their capable life. Again, I've seen far too often platforms that have been extended. I supported the UK Type 23, and we would retire some of the ships that were, near 40 years plus. And that's always a complexity challenge. It's always a serviceability challenge, an affordability challenge. We end up extending assets way beyond their useful life, waiting on acquisition programs, to deliver the new capabilities. So having kind of seen that both in surface ships and in submarines, I think Australia has a unique opportunity to kind of harness the opportunities of continuous naval shipbuilding, but really work hard to make sure that those two things aren't managed in splendid isolation. I think in The recent announcement on both Hunter, if I speak from BAE Systems, but also from the Megami, we're ready to take receipt of digital ships that have been designed in a new digital environment with new opportunities for changing the way that we look at through life sustainment. Really harnessing the power of the information that's on board, the telemetry that tells us, what needs to be changed and why, and indeed that helps us kind of set up such that we can manage the through-life capabilities to the exacting requirements. We live with that in everyday life, whether it be our motor vehicles, whether it be our kind of home appliances. We live by that philosophy, but we yet haven't transitioned, as a military capability and as industry to kind of extract the maximum value from that. So I think there's lots of opportunities as we embrace kind of new design ships with new design capabilities and technology behind them to harness the power of information. And that's a challenge to all of us. There are new skills, new generations coming through which are much better at managing information kind of silos than we might have done in the past. Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, thanks very much, Craig. It's really important about the future that we're walking into and the technology and how we leverage that technology to actually improve the outcomes for us going forward. So thank you. My next panellist here, Dr. Stuart Wiley, leading here from the Australian Submarine Corporation. You've been building and sustaining ships for over 40 years, I think, with a trusted supply chain network in the support system that's quite unique in Australia. My questions, and for Dr. Wiley, he may talk to this, reflecting on the history and the period we took through post-Coles review and how that's influenced the development of the sustainment systems and how we support our platforms forward, but also interested as well from an ASC approach, how you maintain your current sustainment capability in the face of what is a huge demand for skilled workers, whilst also growing towards the build and sustainment of a future nuclear-powered submarine capability. Over to you.
Thanks very much. I think there's going to be a number of common themes to what Craig just said. So good afternoon, distinguished guests and conference delegates here, especially those who have travelled long distances to be here today. What I'm about to share over the next 5 minutes is the major sustainment lessons I've learned, having uniquely experienced Collins' life cycle from concept design through to life of type extension. Before I start out that, I'd just like to throw the challenge to us all. We must make sustainment attractive for our future workforce. Approximately 60% of the asset's life cycle costs will be spent in sustainment. A naval asset may be designed or even built overseas, but it must be sustained in Australia. This is a sovereign non-negotiable. You also can't hide from the fact that sustainment in shipbuilding is often more demanding, complex, and difficult to manage. We need to ensure our best and brightest continue to see sustainment as providing them with a rewarding and fulfilling career. I'll now just go on to some of the lessons I've learned directly from my experience over that time. The first lesson is the upfront investment and planning for sustainment. It'll ultimately save money and deliver far more optimal sustainment outcomes. We need to understand the complete life cycle of the asset and plan appropriately. It's often too easy during the acquisition phase when our attention is consumed by design and build challenges to kick the sustainment can down the road. This is absolutely the wrong thing to do. As this nation, we made this mistake on Collins, where in my view, not enough attention was given to Australia's role as a parent navy for Collins. The sustainment system didn't crystallise, and it wasn't until the boats got into service that we understand the consequences of the sustainment system we had, and it took a lot of effort and a lot of pain to get it right. We need to be aware of these types of lessons as we consider the future nuclear sustainment systems and our future nuclear obligations. The second lesson is we need to understand what is really required to sustain an overseas designed naval vessel in Australia. This should start in the design phase and ensure the platform design is suitable for Australian operating conditions and its sustainment ecosystem. We need to understand Australian capabilities are required in country. A sovereign design and supply chain capability will deliver better sustainment performance than being over-reliant on offshore capabilities. We also need to make sure our make-buy decisions are right. Not everything needs to be replicated in Australia, only those elements that make sovereign and economic sense. And we should avoid choosing low value-add capabilities aimed at delivering short-term sugar hits, rather than delivering outcomes that give a long-term performance. We also need to ensure that Australia has agency as a credible, knowledgeable sustainment partner. The overseas grass is not always greener, and we need to bring our unique perspective and experience to the table. The contributions of capable Australian organisations, led by those fellow panellists, will be paramount. And finally, the importance of the relationship between defence industry and the need for each to understand each other's culture and drivers. Naval assets, particularly submarines, are complex, and we need to invest in retention programs that retain corporate knowledge and history in both defence and industry. All players in the enterprise need to have a common understanding of performance and align to targets. Each element of the asset management value stream needs to have clear and agreed accountabilities, mapped across an enterprise with no overlaps and with optimal handoffs when responsibilities transition. From Colin's many important recommendations from Coles Review address these enterprise issues, and their resolution was crucial to achieving and exceeding the benchmark performance we ultimately saw in Collins. I hope these lessons resonate, and I'm looking forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Wiley. A lot of that resonates with me fiercely in the sustainment world about considering sustainment in acquisition and funding it appropriately and building those skills over time. So thanks very much. As much I'd like to jump into that, but I'll pass across to Mr. Andy Keogh from Saab Australia, who've been a long and successful partner for us in combat systems on our surface fleet in Australia, and other systems, including radar and others that I won't forget there, Andy. So I'll ask you to provide some introductory comments to the forum here, but interested in your perspective as well about how the sustainment world is changing for us and the particular complexities of Australia, where we integrate multiple systems from multiple suppliers, and how you build a sustainable ecosystem. Please, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad. So welcome, everyone. I appreciate it. It's late in the afternoon, and talking about sustainment isn't exactly the top of the pops to keep everyone excited and keep the pulse racing, so I'll try and make this as interesting and entertaining as possible. So during my naval career, I think I had 22 years in the Navy. A lot of that was in submarines, a couple of submarine commands. Fortunate enough to spend about 3 years on exchange with the US Navy in Pearl Harbor. So that was exciting times at about the 2001 to 2004 timeframe. So for those in the US Navy will know that's a pretty exciting and interesting time with 9/11 and operations in the Middle East after that. So interesting to see the US Navy and compare that and contrast that to the Australian Navy, but also to see the understanding around design and ultimately engineering capability. If I can reflect some of the comments earlier on from Stuart and from Craig, it does start with design. It does start with understanding the design, and if you're not involved in design, i.e. you're picking something that's already been designed, then from a Navy perspective, understanding if that designer is building and designing that for a user, understanding that end user, that end Navy's concept of operations, how they employ that vessel, is critically important as understanding the design intent is understanding how it's actually operated, because that will impact on your sustainment. So if you don't use it appropriately, or if you don't use it in the way in which that designer designed it to be used, you quickly find yourself running into some challenges and problems along the way. So I reflect back on my Navy days in submarines, where in a Collins class, and not so much in the Oberon class, but when you used to drive it like you stole it, you use that mentality, and you then find yourself later in life suddenly, maybe the divine body up there has an interesting sense of humour. You find yourself suddenly back in the repair and sustainment space. So I had 8 years with ASC working with Stuart, looking after the maintenance of the submarines in Western Australia. And so you suddenly see the complexity, the enormous challenge of it, and what's more, leaning back into the engineering capability analysis you need. Now, in a normal day-to-day sustainment operation, the maintenance is set out. In some cases, you've got survey and quote, where you've got to go in, you've got to inspect something, you've got to look at it, and then determine what has to happen to repair that back to a build standard, an acceptable standard. But I think obviously that's the most of the work, but I think at times we don't reflect and understand how much we need to have spare engineering technical capacity when things go wrong. And if I reflect back on my time in command, and I can refer to a few events that occurred both for me in command and for people in commands after me in submarines, which are publicly known, so I can refer to them. But certainly my first command, 2000, we were heading off to RIMPAC. It was the first big overseas deployment, and we had an issue with the main propulsion system, and we went to an emergency, and in doing so, unfortunately, the operator got it wrong, and we fried the static starting resistor, which is the big resistor bank which starts turning the main motor. So suddenly we had a fire on our hands, which was quickly put out. Luckily, we went into Sydney, got it repaired, ended up going on our way. Fast forward on, back to about 2013, 14, HMAS Waller, the same submarine, has a fire in the static starting resistor. Again, indeterminate how that started. But nonetheless, in that case, they didn't arrest the fire as quickly. And so suddenly, over that static starting resistor, you've got hundreds of cables, and inside those cables, you've got hundreds of cores. And so suddenly, you've got these massive, complex problems. We had halon released into that space, so you had carcinogenic material throughout the space. You had an enormous amount of challenges. And that's really when you see, not just when you can be an ultra tune and just do the lube and oil change, but you actually get to lean back into the engineering and technical capabilities you have in the country to be able to take that really complex situation, be able to turn around, to be able to safely do the work, safely do it from getting people in there to do the work from an OH&S perspective, but more so safely do it from a technical perspective, so you understand exactly what you do and you understand the systems. And so that's a really important part, not just being able to do the day-to-day maintenance of the lube and oil changes, but actually having that technical capability, which, as I said, links back to your design capability in the first place. And so starting with that idea up front will certainly help provide benefits through life of the asset. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. That was really great introduction and commentary, on the value of sustainment. It's not just about doing the routine. It's having the skills and the experience and the workforce to actually do things when things are unplanned and uncertain and things go wrong, and what that means to the organisation when those occur. So thanks very much. If I move now on to my next esteemed guest, Mr. Israel Lozano from Navantia. Navantia have been with us now for probably over a decade now. It's probably back to 2009 when we started the program of considering of the future platforms. Recently signed a contract as a designer support contract for all of the 4 classes of vessels for the Navy, which comprises about 60% of our current fleet, providing the sovereign design support services capability for us. So, Israel, it'd be great for you to introduce yourself and provide some reflections on the experiences you've had in Australia and our sustainment ecosystem, and what it takes and the challenges you've had to build that sovereign sustainment capability. After you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Well, I'm a lab architect, although I couldn't trust on me to design a ship because a long time ago I left university and I went through a different path in the shipbuilding business. So yeah, I've been in Australia since 2021, managing the company, and doing business with Australia, in particular in Sustainment, since 2014. So I've seen the company evolution since then, and which is a reflection of the evolution of the partnership with the Commonwealth. So it has been a journey that continued with the design support contract, and if I could highlight an aspect of that journey, has been the development of the capability in Australia. So the company, before, in the early 2010s, it was a company more focused on the delivery of the shipbuilding projects, like the destroyers and the HTs, which was in a sense an expatriate-based business. So that changed since 2018-19, and we continue growing with true local capacity, which is what we is now the company is 300 designers, all of them Australian engineers. And I think that is key because Sustainment is a big opportunity to continue developing Australian capability in the ship design and innovation. And our experience is that capability is not something that you can do alone. So you need to collaborate with other partners, many of which are represented in this panel. And you need to understand that we, as prime contractors, we have a responsibility also with our respective supply chains. So there is a lot of generosity that we need to have to allow other companies in Australia to participate in the business and to grow together with us, because that is the collective effort that I understand we need to ensure that the surface fleet, in our case, are properly sustained, but that in parallel to delivering that availability to the existing fleet, we are building also a long-term capability for the country. So that has been our journey, and I'm more than happy to share more details and the challenges that we had and that we face moving forward.
Yeah, thanks, Israel. And it's great and exciting to see the development of future engineers and the engineering capability and core that sits under managing the baselines and configurations of our current and future platforms. So thank you very much. My final panel member, esteemed guest, Rear Admiral Richards, Chief Engineer of Engineers Australia. Many of you in the room will be very familiar and aware with her career. I won't go into highlights other than she was the last HNE, Head of Navy Engineering for Australia, now Chief Engineer Engineers Australia, on the board of ANSA Australia, nuclear regulator role, and various other things. And as she occasionally points out to me, the first SPO director for the LHD capability. Ma'am.
That's going back a while.
Yes. Thanks for your time today. I'll shift course a little bit for you into the technology stream. You've previously described, strengthening advanced manufacturing capability in Australia as a significant challenge for us. In addition to your reflections on sustainment in the maritime domain for the Australian Navy, I'm interested in your thoughts on advanced manufacturing and the challenges, but also the potential that it presents for us to improve how we do sustainment in maritime.
Wow. What a big topic. Thanks so much for that wonderful introduction. And thank you so much for inviting Engineers Australia to be at the table. I'm reminded by one of my Singaporean friends who once told me, it's good to have a seat at the table, otherwise you're on the menu. So I know that it's the afternoon and I will try and keep it a bit lighter and try and make sustainment a little bit entertaining, though that is a hard gig, isn't it? And I thought I'd just start with painting a bit of a picture, if you like, about Engineers Australia and more particularly about, if you like, the landscape beyond Navy and the national security bubble. So Engineers Australia, for those that don't know, we're about 100 years old, slightly younger than the Navy and Army, but older than the Air Force, and we often remind the Air Force of that. And what we do as a professional institution is we effectively accredit all of the engineering schools. There are 38 public schools, and when I use that term, I mean universities. And we credential individuals. And we advocate into all sectors because Engineers Australia is an umbrella organisation which deals with all of the various colleges, learned societies, all of the groupings of engineers, which range from civil engineers to very highly specialised biomedical engineers. They all come under the EA umbrella. And what that looks like, really, is we're the home for life for the nation's 535,000 engineers. We have about 35,000 who are under the age of 23. And when I looked at our statistics, and this will probably blow your mind, we have 9 engineers, over 100, who are still practicing. Go figure. Retirement looks quite different for me now. Now, when we look at that and the challenge of sustainment, of course, I'm going to come down to it's all about who does it. And at first you hear figures like well over 500,000 engineers in Australia. That's fantastic. Until you start and realise that 2/3 of our GDP is all underwritten by engineers. That's big resources, big mining, big oil and gas, big energy renewal and transition, stabilisation of the grid, our utilities, our infrastructure, and not to mention the need to build 1.2 million houses. So when it comes to national security and the actual number of engineers working in the public sector, it's about 15%. 85% are in the private sector. And then when you take a further step back into how are we actually sort of fitting within the global network of engineering. And for those who don't know, engineering is actually globally managed under the rules-based order. There are these accords, the Washington Accord, the Sydney Accord, the Dublin Accord. That's where at the end of, it wasn't really the end of the Cold War, really. It was more of the pause, wasn't it? We'll go back to 1989. The Washington Accord was signed by the Five Eyes countries, the civilians in the Five Eyes countries, and Ireland, to create, if you like, a standardised, competency-based framework such that engineers could globally move and enjoy the peace and prosperity after the Cold War. Now that, of course, has grown and grown and grown over the years, and so there is this movement globally of engineering talent, but there is also a shortage globally of engineering talent. 400,000 engineers short in the US alone. And when you look at our graduates out of our system, and each year about 17,000 graduates enter those amazing big sectors in Australia. Well, we're falling behind. The OECD graduate level for engineers is about 15% of all university kids come out as engineers. In Australia, it's 7%. In Germany, a standout, it's 22%. So our challenge here with sustainment and building this workforce is that fundamentally we have a supply problem. We don't have enough kids coming out of our secondary school system being attracted to study engineering to thereafter go into sectors such as defence. And many of them, of course, that do graduate go into those other big sectors. So how we deal with that, let's have some more conversations about that. I know there's an awful lot of activity that is in train, but I'm also reminded, Brad, and something that I'm keen to explore with the panel here is the fact that I think it's Tip O'Neill said it best, the US House of Representatives leader back in 1932 when he said, all politics are local. That's equally true here in Australia when we look at the demographics of our engineers. It's a very different place if you're doing engineering in the Sydney Basin to if you're doing it in Adelaide to if you're doing it in Western Australia. So really understanding the depth of that data is critical to get the workforce to deliver the sustainment that our fleet needs into the future. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kath, and I guess I'll start on that line sort of backwards and the supply problem that we have and the engineering piece of it, and for all our primes who we are looking to as well to grow that capability over time. Yep. You know, and how we go about that, noting that 7% supply that you spoke to, and whether that's a technology path for us in the future, getting into things like AI or other things, or how we get people in, or the demographics that you spoke to. Female engineers, and I'm more in the engineering space and sustainment here. I've been very fortunate. I've worked for some amazing female engineers in my career, including to my right. I spent 3 years in the US working for a female engineer who was an astronaut, which is just extraordinary and inspiring, and doing those things. But to do that piece, because it's a challenge for all of the participants at this table to get that engineering skills and experience that they require, and how we do that. Noting Stuart spoke about 60% of the cost of an asset over its life through sustainment. So how do we invest in that to build that capability?
Okay, great. Some great comments there. So let's go to the difficult issue of women in engineering. Let's just embrace the uncomfortable. And we'll start at what happens between the ages of 10 and 14. Now, Engineers Australia commissions research. So what happens when a girl gets 4 out of 10 in a maths course, in a maths test, and she's between the ages of 10 and 14? She makes a clear statement. She says, "Mum, I'm no good at maths. I got 4 out of 10. At the first available opportunity, I'm going to self-select out. Now, interestingly, if she gets 7 out of 10 and everyone else gets 8 out of 10, she still says, "Mum, I'm a failure." Now, this has challenges about that forming of female identity and the way in which we condition girls to deal with failure. Interestingly enough, when a young boy gets 4 out of 10 and he goes to his mother and he says, "I got 4 out of 10 in maths," he says, "You beauty, I got 4, I can still game on because if I got 5, then sure I would have passed, but I'm really close to it, so I'm going to keep studying maths." Now, you might think that's a joke, but it's actually not. So that we know we have challenges with how the sexes perceive failure. And failure often comes home very clearly in mathematics because the outcomes of maths tests are yes or no. So it's a crucible for understanding how people subsequently move through the education system. Then because you can self-select out, it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that's why when I looked at the data just this week of the highest level of maths happening in New South Wales, I think it used to be called 4-unit maths in my day. I think it's extension 2 or something now. Half the number of girls are studying extension 2 mathematics compared to boys. I think it was about 1,235 girls don't do public maths, something around about 2,500 boys. So this then flows through our education system. Now we know right now we're getting about 20% of girls into those undergraduate engineering degrees, and that is a great thing. But still overall, the engineering profession is sitting at 16% female participation compared to other professional degrees such as law and medicine, where they've achieved parity. So getting after this is critical, but we also know what works. And the amazing thing that works and works so well is when we have that STEM focus, which actually goes right back to primary school and introduces people to the fact that failure is okay. So if you can get the girl before the age of 10, and she does the projects in which she fails, as the boys do as well, and then they realise failing is normal, it's okay, then suddenly you reverse that. And I guess earlier this week, I had the amazing privilege of being at the Prime Minister's Awards for Science in Canberra. Again, really great to be sitting at that table, as you wouldn't want to be on the menu in a room full of scientists. But what I discovered there was the story of an extraordinary teacher who up in Glen Innes, he was a physics teacher, Matt Dodds, and he won the Science Teacher of the Year award from the Prime Minister. And through his encouragement of girls in a rural high school, which traditionally didn't have any physics, he has tripled the female enrolment into physics. And those girls want to go on and study science and engineering. So we know what works. We have to be prepared to have these uncomfortable conversations because we can't then turn to industry and say, why don't you have enough female engineers? That's seriously unfair when the pipeline coming through to them is where our problem lies.
Yeah, thanks very much for that answer. I probably need you to talk to my 13-year-old daughter and her maths exams going forward. It is very true, the different approach to that. I'll come to the other end and to Craig, who's familiar with some of these topics as we go through, the challenges that we have in sustainment, and I think Andy spoke to it as well. Sustainment really comes to the fore when you have problems that are difficult and not the usual. People who know me, I have some scars around things like shaft alignments and other bits and pieces. But the question that I have for you, Craig, in that space is that How do we build those skills in sustainment organisations? And the question to the participants at the table, which is sort of linked, is that as we change demand in Navy, and we've seen that through a number of programs, and getting certainty, having time and tenure in organisations, and how we target those capabilities that we need to support the fleet in being. And I think I saw earlier Fleet Commander come into the room here who'll be keenly attuned to this, of having the right sustainment workforce that can support the fleet that we need.
Yeah, it's a great question, Brian, and it speaks a lot to what Kath's just talked about. Is if I give you a reflection of what we've been doing inside BA Systems to try and address that very problem, we've dealt with many of those complex problems, whether it be shaft alignment, whether it be, in my day, reactor problems on early kind of resolution class submarines. But I think what we've done is we've tried to work hard at changing the image of ship design, ship build and ship sustainment, first and foremost, because we are now looking to target a different generation of population. I think the other thing we've done inside the company is to try and broaden that supply line by, all too often in the past we'll look to do graduate engineering, and bring them in and then put them through a project management process to get them access and exposure to the sustainment environment. But I think we've broadened that out, everything from apprentices to degree apprentices, and then backed it up with, an in-house kind of education, development and training program, which is much more mobility-based, and it's about taking risk and moving people around your organisation to get them the breadth and depth of experience and as much as possible. I think it also kind of chimes with me. Early in my career, I made some, I would call misjudgments. Some might call them critical errors, but I was given the opportunity to fail and then learn from failure. And I think all too often we're now kind of creating an environment whereby it's always success-based, and we're always driven by time, schedule, capability, and not much time for learning. I think what we've tried to do inside the company is not only give them that kind of broad experience across design, through into build, and then through into sustainment. And whilst those challenges are kind of distinct and unique, they are connected, in that life cycle of designing an asset that's capable of being built, but capable of being supported through life. To what Stuart says, it will spend 60% of its time and probably about the same amount of its cost in a through life environment, which brings complexity of upgrade, as well as, being able to hit availability dates. So I think what we've done is we've tried to provide kind of depth, mobility and experience such that we can sustain the workforce in sustainment by pulling them through from other parts. Because I think if we just went out and talked about sustainment alone, again, to Kath's point, it's difficult to convert those students to come in, and accept that they're going to have a career, solving problems.
Yeah, thanks. And Stuart, interested in your perspective as well, a different lens, obviously ASC since the beginning of the program, and through that acquisition to Sustainment, now an ageing platform that we're extending the life through, the challenges of the workforce and how you maintain those skills and how you provide the sustainment expertise that you need and that capability in a constrained workforce and budgetary constraints and workforce constraints, and how you continue to provide the capability that's needed going forward.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. It's the essence of the Collins sustainment capability was drawn from the experiences in build, and as we all know that build was in Osborne, and most of the sustainment, effectively, apart from the depot level, is done in Stirling. So the essence of growing a workforce in Western Australia was pretty difficult, especially with the mining boom going on, and a lot of effort was actually spent transferring capability, building and designing courses and training systems that replicated the skills and capability required to maintain the boat. And over time, we've managed to basically transfer all the capability we need into the Western Australian envelope. But it's been interesting inside Western Australia, where you tend to think that there's a high turnover of resources. We've actually seen really high retention rates. We're seeing retention rates sitting at about 5%, so attrition sitting at about 5% in Western Australia. It's because, I'm going to try and make sustainment sexy, It needs to be sold.
That's why you're here at the
That's why I'm here at the table. I know it's a really hard challenge, but I'm going to have a go. It's actually, as an engineer, it's probably one of the most challenging environments you can be in, because you never know what you're actually going to unearth in a platform. And dealing with those issues are what really we go to college for, and we learn for to actually gain. So, sustainment is a difficult environment, and what we've seen is that the value of the work, or both actually from a company and a sovereign perspective, people actually enjoy working in our environment. They get fulfilled by what they do. They see a sense of satisfaction. They're actually delivering something for the nation. My workforce sees themselves the fourth arm of defence. The PPE way they wear is their uniform, and they see they're delivering something that actually enables the Navy to go and do their job. And that in itself is an empowering motivator to build a workforce. People are not leaving us to go to the mines because they can go home to their families today, do some interesting work, get paid well, and stay in Perth. So we're actually doing pretty well at the moment in Perth. What we're seeing in Adelaide is slightly different. There's a whole group of people like myself who are coming to the very end of their career, which got a lot of knowledge, and and we're seeing sort of an attrition through retirement. And we're having to, again, redesign and rethink the ways we teach and build a workforce. It's not easy. There's a lot of pressure, certainly in South Australia at the moment, a lot of work going on. But we continue to focus on that. We're seeing some innovative ways of building engineers. Craig and I are both from a scheme where you do a graduate apprenticeship scheme where you actually learn and earn at the same time. Very attractive. And we're starting to build those schemes into universities in Adelaide now. We've got graduate apprenticeships for mechanical, software, electrical engineers can be soon, to actually, though people can actually spend time learning to be an engineer and actually getting paid for it at the same time, and actually gaining experience inside the environment. So those types of initiatives that think about problems differently to actually deliver different outcomes. I also think there's maybe something we need to think about, maybe going to Kath's point about the maths. I think engineering isn't all about maths. At some stage, engineering transitions into communications, relationship issues. Our engineers need to have good communication skills, good relationship skills, good problem-solving skills. Yes, they need to be technically competent and math savvy, but there are other attributes to a good engineer that are equally as important to actually solving and delivering outcomes. So I think we probably need to think about engineering differently as we move forward, and maybe expand the skill set that maybe is our supply chain into the engineering course. So think about what is it we need from an individual coming out of university to deliver as an engineer, and think about what those attributes are and what that capability is. So lots of things happening, and the world is obviously just about to change with the advent of having a nuclear capability on our doorstep, and we're seeing lots of initiatives in that space to build that capability. So it's really exciting times, lots of opportunity, but we're seeing a big take-up. We're seeing lots of people want to be involved in the environment, and it's a very positive place to be.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Stuart. And I think we've got a moment left here before
I just welcome some concluding remarks, sir, from yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, and apologies to the other guests through that conversation. I really want to thank all of the panel members today for their insights and discussions in this short conversation. As a sustainment guy, it's the rough and tumble of the world, but it's where it matters. And I reflect just on the comments that Stuart made then around the value that sustainment brings to our people, and it generally is around a sense of purpose. I think it's true that, call me biased, that our people really love the work that they do because they see the outcome that they deliver every day. It's close to the waterfront, and they can understand the impact and effect that they have to themselves, to their people, but also to their customers. And for myself, that's the Navy, Army and the Border Force, who may also be in the room here. It really does, that those individuals every day value the work that they do. They feel like it's important. They feel like what they do is contributing to the greater strategic outcomes for the defence of Australia. And it's supported by the panel members on this room who've spent their careers dedicated to doing that. So I thank them for their time today and their insights and input. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel of eminent industry leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, while they're taking the photo, that concludes the sixth panel, but please come in and take a seat down the front. The next two panels on saltwater diplomacy and sports diplomacy are set to be some of the two best of over the course of this conference. So please come in, make your way down to the front, and we'll start shortly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Would you like to invite everybody just to those in the back to move in?
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who just sitting up the back, if you just start heading down towards the front, please, that would be fantastic. So if just these group up here and the group up the back here, just start moving down, it'd be fantastic if you join us here in the front. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 National Defence Strategy directs a whole-of-government and whole-of-nation approach to defending Australia and advancing our national interests. This principle of national defence has several key pillars, and one of those is integrated statecraft. Integrated statecraft involves defence, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and other government departments and agencies working closely together to optimise diplomatic effects and strengthen partnerships across our region. Our officers and sailors are saltwater diplomats. Saltwater diplomacy is a powerful and unique contributor to statecraft. Our ships sail in company with allies and partners and visit foreign ports in floating Australian embassies and building stronger partnerships with our allies and partners across the region and around the world. They exercise together, foster stronger Navy-to-Navy relationships, and project Australia's commitment to transparency, strategic cooperation, and the rules-based order. Diplomacy is, and always has been, a core function of navies. We have a very special guest here with us today to open this session on saltwater diplomacy. Ms. Jan Adams is the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. She was appointed to this position in July 2022, after 2 years as Australia's ambassador to Japan and 4 years as our ambassador to China. She has held posts as the Deputy Secretary in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Ambassador for the Environment and Climate Change, Minister Counsellor for Trade in Washington, and Assistant Secretary of APEC. She was appointed as an Officer of the Order of Australia in 2026 for her extensive contributions to international relations and holds honours degrees in economics and law from Monash University. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. It means a lot that you have made the time to be here with us and to share your extensive experience on the subject of diplomacy. It's a powerful demonstration of national defence and integrated diplomacy in action. Secretary, a very warm welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and I invite you to address the conference.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for such a generous introduction. I'm really thrilled to be here. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond wrote to me back in July and actually spoke to me before that and said, look, we've got this big conference and that one of the themes would be saltwater diplomacy. Would you come? And I said, absolutely, I will really make it a priority. And I'm so pleased that I've managed to stick to that, even though, as you say, there are demands on all of our time. But I really wanted to be here today to back up through my presence and that of some of my senior people from Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, what has already been mentioned about our respective roles in integrated defence and the fabulous partnership that we have between Foreign Affairs and Trade Department and the Defence Department and our armed forces. I've been walking around the conference. I can see that there are many other Chiefs of Navy from our region and many service people as well as industry guests. So I share with Defence the welcome to everybody, to you, to Australia, and acknowledge all the dignitaries here today. I really think that after the very impressive speech that Vice Admiral Hammond gave yesterday, that I can make my remarks really quite brief at the beginning of this panel. As he said, we really need to start with the understanding and significance of understanding the significance of our economic and strategic realities. Australia, a country girt by sea, more than 23,000 miles of coastline, looking out to the Pacific, Southern and Indian Oceans. These oceans really are our lifelines. They're our trade routes. They're our connection to the world. The connections that run along the ocean bed, 99% of our internet connectivity, supporting critical infrastructure, banking and finance systems, power grids, coming from undersea cables no thicker than a garden hose. I really like the no shipping, no shopping. What more do you need to know? Vice Admiral, you spoke so eloquently on this important subject yesterday. It really is clear that when our oceans are more contested, it's not just the military planners that start to worry, it's the diplomats, the traditional diplomats as well. For our objective of making Australia stronger, safer and more prosperous is made all that more challenging. It's a challenge, of course, that we share with many in our region, all of us connected by the same lines of commerce and connection, vulnerable to the same geopolitical contest, the same strategic choke points. As you will have heard, and may hear a few more times today, how our national interest and the interests of the countries of our region converge in a shared vision of our future. A region that is peaceful, stable and prosperous. But peace, stability and prosperity can't be delivered by any one country or any one part of government. Australia's Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has described our foreign and defence policies and services as two essential parts of how we make Australia stronger and more influential in the world. Now, diplomacy in the traditional sense, building coalitions, reducing tensions, de-escalating crises, building understanding and common ground, helps guard against the risk of misunderstanding or miscalculation accidentally spilling into conflict. I see that our navies also do the same crucial work of increasing mutual communication and understanding. Really, it's very true what was said in introduction about all of us being diplomats and representatives of our countries. Defence capabilities in the more traditional sense help strengthen deterrence and uphold peace and security and the rules that manage disputes in service of our national interest. But in a more contested world, a more complex strategic environment, a more uncertain future, our foreign and our defence policies really are becoming ever more interdependent. Both are needed to build coalitions, to reduce tensions, to de-escalate crises, to strengthen deterrence and to uphold peace and security. For example, the Australian government works closely with our partners in the South Pacific to prepare for and then to respond when necessary and recover from natural disasters and crises. It's of course a national interest endeavour for Australia to work with our neighbours. When the Hungatonga, I can't say it, Hungatonga Hapai, oh, I need help, underwater volcano erupted in 2022, wiping out infrastructure across multiple islands in the Kingdom of Tonga, DFAT worked with the Tongan government to determine priorities for assistance. And within 5 days of the eruption, Royal Australian Air Force C-17 aircraft arrived with essential goods and medicine to support the initial recovery efforts. And only 5 days after that, HMAS Adelaide arrived in Tonga with additional humanitarian aid, medical supplies, engineering equipment, helicopters and the logistical muscle and emergency response capabilities ready to assist our partner in a time of need. The welcome was ecstatic. Our naval vessels, our floating high commissions, represented Australian diplomacy at its best, facilitating our humanitarian assistance at speed and at scale. Together we could demonstrate our commitment to the Kingdom of Tonga and to other countries in the Pacific that Australia is a key, reliable partner. And together, our diplomacy and defence capabilities are working to underwrite the peace and security in our region that is under threat. There's perhaps no better example of DFAT and defence working together than in our joint efforts to deliver AUKUS. Our investment in conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines and advanced technologies, in close partnership with the US and the UK, is a prudent response to the strategic environment we face. It enables us to deter aggression and contribute to the peace and stability of our region. Our diplomacy is what provides our regional partners with the reassurance they expect of AUKUS, as with all of our national security investments. It helps to build coalitions, put in place the preventative architecture that is underwritten by our defence capabilities. And it helps to foster the strategic trust which is so essential to facilitate work with our partners in pursuit of our interests. Together, integrated defence, we are working towards our vision for a future girt by and connected by sea in a region that is peaceful, stable and prosperous. Thank you very much for your attention.
Secretary Adams, I want to thank you for sharing your experience and insights with us today. DFAT leads the coordination, so the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade leads the coordination of Australia's diplomatic efforts, and I want to thank you and everyone in our diplomatic corps for your service to our national and regional security. Unfortunately, the Secretary has important diplomatic business to attend to and cannot stay for our panel discussion, but we have an exceptional group. So just once before the Secretary departs, just join her in pausing and saying thank you very much. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your presentation. No, thank you. Are you going to stay? Fantastic. Would you like? I'll include you on the panel. No. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will be hosted by the Commander of the Australian Fleet, Rear Admiral Chris Smith. The panel members who have and bring significant experience in the area of saltwater diplomacy and diplomacy at large are Miss Sarah Dezoten, the First Assistant Secretary for the Defence and National Security Policy Division within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Commodore Damien Scully O'Shea, the Head of Defence Staff at the Australian Embassy in New Delhi, India, Captain David McPherson, the Commanding Officer of HMAS Canberra, and our Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025. And to Admiral Smith, sir, I invite you to convene the panel, please.
Thank you, Anthony. And with such great framing from Secretary Adams, we will go straight into questions, but I will highlight the CEO of HMAS Canberra sitting next to me. One, thank him for the magnificent event that his team put on the other night to open it, but also to highlight that most of the other panel members have had his job or something similar. So we'll be very keen to hear what he has to say and find out how dated we've become. And we might start, Sarah, with you. The question, how does Australia actually align its diplomatic and defence efforts in practice? And how does cooperation protect and promote our collective interests?
Thanks, and sorry I'm the stand-in for Secretary Adams, but what the boss said. But being serious here for a minute, I might start the answer to my question with the but why. So Secretary Adams obviously outlined that but why, and I think as Vice Admiral Hammond said yesterday, and Secretary said again today, the circumstances demand that we do this and that we do this in a different way than we have before. Learning, of course, on the great lessons that we have for decades of cooperation between our two agencies. And I think there's sort of three things that I would articulate on the how. The first is that we have clarity of purpose. So that is, we all know what we're getting after. Government's been very clear about that. Secretary Adams said it again, stable, prosperous, secure region, and the projection of Australian prosperity and security in alignment with the interests of those who we share this great ocean area and maritime environment with. So that is very clear for all of us, I think, as we move forward. The second thing is coordination. So how do we make sure that we are working collectively together to get after that same clarity of purpose? So we work, my division in the department works incredibly closely with the Department of Defence. But of course in our posts, where much of this happens, the connection between defence attachés and the High Commissioners and Ambassadors is absolutely close-knit, and I've certainly experienced that myself in the service. And the final thing, I think, is continuous improvement and evolution. So the lessons learnt and how do we apply that in the future? And I might give you an example just to put a bit of colour around that, which is when I was our High Commissioner in Vanuatu, we were celebrating Vanuatu's 40th anniversary of independence, and it happened on the 30th of July 2020. Now the reason I say that is, of course, we were in the middle of COVID, but it was also a month after Vanuatu had experienced the worst tropical cyclone it had ever experienced. It had over half the population was affected, 87,000 people were homeless, over 40,000 kids were out of school. And so not only had the Australian Defence Force responded very, very quickly in a similar way to the Tonga example that Secretary Adams had in providing humanitarian assistance, but it also required us to think differently about how we could use our floating high commissions of our saltwater diplomats of our Australian Defence Forces to express our solidarity and celebrate with the people of Vanuatu so quickly after such a tragedy. The COVID restrictions meant that we couldn't bring a port visit for the 40th anniversary in the traditional way that we might. But what we did instead is we bought HMAS Truls, we bought HMAS Huon, we bought 2 FA-18 fighter jets, and I think Truls had a Taipan on board. They couldn't come on board, but it didn't matter. We were still able to reflect the solidarity and the friendship from Australia during a time of great isolation in a different way. So our F-18s did flyovers on the day of the independence celebration. Our sailors did amazing public diplomacy events. We had flare shows coming off the top of HMAS Truls. We had the entire crew of HMAS Truls lined up in the shape of the Vanuatu flag, which was beaming into the celebrations. And of course, we then had the Taipan and the F-18s doing flyovers across the whole nation of Vanuatu on the day of 40th anniversary, which I think demonstrates the way in which, when we work really closely together, we can project our friendship, our solidarity, our intent of peace and stability, and celebrating the successes of others in our region. So I just give you that as a little example of how we do it.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the importance of that golden thread at all levels of the why, and I think the thing I like about what you've said there is that, you know, it's not just about responding to disaster and things like that. It's actually opportunities to celebrate with people, because as so often happens, it's how you make people feel that they remember, and the opportunity to use those assets and get after it in a way that was a real celebration. Sounds like it was money well spent and time and effort, so thank you there. CN, sir, how does a military, or specifically a navy, contribute to a nation's soft power to achieve diplomatic effects?
Thanks, Chris. And Jan, thanks again for showing up and supporting our very important shared mission in the way that you have today. I know there's a difference between making a commitment in July as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Trade and actually being able to execute it. So it took a lot of determination on your part. I acknowledge that. This is one of my favourite panels of the entire conference, because ultimately, with all of my peers from around the world, we all know that trust is the currency of the realm. And you can't surge trust. You either have it because you've worked for it before you needed it, or you don't. And that's what navies do on a daily basis. We, the community of the Chiefs of Navy and Maritime Forces here, are internationalist by design. We spend so much time together in international fora and promoting the rules-based order at sea and ashore. Events like this, like the Sea Power Conference, you can see the convening authority of your nation on display when so many people show up to engage in these conversations, to support, in this case, the Royal Australian Navy in their home waters here in Australia. And that is an expression itself of trust, of a shared sense of purpose, of friendship, mateship, as we call it here. And as Akira was highlighting today, we are all mates when it comes to supporting and reinforcing the rules-based order. But it's not just through international fora like this. We work on developing trust through dialogue overseas. We improve our mutual understanding by engaging in each other's training curriculums. We have a number of international students here at the Navy College or at the War College at the Australian Defence Force Academy. And indeed, Vice Admiral T from Cambodia, his son graduated from the Navy College not too long ago. So we are connected through our training systems, through our courses, through our international fora, working daily to ensure that we know each other, that we understand each other, and that we have a shared sense of purpose and values. And Navy is that international expression of Australian intent. Where our ships go is an expression of the government's priorities. And the way our sailors engage, which so many of you have seen over the last couple of days and will continue to see whilst we're here at the Sea Power Conference and Indo-Pac. They represent a professional, committed and trustworthy Navy. So in that context, our job is to enhance trust and understanding of Australia, to promote the ambition of the Australian government on the world stage, and in particular across the Indo-Pacific, 24/7, 365 days of the year. And when our ships enter one of your ports, any port other than Australia, they immediately focus on supporting our head of mission or our ambassador in that particular nation to support the host nation and the Australian national interest. It is in our DNA. It is what navies have done for so many years. And as I mentioned yesterday, when we all work towards the same purpose and when we sail in company with that same focus on reinforcing the rules-based system, then our chances of deterring a deterioration towards a power-based system are greatly increased. So we have a really serious role, Chris, which I know you and all our panellists here understand, but it is one of the most important jobs that we do, and I'm really pleased to see it being called out in the way that it has been today. And Jan, to hear you talk about, and to hear Sarah talk about our floating high commissions, it makes my heart sing. That means we're getting there. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I think in an event like Indo-Pac, where you can be seduced by all the incredible technologies and systems that are on display, I think it's so important, as you said, to highlight that what we do in defence and diplomacy and everything else is fundamentally a human endeavour, enabled by really cool toys, not the other way around. So, yeah, worthwhile doing. And the relationships that have been built, that I see genuine relationships across the service chiefs and others over the last couple of days, really reinforces that as well. So thanks for that. Damien, during your posting as Head of Australian Defence Staff in India, what differences have you observed in the use of military and naval forces by different nations as an instrument of diplomacy? And where are some specific examples of saltwater diplomacy that you've seen?
So thanks very much for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Also appreciate that. Maybe before I get to that, I might just return the compliment to the Secretary. The Chief gave me a bit of a tap on the knee when you said floating high commission, ma'am, and it kind of made me smile a bit too. In return, I've come to understand that a high commission, in my case, or an embassy, and I hope you take this as a compliment, but it's kind of like a landed warship, in that there's a whole bunch of different people doing different things. And my experience has been the most successful ones are those that are led well and also work together well. And that's certainly the case in New Delhi. Fleet Commander Sir, to your question about differences, it might surprise some in the audiences that from the privileged position as a defence advisor, or in my case, a head of defence staff in a rather large diplomatic capital, there are massive differences about how different missions go about their work. And I'm very happy to say, and I suppose getting to some of the commentary already in the opening remarks, that probably the most obvious difference is those who work together and coordinate, particularly amongst their foreign service and their defence sections. And it did surprise me a little bit in my first few months in New Delhi to come to realise that some of my colleagues actually never even spoke with their High Commissioner unless they had a visiting minister. I can guarantee you that that's not the case in mine. My High Commissioner is very much a fan of defence and understands the diplomacy that defence conducts, and certainly saltwater diplomacy in and of itself, a subset, is a highly valuable tool in the whole of government toolkit. Differences, to come back to the question, sir, we all in some ways do things similarly. We apply assets, people and things to different missions, but it's how we get at that which differentiates. In some ways, I watch what happens in India, of course, my kind of home ground, and sometimes it appears that friendly nations, they do things to each other, as in they get their troops, their sailors or their aviators together. They do work together, but it's almost like they're doing it to each other. Then I think maybe next rung up the ladder is they do things together. And that may have characterised our relationship, in my case with India a few years ago. But I'm kind of glad to say now that I describe what we do is we do it for each other. And those three differences are key. And certainly the most effective saltwater diplomats are those who do things for each other. And that reflects, I suppose, what our governments and our nations are doing. It's not always the case. And I would offer too that that's a continuum. I think it starts simplistically and sophistication grows. But when you find yourself doing things for each other, then I think you've made the grade. And maybe the last thing I'll add, and there's been a few comments around this as well, and I think navies are particularly good at it. I'm being a little parochial, but I started being a saltwater diplomat when I was 18. I turned 50 this year and I'm still doing it and still learning. But undoubtedly, my belief in what we in navies do well is we build relationships. We work together well. It's a function of some deep common history. But the reality is we all spend a lot of time, and I watch the chief, I watch the fleet commander, I watch my high commissioner working hard to build relationships every day of the week. And then the requirement to surge trust in crisis, or even worse, kind of goes away because the trust's already there. We'll leave it there, sir.
Yep, no, thank you very much. Sum of the parts greater than the individual elements, and such a powerful, not just in services but more broadly. And I have happily been a benefactor of your great work over there in what I called Royal Enfield diplomacy, which was another story. Dave, how do you use the crew of HMAS Canberra to achieve diplomatic effects?
Sure, so I think for me it's everything we do in Canberra has a strategic nexus to be involved. We're a national asset at the starting point. It's the ship, it's the soldiers, it's the sailors, and for us, we do have the soldiers and aviators embarked as a part of that, involved in our operations. At 27,000 tonnes and 230 metres long, we are the largest and one of the most capable ships we've ever operated, and I think that makes us stance everywhere we go and how we do that. But in Canberra, it's not just a warship. It's a platform for presence and partnership and projection, a slight tweak on your words, Secretary, but a similar vein to what we were saying. We can embark over 1,000 people plus our 400 and operate helicopters, landing craft and do that, which is indispensable to amphib operations, but yet a week later we can pivot to do humanitarian disaster relief or support to another nation as a part of that. When we in Canberra sail into a port in a region, it's not just carrying soldiers, sailors, aviators, it's really around the steel. It carries a message of professionalism, reliability and enduring commitment and partnership to peace. In my view, every visit we undertake builds the human connection, and on the back of the Commodore's comments, sailors, officers, we communicate, we build the bonds, and I reflect upon a visit to Nova Scotia, I'll say over a decade ago, to a person I met at that point in time. We then did staff college here back in Australia, and we're both driving frigates at the same time in the Indo-Pacific. He was from Canada at the time. That relationship was important. At the same time, I was also operating with USS America, the CO who I'd met in Bahrain on a different operation, and we were able to break down a number of headquarters reliance and do that on a part and operate together seamlessly as a part of that. I had a number of points, but going last in this opportunity, it means I have to really drop some of it off. I think the other part I'll add to it is really around, we talk about, we are a floating embassy. We are floating and we are moving. Every week we are somewhere else. The other part too, I guess from a diplomatic side, is we take a bit of Australia everywhere we go. So we're able to forge those relationships on Australian soil in support of the wider mission that's underpinned by the embassies and by the High Commissions. According to Google, no, not factual based, but I think We're about 400 ships company at the moment. I'm tracking about 250 is the biggest number of staff in a specific or an individual country. We are doubling that every single time we go somewhere, and we can support that. And I think the other night we hosted just on 1,000 people in our hangar and our LVD to support the wider mission, and that's what Canberra, I think, brings to the table. And our sailors, soldiers and aviators enjoy it. They enjoy the connection. It's not a task, it's not something they want to push off. They want to engage with it, and I know they engage with a number of our senior leaders that are here and really enjoy that opportunity to learn from them and bring Australia to another place. So.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And I reflect back on my opportunity when I was in your job doing Cyclone Winston response back in 2016, and in all my years in the Navy, I can honestly say I've never been prouder than standing on the bridge watching 18 to 25-year-olds go ashore and make such a huge difference. And anyone who believes that the young of today are any less than what they've been in the past, I can assure you they're not. They are magnificent, and given a purpose and an understanding of their role, they come together and they do us very proud. And I hope you referred to the good captain of America as Captain America on every opportunity, because it's got to be the best title that there is. Do we have time for some questions there?
Yeah, we have one question too. How does the shift towards a hybrid fleet and the growth of uncrewed platforms change the naval diplomatic role?
I was seeing that's my fault. I suppose I should answer the question. Look, I think it's something we need to carefully consider because an uncrewed platform is not going to engage as diplomatically as our sailors. But it's also an opportunity to create more connection. And we're certainly hoping to partner with a number of different navies on our uncrewed systems capabilities. There are quite a few on display here at Indo-Pac 25. And one thing I have learnt throughout my career is that the more interoperable and the more interchangeable our navies are, the easier it is for us to work together, the easier it is for us to forge relationships, and the easier it is to be able to integrate into each other's fourth generation systems. And that's the connective tissue that ultimately enables these enduring relationships. Some of the close friendships I enjoy with my peer group internationally began when I was a lieutenant. Zulhelmi, the chief of the Malaysian Navy, who I know is on the golf course right now with his wife Zamzalina instead of here. He and I did our training here in Sydney Harbour, back in the mid-1990s. And training on the same platform, the same systems, was the bedrock of that relationship, and it's grown from there. So I think we need to be conscious that uncrewed systems are a new technology which has some limitations in terms of saltwater diplomacy, but we need to look for the opportunities where we can leverage technology, as we always have done, as a means of developing more trust, more friendships and more interoperability, which ultimately adds to the capability of the nation.
Yeah, so thanks. And that framing is so important, isn't it? And I think I look at uncrewed systems as an effector or a sensor, but it's an extension of who we are and what we do, and that ability to work together says a lot, but also what you're doing with those systems is in itself a clear showing of your intent, which is, again, able to be managed as a purpose. Yeah. What else you got?
Yes, and then the role of diplomacy in delivering our strategy of deterrence by denial, how we see the link there and some of the tangible things that we're doing as a defence force and as a Navy?
Well, the Australian Defence Strategy is a strategy of denial with 3 pillars of shape, deter, respond, which have been interpreted through the Navy mission as diplomacy, deterrence and defence. So for me, the role of diplomacy is core. And frankly, if we do diplomacy and deterrence really well alongside our allies and partners, then we don't get to the point of having to defend our nation. So I'm all in. Our Navy is all in on diplomacy. We are absolutely all in with the Australian government on building the most potent deterrent capability we can afford in this nation, again alongside our allies and partners. And equally, as the Australian public would expect, I'm all in on making sure, along with my leadership team, that we are as prepared as possible for the day, if it comes, where diplomacy and deterrence fails. but let's just make sure we get diplomacy and deterrence right.
And Sarah, I might give you an opportunity from the diplomats.
Sure, thanks. I always look to Deputy Prime Minister Miles made a great statement a while ago where he said our diplomats were at our nation's front line. And I think that's a really nice way to frame the function of diplomacy. Of course, we want to maintain stability, prosperity and peace in the region, and deterrence is an element of that, but so too is strategic reassurance, transparency and communication of intent. And I think the way in which we work so closely with the Department of Defence and our armed forces through our missions and in Canberra with our partners, many of whom are here, about explaining our vision for our region, which is one which is free and prosperous and safe, and how we then use all arms of our national power and all arms of our statecraft. You hear Prime Minister Wong talk about that a lot, to ensure that, of course, we don't ever get to conflict, but we're also building people-to-people links, addressing other challenges like climate change, economic prosperity, trade, all of the things that reaffirm resilience and reaffirm sovereignty, and ultimately, hopefully, mean that we never get to the point where we need to use the armed forces. But of course, the capability of our armed forces reinforce that credibility as we're having those conversations as well.
Thank you.
She's got one more coming in now, sir. So for Chief of Navy and Sarah, how do we coordinate diplomacy between Defence and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade at our more junior levels so that we can work more effectively together?
I'll invite Sarah to go first.
Thanks, Ian. Look, I think we've come a long way. I think there's a deep coordination and integration between departments of our policy areas and our diplomats. I also think the way in which we operate overseas, where we have our junior officers engaging with each other every day, and the way that we heard about is happening in New Delhi at a senior level, it's happening at all of the levels. And that construction and building of literacy in both directions is so important. We have liaison officers into HQ JOC, for example. We have regular working groups and boring bureaucratic processes, which I won't bore anybody with, but you all know about them, which is about trying to continue to build those relationships. So just as you talk about having those junior relationships with your military counterparts, I look at, my career throughout the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the relationships I have now with my counterparts at my level in the Department of Defence started when we were more junior officers as well. So the same thing, I think, exists within our systems.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, as Damien mentioned, we've been doing diplomacy since we were 18 years old, since the day we joined the Navy. I think we've got to continue to reinforce it. This panel's an opportunity to remind our sailors and our officers of that core mission. So I think within Navy that the DNA is there, and it's been there for 124 years. The opportunity that arises out of the Defence Strategic Review is this determination to integrate the force more closely. So I think the strength of the Navy diplomacy program needs to be inculcated across all layers of the integrated force. I think it largely is already, but unless you do it consciously, you will not enjoy the full benefits of and the potential of an integrated, focused force and everything that means through the lens of diplomacy. So I think there's opportunity to do a little bit more, but it does start with our most junior people, and it starts on day one. And if you join the Royal Australian Navy today as a junior sailor or as an officer, you're going to hear about diplomacy, deterrence and defence from day one. It is already ingrained, and I look forward to the opportunity to support the development of that concept even further.
Thanks, sir. So you got any final concluding remarks?
Yeah, thanks, sir. I think it's been a thought-provoking discussion, and to some extent, as you said, so you thought this was one of the most important panels. It's almost capstone to what we're achieving more broadly over the next few days and what we've been doing here. And I'd like to thank yourself, Sarah, Damien and Dave for coming along and providing your views and ideas. It's an incredibly experienced panel, and also one that is continuing to go out there and make real change there. So it's exciting in terms of that practitioner. I'd just like to ask you all to thank the panel for this discussion, and after that we'll jump up and grab a photo. quick panel. It's always good.
Thanks very much
Thanks,
for
Secretary.
the kind introduction.
No, thanks for joining us.
We
That's
didn't,
fantastic.
sorry we didn't tell you I was staying.
No, it's all good. No, that's all right. No, thank you very much.
Did I become secretary?
Exactly.
Yeah, correct.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel is titled Sports Diplomacy, Building Relationships at Home and Abroad. And for this, we're joined by Australian sporting royalty, and for those that are rugby league fans, a great set of panel members that'll talk to their experiences as to how they see sport bridging diplomacy. The host of this panel is the Chief of Navy of Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, and the panel, as I said, is a representation of Australia's sporting leagues and some sporting royalty. The panel consists of Mr. Cameron Murray, the lock forward and captain of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, Mr. Michael Madge Maguire, the coach of the Brisbane Broncos, so the winning premiership coach of the for this year's NRL season, Mr. James Seeley, the Australian Football League head of New Growth Communities and Way to Play, Mr. Sebastian Gray, the Executive Vice Chairman, Sydney Football Club, so that's our soccer A-League, Ms. Kate Ritteroff, the Acting Assistant Secretary, Public Diplomacy and Influence Branch from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and Brigadier Phil Winter, the Director General of ADF Sports Cell and the Australian Defence Force Pacific Sport Program spokesperson. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025. And Chief of Navy, sir, I request you to convene the panel.
Thank you, Anthony. I think I said about 20 minutes ago, these panels on diplomacy are two of my favourite of the entire conference. And I think the discussion today will show you exactly how much we are doing and the potential to do even more. I'd like to just express my thanks to the panel already in advance. You're all busy people. Some of you don't even live in the great city of Sydney anymore. I'm not going to call you a traitor yet, Madge, but oops, there it goes.
Worse.
Exactly. But they're all either elite athletes, coaches or professional sports administrators, or they've been directly engaged in planning sports diplomacy programs. We all engage in sports in various ways. Many of us enjoy watching it. Some are connected to it as parents on the sidelines, volunteers, coaches or players. And the benefits are absolutely numerous. From improving health and well-being to forging bonds through teamwork, camaraderie, community and friendly rivalries. Sport is also a highly effective diplomatic tool. Sport has the power to unite, whether on a local field or the world stage. And sport brings people together in ways that few other things can. It creates social cohesion through shared experiences, through moments of triumph and heartbreak that we live through side by side, regardless of who we are or where we come from. And on the sporting field, the usual divisions of race, religion, or nationality disappear, and we experience the trust, respect, and strength that comes from working toward a common goal. It also creates apolitical meeting grounds where people with political differences can find themselves barracking for the same side. It builds pride in our teams, our communities, and our nations. It gives us something to rally behind, to celebrate together, and to believe in. In a world where our strategic situation demands that we leverage every element of national power to strengthen relationships with our regional neighbours, partners and allies, sport is invaluable. The Australian Government recently released an updated sports diplomacy strategy, recognising it as an important element of national power. Those who serve in our Navy and in the wider Australian Defence Force have long understood the power of sport, having played many a game of cricket or football or soccer with local communities and partner defence forces during port visits and on deployments around the world. As Aussies, our love of sport is perhaps only rivalled by our friends in the Pacific. Indeed, many of us Australian sailors, officers, have spent time at sea, pausing from our daily work in order to switch on the television, to gather in the mess decks, wearing our favourite sporting team's colours, to watch the weekend game, particularly the State of Origin. And I know that I've got two winning members either side of me of the New South Wales Blues campaign from last year. I'm hoping that they'll talk a little bit about the role the Navy played in setting them up for success. Before I roll into some questions, I'll just invite the panellists to just make some initial remarks. We might just start down the end, actually. Phil, would you mind just making some opening remarks, please?
So thank you for the opportunity. I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few opening remarks about the importance of sport to the ADF. Earlier this year, a book was published looking at the history of sport in the Defence Force, and when you went back 100 years and looked through the World Wars and how sport and teamwork and all those bonds were built around some many incredible sports people, we reflected how for our commanders and for junior people coming through, how big sport is a part of that journey. And as the Chief of Navy said, that fitness, that teamwork, all the developing of our people meant that a few years ago, the Chiefs of Service Committee actually decided sport would be deemed a capability enabler, and a branch was built, and I was fortunate enough to lead in that with a bit of a sporting background myself. And we suddenly realised there's over 7,000 people in the ADF at any one time playing what we call level 4 sport. That's that inter-service joint level. And of course you step back in, of course, to ship visits, unit level, community level sport. There is so much going on all the time. What we found particularly with our allies and in the region is sport is a very natural fit. The Chief mentioned before the importance of trust. We find when we do these tours around the region, there's often tears when we leave with the sort of friendships we've developed. Cameron on my left might remember a few years ago up in PNG with the Prime Minister 13, as an example in Port Moresby, how the crowd surge, and it'd be quite an experience in your life to see that enthusiasm and passion around sport and that connection with our allies. So particularly in the Pacific, that natural connection, trust, it's very authentic. I might add, we put a lot of effort into our messaging of this because it's very important that both we learn when we go into the region from many of our Pacific neighbours, and they learn from us, but that message must be out there. So we put, naturally enough, a big public affairs component to get that messaging out and understand. And one example of that, again, to that trip to PNG a few years ago, when you see a RAF KC-30 with the Australian men's and women's rugby league side, an under-18 men and women's side, and the ADF men's and women's side, all those 6 teams together up in Port Moresby for a weekend of sport, and the huge crowds and passion, not to pick out just PNG, but that in itself leaves a lasting memory. And for our young people in the audience to have our NCOs and juniors have that experience and learn from our neighbours is very important. So one example of sport, many others I could draw on domestically. The same applies with our Indigenous communities in Australia, where we're very keen to use sport as a natural fit and build our relationships. But I'll pause there, Sue, but so much to say about sport in terms of its importance to the ADF.
Thanks, Phil. Great introductory comments, I really appreciate it. Kate, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today. As you noted in your opening remarks, the government's really focused on strengthening our approach to sports diplomacy through harnessing sport as a tool of national power. You mentioned our new strategy that we launched earlier this year. I have a copy here, actually. Never go anywhere without it. It's not as great as prop as the footy, but there you go. So I'm sure it's been said today already, but I'll say it again. You know, we're operating in the most complex and challenging strategic environment in decades in an increasingly contested region. And it is in this context that Australia really needs to harness all elements of national power to support a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. And sport can and should be a key part of this. Australia's got a reputation for excellence in sporting performance, administration, integrity and events management. We are respected across the globe for our athletes, our institutions and integrity systems. And that is not something that every country can offer. Sport's also a great leveller, a way to deepen relationships, foster mutual understanding between individuals and communities. And our international sporting engagement also tells a really powerful story of who we are. A modern, multicultural nation, home to people of more than 300 ancestries and the oldest continuing culture on Earth. We're a nation that plays fair, respects the rules, believes in opportunity and a level playing field. And now's the time to really take advantage of that, with Australia hosting a series of major sporting events over the next few years. The Women's Asian Cup next year, the Men and Women's Rugby World Cups, Netball World Cup, just to name a few, culminating in the Olympic and Paralympic Games, of course, in Brisbane in 2032. So through our strategy, we're really seeking to ensure Australia is making the most of these opportunities in the national interest. Our strategy recognises that the sports sector and government need to work together to channel that influence sport provides Australia strategically. We're doing that through support for a PNG NRL team, but also through our long-standing sports diplomacy programs in the Pacific. So through our Sport for Development program, Team Up, and our Elite Pathways program, Pacific Oz Sports, we're enabling participation across multiple codes. So just a couple of examples about this. Earlier this year, the Pacific Oz Sports Netball Series saw teams from Fiji, PNG, Samoa, Tonga, and Australia compete. And just 2 weeks ago, a new cohort of Pacific women commenced the Women's Leaders in Tennis program, which aims to support and empower Pacific women to take up leadership positions both on and off the court. We also support soccer, basketball, AFL. Our network of overseas missions engage with Australian sports people and teams when they compete internationally. In the last panel, there's a lot of talk about naval ships being Australia's floating high commissions and embassies. I think our Australian sports people are also our roaming ambassadors as well too. And then from Canberra, we've established a new stakeholder mechanisms as well to work closer with the sports sector. And at a recent meeting, the Foreign Minister really gave a call to action to our national sporting organisations to see themselves as part of the national effort to shape our region. So I'll leave those remarks there. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Much appreciated. Now, I'm not sure whether we should go to AFL or football next. What do you think?
Big dogs.
The big dogs?
AFL.
All right, let's go to the AFL next. Let's go.
We're all sorry, can you hear me? Yes, we're all friends here, so that's okay. Look, thank you for inviting me to the panel, and what a really important topic to talk about today. As we've just heard, you know, obviously Australia's really, trying to create a thriving region, one that's prosperous, cohesive, successful, and obviously secure as well. And I think sport can play a really, really important role in achieving that ultimate outcome. From an AFL perspective, whilst you may not realise, we are supporting Australian football in over 50 countries all over the world. And there's something quite unique about our game when you have the privilege of seeing it, played overseas. Obviously, it was created here in Australia, and if you do get the privilege to see a game of Australian football overseas, it's quite unique. Seeing the four posts up either end of the field, something quite iconic and Australian about seeing that. Then if you focus on the Indo-Pacific region, we all appreciate just how passionate that particular region is with their sport. We've heard some stories here today already around how much they love their sport. which leads me to one of my favourite statistics and stats in that Nauru, I'm not sure if you're aware, but in Nauru, the national game is actually Australian football. Obviously, Nauru is a very important country for Australia, but yeah, and they also certainly do love their footy. Recently, we hosted a game in Nauru where 20% of the national population attended the game. Now, I do appreciate and acknowledge that's a carefully constructed statistic for those of you that have maybe not been to Nauru or not. But regardless, it does certainly show the passion they do for sport, all of our sports, and certainly the Nauruans do love their footy. As no doubt we'll unpack over the next bit, but sport can play a really holistic impact on broader than just simply playing the game. So it can be a connector of business and government. We've heard already it's a builder of relationships. It can create role models. I'm sure we'll hear from our friends in the Rugby League about the role models they'll create. But it can inspire the youth to do better, to be active and get involved. Then there's obviously the physical activity benefits, the health well-being that we're all aware of. The capability building, sport's a really good tool to build capability of the regions and the communities. And ultimately, sport is a really good enabler to create a really safe and secure environment that's inclusive for all and can be a really powerful tool to drive inclusion in the region as well. So I think to conclude all that, I think sport, and it's all of our sports, can play a really important role in partnering with the government at all levels to drive the broader diplomacy efforts.
James, thank you very much. And having grown up in South Australia, AFL was my first love. Having lived all over Australia and operated all over the world, I now have favourite teams across all codes. And as my team reminds me, I'm the chief of the Australian Navy, not the AFL Navy or the NRL Navy or the South Sydney Rabbitohs Navy. But on that note, let's jump from Australia's game to the world game.
Thanks.
Okay, Sebastian, over to you.
So the sport's an interesting. We've heard it already. There's an estimated 800 million people that follow, participate, and are fans across Southeast Asia in football. There's 10 million people that play it here, and every time a game happens, it creates an opportunity for people to get together and have experiences. And if you've ever taken a child to a game, they fall in love with it. I took my 3-year-old daughter to her first game last weekend. She now won't take the jersey off. And it doesn't matter what position you're in, doesn't matter what you do as a job, whether you're in politics, commercial, sport. If you introduce them to their idol, they turn into a fan and they forget about what their role is. So I think when you look at sport and the way I look at it, I've been involved in football for 15 plus years, and in Asia specifically, how does Australia play a part in that? If we just look back and go, what does everyone else do in Asia? You've got all the Premier League teams that come out and play in Singapore. You've got every single country's got its domestic league. We play, Sydney FC play in Asia. And every time we go out, there's an opportunity for a conversation. And I think we look at it very much as a commercial lens to create fans, to create partnerships with people. But to give you kind of 2 stories around the opportunity to break down barriers, I founded a business called Dugout with 9 of Europe's biggest football clubs, and I had to go to a country in Asia and I needed a visa. And I was getting grilled why I was going there. I travelled a lot, and in this office in London, I was 40 minutes into an hour interview. The guy asked me, what do you do? And I explained what Dugout was, and I explained I looked after people like Gareth Bale, and I worked with Messi, and instantly the book closed, he stamped my visa, and we spent the next 20 minutes talking about football. And that is the unified language that it allows you to break down those barriers. Another story, I used to look after a guy called Gareth Bale many years ago, and we flew him into Jakarta for an appearance, 48 hours. 47,000 fans turned up in a park for us to kick a ball and spend 3.5 minutes waving and handing stuff out. And then we went and did a meet and greet, and in that meet and greet, some politicians missed it. A young family had walked almost 24 hours to be there, and they turned up late, 11 o'clock at night, the politicians and the family, and they all broke down and started crying. They couldn't hold their camera, they couldn't take a picture. And for them, he was their idol. He was something that represented everything they wanted to achieve. And so when we look at sport, and for Sydney FC, when we look at how we might grow into Asia, how do we create relationships in market, we look at the talent that we have on our roster today. We look at what talent exists in markets that we want to grow into. And by doing that and acquiring talent, footballers into those markets, come and play in Sydney, we start to open up a dialogue conversation about how we can go into that country, how we can build relationships, how we can develop fans. I think the biggest thing that comes out of that is, what do you invest locally? So one of the things that when we go on tour, we're always looking about how do we support that local infrastructure, that local fan base. And you've heard it on the panel before about, you know, where you guys go and the presence of a vessel and what that means. When we turn up as a football club, we want to leave something behind. We want to leave some knowledge about what they can do in their academies. We want to leave some element of fan engagement. We want to leave with a commercial partner. And football makes it very easy to travel the world and have those conversations without conflict. And so we always look at how we can leverage those games to broaden our audience outside of the existing football communities.
Thanks, Sebastian. I really appreciate those comments. The football, or soccer as it's known in some places, it is the world game, and I think it's played by more people in the world than any other sport. And I know that every time we pull into an Asian port, there's a question is asked, do you have a football team on board? And immediately the answer is, well, yes. Are we talking AFL? Are we talking NRL? Are we talking football, soccer? Confusing for some, but it is probably the most played game by our Navy in many respects as well.
Yeah,
Phil's nodding, so I must be onto something, right? I'm going to go to Madge, so I'll only get one of you to speak about NRL, so heads up, Cam, the first question we get to Q&A is coming your way. Madge, sometimes our diplomats find themselves going into harm's way, into an environment that is not necessarily supportive. You coached the New South Wales Blues to state of origin victory and very quickly became the most hated man in Queensland. And then you became the coach of the Broncos, which was not universally supported, I think it's fair to say, by the Queensland population. Moved your family there. I think Joelle's up the back there. Took them into the Lions' Den. And now you're one of the most popular people in Queensland, having won the NRL Grand Final with the Brisbane Broncos. We partnered very closely for that Blues campaign. And just as the South Sydney Rabbitohs have a strong relationship with the Navy writ large, we've connected the Brisbane Broncos with HMAS Brisbane. I'd like to throw over to you for some opening remarks, please.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for having me along. I'm very honoured, I suppose, to be sitting here with you, mate. With sports diplomacy, I see it as a connection, and I've been very fortunate to build a connection with Mark, who I only knew probably a little bit through my walks of South days some time ago, and then I ended up with the State of Origin role, and I wanted to try and create something for the Origin players, and Camo, believe it or not, he was actually with me when we enjoyed the time with the Navy. I wanted to be able to try and tie the team to the people of New South Wales, and obviously I went to the Air Force and the Army, and I went to the Navy. I was just trying to come up with new ideas, and then I looked at the harbour and I thought, I've got to be able to do something there with the players. And I was just very fortunate through one of the board members of South, believe it or not, tipped me into a breakfast with Mark, and we sat down there and I said, look, I want to be able to do something with the Origin team. And he said, well, let's come up with a few ideas. And some time ago, I'd actually had a bit of a go on the boats, the ribs on the harbour. So I sat there thinking, maybe I should ask Mark. I'll see if I can get the ribs out and we'll see if we can get the team onto the boats. Before you know it, you fast forward, all of a sudden I've got the New South Wales Origin team. We've jumped on the ribs all the way down at Homebush and we're off. We're rolling up the harbour and we're very fortunate to go to a friend's place. But, the connection of what sport does, it's amazing where it takes you. It's taken myself around the world. I met people like yourself. I was just sharing with one of the lads outside that I was actually changing to get on the bus to go to the airport, believe it or not, to the grand final weekend. All of a sudden my phone rings and I'm thinking it was a number and I think, oh, journo, do I answer it, do I not answer it? And I thought, no, I will answer it. So I answered it and it was actually the Prime Minister. So believe it or not, the Prime Minister rang me. I'll share it in this room. It probably shouldn't get out there, but I was actually changing at the time. I was trying to change.
We're live online.
So, thanks, Anthony. Look, things like that, when you talk about connection and diplomacy in sport, it's amazing who it brings you towards. And I know there's so many great things that are going on around the world, and we're fortunate to try and run overseas with the World Club Challenge. So we're coming up with ideas how we can link with various parts of the world on the journey, just to be able to create an experience. So I would like to say thank you, though, Mark, for all that you've done for myself.
You're welcome. And when you take your team to the World Challenge, the whole of the nation will be behind you, I think. I can't speak for everyone, but I hope that they are, because you'll be representing Australia on the world stage. Okay, we might dive into a few questions now. And Cam, I gave you a fair warning. So the National Rugby League's partnered with the Australian Government to deepen Australia's connection with Papua New Guinea through Rugby League. As highlighted before, you captained the Prime Minister's 13 against PNG in Port Moresby in 2023. And can you describe the experience of playing there, or any other comments about working with Navy during your playing career?
Yeah, it's I think Phil touched on it before a little bit, but it is a really crazy experience, and it's hard to put into words. It's like the biggest superstar. It's like you're the biggest superstar on earth walking around the streets in Papua New Guinea. They're just so crazy for the game of rugby league, and they know all the NRL players. They've got they'll do anything to grab a piece of merch that you throw out the window, and they're running off the bus barefoot, dodging the security guards. It is really mental over there, and a crazy experience for us. And yeah, I was really lucky to be a part of the Australian Prime Minister's 13 team over there in 23, and I actually got a bit worried. The Australian Prime Minister's team's never lost to Papua New Guinea over there, and I was the captain of the team, and it was a bit tight with 20 minutes ago. I was scared I was going to be the first captain of the Prime Minister's 13 team to lose, but it was all good fun. And yeah, we were accompanied over there by a few Defence Force teams that we all rubbed shoulders with, and got to know a little bit and understand what they're all about, the culture, and what they stand for, and what sport means to them, and how big sporting is during their sporting commitments are during their year in the Defence Force or the Navy. So it was really good to see, and really good to experience what life's like over there. And obviously there's a team that's getting introduced over there, which is going to be interesting, but exciting. And yeah, the international game is going from strength to strength for rugby league, and I think second to getting yourself to a game of Australia versus Papua New Guinea in Port Moresby is probably getting yourself to any game that Tonga are playing. The sea of red and the noise and the hymns that you hear are incredible. Even the Samoan fans are pretty crazy as well. So you can just see how passionate the Pacific Nations teams are, and how important it is to grow the game of rugby league, and obviously all the intricacies around that as well with sports diplomacy. So yeah, really lucky to be a part of some great experiences so far on the international scene.
Thank you. And Cam, you've probably spent as much time as any other NRL player talking to our sailors. You and Littoral have been regular visitors. Just wondering if you'd have any comments on that experience.
Yeah, it's a life that we're not used to, and yeah, really curious and interested to hear a lot of the stories and the backgrounds of the guys on the ships. I went and launched a jersey a couple of years ago. We obviously went there last year with Madge and the team, and they love what they do and very committed to their work in the Navy. And yeah, there's a lot of parallels between what the Navy does and what we do, in the NRL and in our own respective teams, and a lot of the culture aligns, and yeah, it's just really good to rub shoulders with professionals in different areas, and there's so much that we can learn of people like that, and hopefully there's a lot that we can give back. So yeah, I know Madge talked about the connection, and I know that's something that's big in the Navy, and consistency and all that type of thing. So yeah, it's really good to, like I said, rub shoulders and get to know everyone on the Navy, and really grateful and lucky that we've been a part of the relationship at South over the last couple of years now, and looking forward to furthering that relationship and getting to know your guys even more.
Excellent. Thanks, Cam. Feel free to poke Wayne Bennett and tell him it's time to get back on the ships. Okay. I might jump back to Sebastian. Your brand of football, also known as soccer, long called the World Game, is played in every country in the world. Australia's in the Asian Football Confederation, and your club, Sydney FC, has played in the AFC Champions League. What opportunities do you see for Australia to strengthen diplomatic ties across Asia through football? Do you think we're doing enough to leverage the social and political power of the World Game? And if not, what more could we be doing?
Yeah, it's a good question. Does it provide an opportunity? Absolutely. I think if you come back to my comment earlier, that football is played in every country globally, participation competitively, and that creates an opportunity for a conversation. When, as I said, when we travel into any country, we bring a team of people who sit down and we meet a team of people, and you've got this single event, and it's the same for the NRL in Vegas or any of the expansion markets you go to. When we take sport into a country, normally there's a single event that brings people together, and that opens up an opportunity for dialogue. Sometimes it's neutral, sometimes you're not on one side of the fence or the other. But I think sport, and specifically football, given the fact it is participated so widely across Asia and the world, there isn't a market that, as mentioned, traveling around the world, football's taken me to every single country. Rio for a 1-hour meeting and back to the UK. I don't know a visa that's not been approved to go into a country for a football reason or sport reason. So I think it has a huge opportunity to connect to people and open up a dialogue with a new country, new market, and it creates a very neutral ground in some cases to bring people together and have a conversation. Do we do enough? Is there an opportunity to do more? I think there's always opportunity to do more. When we look at Australia has the next 9 years of sport is phenomenal. Every 2 years there's some major event bringing the world to it. And I think that, one of the things that we don't want to miss out on is 2032 is sort of the headline Olympic conversation, but it's what we do leading up to that. The world will look at us in 2032 and there'll be a big lens on it. And how do all of the other sports contribute towards Australia's conversation in the region? I think football can be a big player in that. And more of these sessions where we meet people and understand what various goals people want to achieve is so important to then understand how do we help and inform that and support it.
Thank you. And for my part, I know that the crew of HMAS Sydney love seeing Sydney FC around. So, feel free to take the team on board. You have a licence to operate.
Yeah. We've had a couple of good games, so it's a good time right now.
Yeah, and should mention that all the codes represented here have, at one time or another, gifted free tickets to games and free hospitality to our sailors and their families, and it's something I particularly value. It is recognised. It's really, really appreciated. Kate, you spoke already about the strategy, but what do you think sport can achieve that other levers of diplomacy can't? Where have you seen sport make a difference to diplomatic missions between nations?
It's a really good question. I think where it can make a difference is that point of connection. I think we've spoken about that already on the panel. It's something that can transcend politics, transcend borders. Just a couple of weeks ago, when Prime Minister Albanese was in DC, he invited President Trump to the President's Cup in 2028. And that's a real example of how sport can deepen that engagement at the leadership level in a way that not a lot else can really. So So that's one example. I think there are lots of other examples where we might have more difficult relationships or complex relationships with countries, but sport's a place for us to start a conversation and engage and create that mutual understanding in a way that is non-controversial. So that's also a really important way as well.
That's a good point. I actually remember the first game of the Women's World Cup with the Matildas. It was the lead up to the commissioning of USS Canberra here in Sydney. And so that became the premier event for bringing all the leadership together. It was very, very successful with the US Ambassador, Ambassador Kennedy, the Secretary of the US Navy, Carlos Del Toro, the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Gilday. And it's a memory that's been repeated back at me by all of them, including Secretary Del Toro a couple of weeks ago in Philadelphia at the US Navy's 250th. It makes an indelible impression.
And I think the fact that we have all these major sporting events over the next decade, that gives us a convening power as well, which is just incredibly important and a much more interesting convening power, I would say, than other, diplomatic fora.
So I look forward to seeing DFAT's implementation strategy to leverage the full opportunities then that arise from that, and certainly Navy is ready to play their role. Thank you. Okay, James. The AFL has delivered a long list of development programs in regional communities across Australia, including in remote Indigenous communities. These programs have not only focused on football skills, but also on leadership, health and education. What lessons have you learned through these programs about the power of sport to empower vulnerable or marginalised populations? And I guess what we're talking about here is domestic diplomacy.
Yeah, no, thank you. Really good question. And what's great about sport is that, if you want to get a really good understanding of what life's like in the community or the society, go and watch some sport, how it's played. You'll get a really good view of who's included, who's excluded. You'll see who's valued and who's not. You'll see some behaviour of what's accepted in that community and what's not. So it's a really good insight into what life is often like. But on the same note, sport can also influence what life is really like. So not only does sport reflect community, community can also reflect the sport. And I think that's been our approach. If you look at some of our work in remote Northern Territory, the work we do there is as a vehicle for much bigger and greater outcomes. So it might be health or education. It's a reward. It's a reward for these students. If they love coming to the footy, but to keep coming back to our football program, you must keep attending school. Or if you want to go to an excursion, we might fund an excursion to Darwin to our Michael Long Learning Centre, which is a great experience for those kids in remote Northern Territory. School attendance is a really important part of that as well. We've also partnered with the Australian government more broadly when COVID was happening around COVID vaccinations and things like that, because there was some misunderstanding and some fear around that, but they weren't fear of coming to the footy and having a game. So it plays a really, really important role in those remote communities. I'll just tell one really quick story to show the power. We have staff sprinkled sort of all over remote Northern Territory, and one of the leaders, Indigenous leaders, went to our staff member and said, "When's the finals? When's the final starting?" He goes, "Oh, the finals are next week." And the Indigenous leader said, "No, not next week. Keep playing, keep playing." He goes, "Why is that?" He said, "Well, as soon as you stop playing football, the town, there's just all issues in the town. There's no structure, there's nothing for the youth to do, and the social cohesion of that town really struggles when football stops." So our staff member said, "Okay, that's fine." Kept playing for 20 weeks, 30 weeks, 40 weeks, got to 50 weeks, and the players were like, "Well, when are the finals? When's the finals coming?" He said, "Soon, finals are soon." Eventually we had the grand final, and round one was next week. So we just kept them playing, and the social cohesion of the town was so much better.
That is fantastic. Your outreach programs across Australia, particularly in the AFL states, have been around for a long time. I remember our primary school was in the catchment area for the Port Adelaide Football Club, and so every grand final, and they were in the grand final a lot back then, the South Australian grand final. And I would have been 11 or 12 the first time that our club was selected to play mini-league on grand final day. And you're training with the AFL team. It was Brian Cunningham and Russell Ebert led the training session, and then we ran out on grand final day. And after doing that a couple of years in a row, that was it. Port Adelaide supporter for life, for better or for worse, right? And you do get branded from that point on. It's a very successful program. Okay, Madge, let's do this. Coach of the Brisbane Broncos. For those who don't know, Madge and the Broncos are the 2025 NRL champions and the NRLW champions. Congratulations on your success this year. You've coached at the highest levels of the game in Australia and overseas, and I think you're possibly the only NRL coach that's defeated the Australian national team, certainly in recent years. Can you tell me something about your experiences with sport as something that unites people from different backgrounds, races, cultures and political persuasions? And can you give us an example of when you've seen sports diplomacy in action?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Probably to talk about what you're talking about, James, I see that all the time with kids at schools and communities, and I'll give you a bit of an example. Like, obviously, an Australian coaching the Kiwis. It was sort of, when I first arrived there, I thought, well, how do I actually connect with the people that I'm going to be coaching? So I did spend a lot of time on the ground over there in New Zealand, like I do when I'm coaching in any sort of club. But what I did learn was the differences between the cultures, Samoans, the Tongans, the Maoris, that there is subtle differences, but we are all chasing the same goal, which was obviously winning for the Kiwis. So diplomacy, from my eyes, as I said before, is about the connection of people. And what sport does, it connects every part of the world. The leading into the grand final where we played Penrith, I've never seen a stadium like it. We are, obviously the team leading into that grand final came from behind quite a number of times, and it really galvanised the community. And I never forget just sitting in the coach's box looking out, and you could just see the smiles on everyone's faces, obviously, when the team was having success. So, and they come from all walks of life, and we've obviously got from all the different communities in and around Brisbane. So, diplomacy in sport is about bringing people together. That to me is, and it's been like our connection. Our connection was basically through our sport, and I value that friendship, and I think that's really what we've got is the friendships that you have through the walks of life. And there's so much that's going on in the world, and some people are struggling, some people are doing really well. But what sport does, it brings those people of any walk of life together at one moment in time. And fortunately for us this year, it was obviously the grand final, and you see the thousands of people in the stadium and people that travel from far and wide, from lawyers to guys that are working out in the yards. It just brings people together. So I think sport is a very powerful vehicle to just keep people enjoying life with all the madness of what goes on around us at times.
Fantastic. You're absolutely right. And I know for the crew of HMAS Brisbane who are sending you those pep videos from Yokosuka in Japan, that was their connection to Australia that week. All those game after game, those weeks after week, they were on that journey with the entire
I'd like to share that. I mean, each week, I'd play those videos, obviously, with our connection. And Mark would get, Mark got us onto the HMAS Brisbane, and we spent quite a bit of time on there with all the sailors. We went down underneath, and we actually learned about the ship, and the boys were quite fascinated about what the workings of the ship were. And as we were going through the final series, we'd get another video and then another video, and you could just see the joy on their face that they connected with us in a moment in time, and they're out on the ship, a long way away, and they're enjoying the moments of what sport brings. So that was a big part of the joy of what we were able to share through that journey of being successful.
Thanks again for leaning into that relationship, Madge, and to the friendship. Okay, Phil. Last question for you, and then we'll take some from the audience. Phil, in recent years, the ADF has stepped up our deliberate engagement program through sport as part of the Pacific Step Up program. Can you just share some of the success stories of those activities and how they've translated into more meaningful diplomatic relationships between nations, and what makes the ADF a force for sports diplomacy?
Thanks. So, well, I might start that response to that question by reflecting back when we started our serious sports engagement in the Pacific in 2018, and just as we got rolling, COVID, of course, intervened, and we came up with a pretty novel solution from the ADF in partnership with many of the peak bodies. And I'd sum it up by saying we got off to a flyer, because what we did was designed a whole bunch of programs, not so much about sport competition, but developing an infrastructure led by the ADF and funded by DFAT, where we'd accredit coaches, develop their skills as a coach, as a team manager, as a first aider, all that back of house area of sport. And we've actually, over the years now, believe it or not, accredited 3,200 sports officials, many from the military and policing community, but also into the wider community, and given them that level 1 accreditation as a minimum, and some are coming back for higher qualifications. And what we've found in the Pacific is that has really, that leaving with an effect, giving them a coaching skill. We give them shirts, we give some equipment, we've got portable gyms being delivered at the moment, but all of these things leave a lasting effect. And I think that's what we're seeing from the ADF as part of our national strategy too. It's got to sit in a bigger picture for the ADF about our deterrence and our effects in the region. So how sport connects in a practical way into that higher leveling planning is very important. But to sum up, Sue, I'd say what we've found is, again, back to partnerships with the peak bodies, with locals in theatre, and what I mean by that is, going back to that COVID example, we'd position people, because during COVID they weren't in lockdown, whereas we were, so we'd have these partnerships, finding in the local communities people who had a skill that could run the course, and believe it or not, we're actually doing the opening address for a course during COVID from our lounge rooms here in Australia, and handing off to someone else. It might have been for the rugby league. We had people like Alan Tung and Mal Meninga and others, so we'd weave into the ADF package a sporting personality to make it interesting, and we of course benefit from that. But then the whole package we'd put together around our Pacific countries would leave that lasting effect we wanted, integrated into that bigger package of defence engagement priorities. But to close out on that question, it's about, again, back to that trust and partnerships and authenticity that sport brings. When you're out there mucking around, playing around with these folk, and there's smiles, there's laughter, there's a few whacks, but all in all, we finish with, and some of our activities finish with a gala day and some competition. That's where we wrap up a really good package that we find works for us. And perhaps I share a story that's a little bit delicate, but we're finding that other countries are watching what we're doing with sport. We recently sent a women's team off to the Rugby World Cup for defence, and another nation wanted to outfit the Fiji team. We'd already made those arrangements, but pressure on Fiji to actually move to another nation's sourcing of funding and jerseys and footy boots and things. And so it must be an effect if we're having a good effect if others want to jump in on that space.
Thanks, Phil. Anthony, I might throw to you now to see if you have any questions from online.
Got a number here, sir. A lot of Queensland supporters putting their 2 cents worth in, but one person welcomes the panel's views on the benefit of sport in building resilience, especially noting the service context, in the sense that we may need to fight one day, and how do we build that resilience, in preparation to potentially compete in conflict.
I think if we all have a crack at that, then we'll run out of time. So does anybody want to particularly lean into that question of resilience?
Oh, I was looking at Madge. It's probably a you question, I think. Is it, Madge? I'll throw it to you.
Sport builds resilience. To be able to perform at the highest level, or even in social sport, you've got your practice. And I guess sport does give you some positives and negatives, winning or losing. And I think that, in general, allows kids to actually build resilience. So sport in itself builds people's personalities, it builds experiences, it builds, who people become. So I think, the positivity of using sport to build resilience in our society is very important. We all get challenged about, with kids this day and age, with their resilience. Well, kids this day and age are more equipped with knowledge than what I've ever been, because they're watching it on their phones all day, every day. So what is resilience now compared to what it used to be? So I think sport brings you back to a common goal, which is either it is winning and losing. It's understanding that. So then, in life, at some stage, you're going to go through those moments in time. So I think sport can really be a bit of a leveller for many, in a good way, and also too to build the resilience of young females and males. It's basically what life's all about.
Thank you. There's a question there about Navy's mantra of fit to fight, and how we can further enhance that, noting some of the comments that you made around where you're developing sport, and how we can better inculcate that within our team and our service.
I'll take that one. Our mantra of fit to fight is in all dimensions, from a mental health perspective as well as a physical health perspective. As members of the ADF, we are fortunate to enjoy free medical and dental. In my case, that I'm really, really fortunate. You would have thought I'd played rugby my entire career. I've had 4 shoulder reconstructions, 2 knee operations, 2 spinal operations. I've got a bunch of titanium down here. But that journey has brought a degree of resilience that frankly comes in really handy in this role. Once you've overcome an injury, whether it's a mental health injury caused through service or a physical health injury, then you rebuild, you build back a little bit stronger every time. And I'm hoping that's the case over here after missing most of the last season, Cam. I hope you're ready to go. But those injuries or setbacks, whether it's a team setback or a personal setback, ultimately, if you lean into it, if you learn from it, if you build back better, then you turn up a little bit stronger and more capable of rising to the next challenge. And that's part of our Fit to Fight program. We expect our sailors to master themselves, social mastery, the ability to be a good teammate before you contemplate leading the team, to be technically proficient, technical mastery, and be professionals in every respect, and professional mastery. And when they invest in all 3 of those pillars, and they invest in their physical health and well-being, they get to the gym regularly, then I think that they will be ready to fight whatever challenge comes their way, whether it's personal, professional, or on behalf of the nation.
No, thanks. I've got some directed questions here. For Sebastian, how the universal language of sport, how you balance that against political tensions and some of the geopolitical environment and how you navigate that. The audience will welcome your thoughts. I know it's a bit of a complex one, but...
There's in football specifically, there seems to be a way that even in those geopolitical markets and regions that sport still manages to break through. It becomes more complicated. You have to then have compromise but we're a product. We create an entertainment product, and so I think, you know, we've talked about conversation, we've talked about trust, we've talked about friendships that are made through sport. I always start with a yes and then work back to why it can't happen. And I think as we approach those challenging markets and locations where you can't operate, the starting point is, well, let's start with yes, and then find the reason why it can't happen and work through that. But not every place you can get into is sport.
No, excellent, thank you. Kate, I've got one around knowing the gender split in Navy, so around about 20 to 25% women. How can we support a more targeted engagement in female sports within our region during ships visits?
That's a really good question. I think, so it's only about 20%, that's actually really low. I didn't realise it was that low. I think engaging with the community and meeting them with where they're at, particularly in our region, different communities, different cultures have are at different stages, I guess, in their gender equality journey. They might not actually be where Australia is at. We have an international gender equality strategy where we seek to make gender equality part of all the work that we do internationally. Advances in gender equality is one of the goals under our sports strategy too. So I think in terms of, in a practical way, I think engaging with the community that you're visiting, understanding where they're at, and where you could lean in to, through the power of sport, to maybe create female role models, sporting role models in the local community, or whether it's through female administrators, or just creating a safe space for women to actually participate in sport.
Right, thank you. Madge, I've got a couple of specific ones. I've got the former commanding officer of HMAS Brisbane over here. Just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you for the connection that you built and for your remarks earlier around what it meant to you, and because that was what his question was, what did it bring to the Broncos, what were those insights? So he appreciated those comments.
Thank you.
Another one here, Ben Hunt kicks the game-winning field goal against the Raiders, a massive comeback and a great performance from Reece Walsh. What's going through your mind, and how do you kind of handle that type of circumstance?
I'm still trying to work out how I handle it myself. My head nearly popped off there on that Canberra game because, to be honest, I sort of thought on 2 occasions the game was gone. And it just, the gods were speaking that day, and we just kept going. And then obviously we had one last set where Ben Hunt was able to get a little bit of a fairy tale in his career because obviously 10 years ago he'd faced a bit of a challenging time. So again, sport, what it gives you and how it creates people, and to see someone of Ben Hunt's experience in what he was going through at that moment in time, and then in the change room where he was just sitting there in calmness. I guess he'd been for 10 years, being challenged with a moment in time of a grand final in 2015 to then fast forward that he's sitting with his teammates in such an incredible moment, and as a coach to be able to just sit back and watch this group go through that ride of the game and then see him accomplish something pretty special. They're the great moments of what my job brings.
No, excellent, thank you. So noting the time, I'd maybe request any concluding remarks from yourself for the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Well, thank you, team, for leaning into this conversation. I really appreciate it, and I know that our people do. And there's a lot of people online that have dialed in just for this. We have unfortunately run out of time. I want to thank you all for being with us here today. I want to thank you for the contribution that you all make to diplomacy across our region. Cameron and Madge, enjoy your off-season. Good luck in your preparations for next season. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank South Sydney Rabbitohs CEO Blake Solly, who is here in the audience today. Blake and I were tasked collectively, I think, by Russell Crowe to start this relationship between the Bunnies and the Navy. Blake, it was you and the board of South Sydney Rabbitohs and the team that have, I guess, been at the vanguard of this relationship that introduced me to Madge, but more importantly has resulted in those thousands of tickets now for sailors and officers, whether it's with the Broncos. We had US ships in Brisbane. They all went to the game thinking that they were going to support the Rabbitohs, and they came home wearing Brisbane Broncos gear after, unfortunately, the Bunnies lost that game. But it's been a great journey. Sebastian, James, Kate and Phil, thank you also for sharing your vast experience across sport and diplomacy. And I look forward to our communities, our naval ships and establishments exploring more connection opportunities with all codes of sport. And Phil, for your leadership in ADF sport, thank you personally. Please join me in thanking all the panellists.
If you join us at the front, we'll get a panel photo, please. All good, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now commence the final panel of the day. We're very fortunate to be joined by 3 esteemed academics for this particular panel, which is the strategic lessons from the Russia-Ukraine war and what they mean for our island nation. This panel will be hosted by the Commander of the Australian Defence College, Rear Admiral James Lybrand. The panel members are the Associate Professor Adam Logia from Macquarie University, Ms Jennifer Parker from the Australian National University's National Security College, and Professor Jean-Marie Kowalski from the École Navale and Sorbonne University in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025. And Admiral Lybrand, sir, I'll now pass to you to convene the panel, please.
Thanks very much, Anthony. A couple of things to start. Thank you for saying the fateful words last of the day. And thank you for the people who remain here. Very pleased to bring you these three fine participants today. We're in a war that currently is almost 4 years in. Not we are in a war. Russia and Ukraine are in a war that is almost 4 years in, that was supposed to be a 10-day lightning war. Two countries that clearly have a common land border and really have been at conflict since 2014 in one form or another. The lessons today we're looking at largely strategic, and I will invite the three panellists to speak in turn. I'll start with Jean-Marie in a few moments. But in preparing for this, I looked at a couple of documents, both of which happen to come out of or from a former commander of the Defence College, which makes data points from about 2 years into the war, and Major General Mick Ryan, retired, made some comments in a Lowy Interpreter paper in February this year, and he's followed those up with a number of other subsequent papers. I'll use those to frame, I guess, the outside of this discussion, and then I'll ask the presenters to speak in turn. And of course there'll be some Slido questions at the end. I hope there's some Slido questions at the end for us to also get into some points from the crowd. The first was a Centre for Defence Research article in a document called Looking Glass in January, February 23 by Matthew Sussex and Michael Clark. Their lessons were that successful deterrence relies on credibility, a positive correlation of forces, both in number and type, is not a good predictor of actual performance, and the West needs to think more strategically about Russia and Ukraine. And balancing that against Mick Ryan's comment in February this year, he brought out a number of lessons, and I've added a couple on the end to frame those as well. His points are deterrence is both a psychological and a physical dimension. Procurement decisions need to be sharpened in conflict. Decision-making in conflict needs to be at pace in both political and military strategic decision-making. And I would add there probably will be a shaping in other decision-making. We'll drop away the things that aren't so important, that might be important today. Understanding escalation management is critical, and I'd note that in the potential conflict Australia might contribute to, we'll be an alliance partner. It's unlikely we'll be attacked directly, such that we'll need to maintain and also manage escalation management from a national perspective and alliance partner perspective, and some of those points may be in tension at times. The crucial nature of alliances is followed on by Mick Ryan, and that strategic communication by political leaders with citizens is key. How, when, and how the message is delivered. He also talks about national will being paramount, and I think we've seen over many, many years that a country that's going to be coerced is very difficult to crush the national will. My two adds to Mick Ryan's are that if it looks like an invasion, it's probably an invasion, and that hinge factors create significant differences in conflict. And if Hostomel Airport was taken within those first hours of the war, we probably would be seeing a 10-day war rather than one that is now some 4 years hence. So if I might, Jean-Marie, ask you to make your introductory comments now, followed by Jen and then Adam.
Thank you, and thank you for this very kind invitation. First, I must say that the views expressed are mine, actually, and not those of the French government or the French Navy. But my views are those of a naval historian, which means an academic in the Navy, whose research is focused on innovation and the industrial base. So I will make some very short introductive remarks about strategic issues, force design, and the industry. First of all, you talked about the psychological dimension of strategic surprise, and we must remind us that in spite of US warnings, the invasion in 2022 was considered as a strategic surprise in Europe that questioned our ability to have an autonomous assessment of the situation. And once the surprise was over, I must say, as a naval historian, that this conflict reminded us of two major dimensions about fighting with Russia. First of all, we must never forget the naval dimension of conflict with Russia, as wars are lost on land, but they are always won on sea. And both the British and the French should remind the 1853 war that was fought both on the Black Sea and on the Baltic Sea. And second, the first phases of the conflict, both at sea and on land, put at the front stage the dialectic of the weak and the strong, especially at sea. And in this specific occasion, lots of papers were written about what we call the French jeune école, the young school, which is an interesting and analytical framework to think about the way to fight the hegemon of the time with small naval assets, coastal warfare, offensive tactics for a defensive strategy, swarming tactics against big ships, commerce trading, and so on. But quickly, when you have a close look at this conflict, you come to discrepancies with this analytical framework. As basically, the Russians started blockading Ukraine, but there was no real commerce raiding. The legal and political framework is also different from what we had to face before. And another point is, in Europe, the risk of extension and escalation. The Nord Stream pipeline was sabotaged. Russian submarines were present in the Mediterranean. Mines were laid in the Black Sea. Naval Russian activity increased in Northern Europe, in the Gulf of Biscay. France had to send a carrier in the Eastern Mediterranean. MPS patrolled the Black Sea. And we must remind that two major European powers were also nuclear powers in this area. So the risk of escalation and nuclear escalation has to be taken into account. And last, this war is a fascinating war of small assets and drones, but these small assets require huge intelligence and C2 systems, which means relying on allies and fostering cooperation. So, second, let's make some remarks about force design. Force design, in 2014, the European Navy had to be rebuilt, and this was actually started from scratch. With poor fundings, as basically threats came from land. The global budget of the Navy was under 2% of the global defense budget in Ukraine. And all the servicemen had to be relocated from Crimea to Odessa with less than 10 vessels. So the discussions was between a balanced fleet and a mosquito fleet, and eventually the decisions were more based on renunciations than deliberate decisions. But all these very limited forces were either destroyed or scuttled or captured within the very first days of the conflict. So the challenge was to regenerate the fighting potential and face up an almost 100% attrition, which afterwards blurred the distinction between the services and between conventional forces, intelligence, secret services, and so on. On the other side, the Russians had the control of the sea at the very beginning, but lost it very quickly. And they also developed their own mosquito fleet since 2014 on the Azov Sea. And when you have a look at the losses, the global numbers are equivalent on each side. But if you have a look at the tonnage, the Russians have lost 3 times more ships than the Ukrainians, especially because of strikes on land that made it mandatory to use amphibious ships to support Crimea. So let's make some last remarks about the industry and military assets. Lots of lessons have to be learned for us as both sides had to face up attrition and fast change, which meant they had to scale up fast and increase production rates. Before the war, Ukrainians still possess the legacy of the Soviet era with significant factories, for example, in Mykolaiv, where gas turbines were produced, but also factories in Feodosia, Kerch, Kherson, which are very old ones, no more competitive. And as globally this industry was destroyed at the same time as the Navy, this war turned to a new war with new industry, new procurement processes, and this war eventually was a war of cheap drones at sea, whose seaworthiness proved to be quite limited, even if it's improved now. But the improvements were also made in the field of the missile industry, which was quite instructive, as this war was a war of drones, but what this conflict actually highlights is the importance of all kinds of missiles, anti-tank, anti-ship, cruise missiles, ballistic ones, from short range to long range, which makes that ports are no longer a safe place for ships, as most ships were destroyed alongside the piers. As a result, mobility is a means of force protection now also for the Russians. So all military assets and the industry that supplies these military assets has to be redesigned very quickly within the first months and first years of this conflict. But just a few words in conclusion. We must also remind us that geography prevails always at war. And what is true in this very narrow environment and shallow seas between basically continental countries cannot be fully transferred to other areas such as the Pacific or the Atlantic. And probably we'll discuss these issues afterwards. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Jean-Marie. I think perhaps I might invite Jen to speak, and either Jen or Adam maybe pick up a point, if you wished, on industry and Australian industry, given we might have a better understanding of it than Jean-Marie in your chat. So Jen, over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Admiral. It's great to be here this afternoon. Congratulations on staying here. I understand that BAE has free drinks now on the exhibition theatre, so obviously you are committed to this exploration of academic pursuits, so thank you. I was pleased to be called an academic. Some people would say I'm a commentator. I would say I'm a ship driver, but either way it becomes largely irrelevant. Look, I guess in terms of strategic lessons from Ukraine, my first point, probably picking on what Jean-Marie was saying, is it's important to learn the right lessons. Now, a lot has been written about great lessons from Ukraine, whether we're talking about drone warfare, and I know Dr. Malloy is in the audience, who is a good friend and has written exceptionally on drone warfare. One of the key points, though, is that when you think about your strategy, your geography is king. And so when we think about what are the right lessons from Ukraine, we've had a lot said about force design lessons. I note that there is a book recently released by Albert Palazzo called The Big Fix. And his big fix for the maritime domain is the cancellation of all crewed assets. And that's his lesson from Ukraine. That is not the lesson that I would take away from Ukraine. But even if you did agree with that assertion, I would highlight that Ukraine has land borders. So when you think about this from a classic maritime strategy perspective, what Ukraine has achieved in the Black Sea is a sea denial that does not have land borders, depending on how you view Western Australia. Then you need to think about, you do need to have freedom of manoeuvre to be able to protect sea lines of communication, so you need to have sea control. And I won't get into that boring lesson about classical maritime strategy. I know Richard Dunley's in the audience. He'll be happy to get into that boring lesson. But my point is that geography is king, so the lessons that are transferable from Ukraine to Australia are important, but it's important with the right lessons. So what are the right lessons? Look, one of the things that I would think about in terms of Ukraine is centralisation versus decentralisation of decision-making. And we're not necessarily just talking about the idea of operational decision-making and mission command, which is key, often talked about, not often executed, but also decision-making in terms of decentralisation with capability acquisition. I think there's some really important lessons about allowing the operators, through necessity in Ukraine, to be able to innovate. And for Australia, when we think about capability acquisition, that comes to a question around what are risk levels, what are financial delegations, what is appropriate to be centralised, but what is also appropriate to be decentralised to allow that innovation. And I would argue, and Dr. Malloy can correct me if I'm wrong, that what has been successful in the drone elements of the Ukrainian campaign has been that bottom-up innovation, which is decentralisation of some of that decision-making. The third point that I would make, and I'll just touch on alliance expectations. Now, of course, Ukraine and the US, or Ukraine and NATO, don't have standing alliances in the same way that Australia clearly has a key alliance with the United States and New Zealand, not to forget, and of course now Papua New Guinea. But I think that countries need to be realistic about what they can expect of their allies and what is a sovereign capability, missions, roles and tasks that they need to be able to do themselves, and what they can rely on other countries for. And I think for Australia, looking at the Ukraine example, I think that one of the criticisms of the US, rightly or wrongly, is that they were limited in some of their support for Ukraine because of concerns around escalation. I think when it comes to the Australian context, there is a question about how much are we relying on our key alliances and how much should we be able to do ourselves. Now, whether that is in terms of industrial base or whether that's in terms of the operations that we need to execute. So I'll wrap it up there because this says I have 36 seconds left. But I'd say my key takeaways: understand what are the useful lessons, things around mobilisation, national will and deterrence, but also understand that geography does drive your strategy, and Australia's geography is fundamentally different to Ukraine's. Think about the lessons in terms of centralisation and decentralisation of decision-making. If we don't think about that now, we will be forced into thinking about that. And that's not just about operational decision-making, that is also about acquisition decision-making, and understand expectations of alliances. And I'll wrap it up there.
Thanks, Jen. Right on time. Adam, if I might invite you to speak.
Okay, thank you. So this is a big question, and a question that's going to launch 1,000 PhD dissertations. It's already been well written on. So a few weeks ago, Mick Ryan wrote yet another paper on the lessons of Ukraine for the Pacific, and it's a great paper, and he lists 10 different lessons that we can take from Ukraine, and then has a nice turn of phrase, talks about the filters for the Pacific. So you don't want to sort of just adopt the lessons full scale, but you can need to filter through our own geography, people, and politics. So it's clever for a soldier. And so when I was trying to prepare for this talk, I was walking around the conference, scratching my head and saying, well, what hasn't already been mentioned in papers like this? And one thing that I think hasn't been spoken about as much as maybe should have been, and a strategic lesson that Australia can possibly take from Ukraine, is that the defensive isn't enough. And so when we're looking at Ukraine in terms of both warfighting and possibly even deterrence as well, defence hasn't been enough to encourage Putin to come to the negotiating table. And so if we were to do a survey of the theatre right now, I'm sure that the majority of people are going to say that Ukraine has done a superb job on the defensive. So as the Admiral mentioned, we all expected the invasion to take a few days, maybe a few weeks, but everyone assumed at the outset of the large-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 22 that it would be over fairly quickly. And yet here we are, almost 4 years later, and Russia has suffered 1 million casualties The only real argument is about the percentage of killed versus injured. Between 250,000 and 500,000 Russian soldiers have been killed. They've lost thousands of tanks, tens of thousands of armoured vehicles, a third of the Black Sea fleet, and it still continues. So the Russians are capturing 50 metres of territory a day, which is worse than the territory captured during the Somme offensive. Still, Ukraine's air defences are holding up through integrated defences of both aircraft, drones and missiles, and it's at sea too. They've been able to deny the free use of the sea through their near seas. And so they've achieved a great deal on the defensive, yet this hasn't been enough to force Putin to come to the negotiating table. And so we see that if Putin is going to be forced to come to the negotiating table, we need to place the politically relevant parts of the Russian society under pressure. And so not all parts of Russian society are equal. The politically relevant parts of Russian society are centred around the large capital cities. So principally Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the other major cities. And Putin has been able to buffer and cushion these parts of society from the full costs of the war. He's been able to do that by relying heavily on convicts and prisoners, by using militia raised from territory that has been captured in Ukraine, by using regional troops, so troops that have been raised from or recruited, conscripted from regional areas, using even North Korean soldiers. But while the major politically relevant parts of Russia don't feel the full pressures of the war, there's less incentive for Putin to come to the negotiating table. And this is not a new fact. So Donald Trump, on the 21st of August 25, wrote on Truth Social that it is very hard, if not impossible, to win a war without attacking an invader's country. It's like a great team in sports that has a fantastic defence but is not allowed to play offence. There is no chance of winning. It is like that in Ukraine and Russia. He then goes on to say some sort of uncharitable things about Joe Biden, all in caps. And I don't agree with much of what President Trump says, but this is echoed in what Clausewitz wrote, which he wrote that even when the only point of war is to maintain the status quo, the fact remains that merely parrying a blow goes against the essential nature of war, which certainly does not consist merely of enduring. Once the defender has gained an important advantage, defence has, as such, done its job. While he is enjoying this advantage, he must strike back, or he will court destruction. So I guess here we've got some lessons for Australian defence policy, where when we're looking at the National Defence Strategy, it's often has coming at this from a status quo perspective, which you would understand. Deterrence by denial, a strong emphasis on defence is at the centre, what I would argue, of the document. But unless we're able to first sustain the first blow, but then place the politically relevant parts of the opponent's population under stress, hurt them, then there's no incentive to come to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adam. I might just try and pick up a theme I think that I heard in all three discussions, and it's the nexus of intelligence, centralisation and decentralisation, and filters for the Pacific. And if I put my own frame on that, as a submariner, preparation is everything. When you're conducting an activity, you put so much, particularly a diesel submariner, when you're preparing for an activity, you put so much work in beforehand to make the execution of the commander as simple as possible, such that they're dealing only with what they see in a comms denied environment all the time for submarines. my overlay for the Pacific, to Jen's point, is geography is the same. And we would fight a potential conflict a long way from our country where some of the intelligence, to pick up on Jean-Marie's point, needs to be understood early. It might be relatively exquisite intelligence, and countries might need to act early to be in a place where they could be offensive and not necessarily defensive. But I think generally wars don't necessarily play out that way. Governments, I heard a senior military, actually a senior US government official say, governments are deciding on matters of vital national interests, which is why they often decide late, because they're balancing up all those points. So if I might ask you potentially all a comment each on that point, how we can actually bring those three together before we go to some Slido questions. And I'll start with Adam, you spoke first.
It's a good question. How I would respond would be that it would matter a bit between sort of the pre-war and actual war component. So when I'm talking about the putting the politically relevant parts of the opposition society under pressure, it doesn't necessarily mean attacking them directly, right? So we can think about this as signalling to the opponent what would happen should an attack occur, which doesn't necessarily always have to be on the defence. So here we might be thinking more in terms of telling them a story about the Indian Ocean and what would happen there. And so if in terms of our deterrent narrative, it could well be that we include far more on the Malacca dilemma. And so how would that become a reality in a future conflict? And signalling that, communicating that through our exercises, through our strategic documents, talking about the importance of the Indian Ocean and the SOCs that crisscross the Indian Ocean. That alone would then start to make opposition countries maybe take pause and think about, well, how would these future developments place our societies under pressure should conflict occur, rather than always having the initiative, so to speak. So in regards to Russia, they're able to conscript 30,000 new soldiers every month, and they're making a conscious decision that losing these troops on the battlefield for 50 metres per day is acceptable, right? But they're not under pressure to go to the negotiating table until we start to place those decision-making parts of society under stress.
Jen.
Hey, thanks for the question. I think it's kind of a really fascinating one to grapple with, right? And I mean, there's lots of wargaming in the public domain where you've always got to be curious why people put wargaming in the public domain. There's generally a reason, but it talks about this delayed decision-making, right? And how this is potentially something that is a con of the way that Western democracies work. I think in terms of the Australian experience, and I take your point about the National Defence Strategy in Australia, released in 2024, new one coming soon, apparently next year, is defensive in many ways. But I would kind of flip that on its head and say, I actually think that your strategy depends on what you are trying to achieve from a country perspective. And so from Ukraine's perspective, and I'm not a Ukrainian, I'm happy to be corrected by a Ukrainian. Of course, given their geography, yes, defending is not necessarily enough. And to your point, this war has still been going on for a number of years now because there hasn't been that cost imposition on Russia that forces them to the decision-making table. I think from an Australian perspective, though, deterrence by denial, which is Australia's kind of stated strategy, I don't think is truly just a defensive strategy. I think it's a way of thinking about, well, what are Australia's vulnerabilities? What is a likely conflict scenario for Australia? And of course, you're a fool if you try and predict the next conflict. But it is different for Australia. And so when we think about the impacts on the population. Would Australia be invaded? The question is, the answer to that is no. How would Australia be influenced, of course, in the space and cyber domain? Clearly, in the maritime domain, hopefully you all think that because you're at the Sea Power Conference, and probably in the air domain with respect to integrated air and missile defences. But I think the challenge for Australia then is how do you, through a strategy of deterrence by denial, make it so difficult to interfere with your vital interests that a country would choose not to? And so I think that is a different problem set than Ukraine's problem set. I think that does allow us a little bit more time in terms of decision making because your indications and warnings will be different for a country like Australia as opposed to Ukraine's experience. But I think it also means that you need to understand and have pre-planned and thought about what your vulnerabilities are and how you can protect those vulnerabilities, or at least give the perception. Of course, when we think about deterrence theory, there are 3 pillars of that. Of course, capability, credibility that you'll follow through, but also communication, that it would be so difficult to interfere with your interests. So I think I'd leave it there, but I think it is really important to understand that, not that Australia is specifically unique in some ways, but our dependency on the maritime domain, our lack of land borders, and the benefit, but also the Achilles heel of distance, does change some of this conversation. And so I'm not sure that we are saying by deterrence by denial that it is purely a defensive strategy in itself.
I think just to pick up one point on that, when your deep, close and rear is equidistant off the line of actual control versus what it might happen in a regional conflict here, we would be certainly way in our deep with a potential adversary fighting in their close. So that's potentially another factor to that. But if I could pass to you, Jean-Marie.
You also raised in your questions the question of intelligence within this conflict, because I think that the very beginning of the war highlights the fact that, especially in European countries, poor intelligence or misinterpretation or misunderstanding of intelligence, even shared between allies, drives bad decision-making, actually, and that it's basically a matter of trust. Intelligence is a matter of trust, the trust between allies, between the different actors of a conflict. So as far as decision-making is concerned, in this conflict, there is intelligence is a means of sovereignty in decision-making and trust and reliance. And if you do not rely on this kind of intelligence, then second, you also talk about decentralization. And without this intelligence, you cannot make good decentralized decision-making, especially in a contested environment, such as the environment in the Russia-Ukraine war. So your credibility can't be enforced without this decentralization based on sovereign intelligence. Yeah.
I think you're also talking a little bit there about both the internal fog of war as well as the normal fog of war between two forces. But Anthony, we might pass to some of the Slido questions if they exist.
Yeah, they do. So we've got quite a few. So the first one, what similarities and differences between the Russo-Ukraine war and a potential China-Taiwan conflict, and what does that mean for Australia?
Adam or Jen, would you like to field that one?
Notably,
we have not as yet talked about a China-Taiwan conflict directly, but
look, I'm happy to offer some thoughts on that. Look, I feel like I've harped on about it a lot here. The geography is fundamentally different in a potential conflict over Taiwan. But I think that when we think about a potential conflict over Taiwan, certainly in the Australian debate, I had a piece in the Sydney Morning Herald, it's not a name drop, but it is a good piece, about 2 months ago that talks about this a little bit. We often think about a China-Taiwan scenario that this is an invasion of Taiwan and there are forces lodged and those forces need to be removed in some way. And some people will look at the Russia-Ukraine example and say there are similarities there. I think we underestimate what a China-Taiwan scenario could mean for our region and for the Indo-Pacific, and therefore the kinds of contributions that Australia or the Australian government may choose to, or Australia may be forced to make. And so when I think about a China-Taiwan scenario, firstly, if you are thinking about an amphibious invasion 100 nautical miles across a strait with really bad weather, then you know nothing about amphibious operations. But even if you are contemplating that, you're unlikely to leave forces to your north and your south that are US, Japanese forces. So there is that additional complication in terms of the countries that become instantly involved in that scenario, which is a little bit different to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In that context, I actually think that no military planner would make a decision to go 100 nautical miles across a strait without suppressing those forces to your north and south, and that's a nice way of saying lobbing missiles into those forces to the north and south. And so I think this is a regional conflict. Now, John Marie, being from Europe, may talk about the Ukraine conflict slightly differently, but it has been contained within certain geographical areas. Of course, there are exceptions in terms of the attacks across Europe that are largely attributed towards Russia, but not necessarily confirmed. I think a Taiwan-China scenario is a fairly instant regional conflict which pulls multiple countries into it. So I think it is different in that standpoint. Adam, I'll hand to you.
Yeah, so I think we can point to some possible similarities and some big differences. So some of the similarities we might be able to point to would be that Ukraine has pointed to the importance of qualitative forces over quantitative forces. So if we're thinking about Ukraine and Russia, comparing that to China and Taiwan, looking at the quality of forces, not just the quantity of forces, is important. Second, that one of the lessons from Ukraine might well be that you can't win on a tabletop, that real operations can take turns, unexpected turns. As the Admiral said, most people thought the war would be over in 10 days, and it's still ongoing. This third point which is probably very important is allies. So Ukraine, Russia has pointed to the importance of allies, particularly on Ukraine's side. Some of the big differences is that Russia and China are very different in terms of what we see as their strategic culture. So if we look through Russian history, Russia has invaded its neighbours. If we're looking at Chechnya, Afghanistan, Ukraine, going back to sort of during the Cold War in the Eastern Bloc, it has not hesitated to send forces into its neighbours' countries when it's seen as its politics has a political objective. China has behaved very differently. They've seemed to be far more cautious. They've preferred to operate in the grey zone and slowly ramp up pressure rather than just invading their neighbour. And so when we're thinking about China-Taiwan conflict, the idea that there's going to be this one day Xi Jinping's going to wake up and just decide to invade Taiwan and launch the largest, most ambitious military campaign in human history. I don't see China behaving that way. Everything that the pattern of behaviour leading up to this just doesn't support that. It's most likely going to be that it will start like not even a blockade. Probably they'll call it a quarantine and start to intercept certain vessels heading off towards Taiwan, far from Taiwanese shores, and just slowly ramping up the pressure until there is no discernible difference to a blockade, but at no point have they sort of physically crossed a red line. So I think they'll be far more playing with what we've seen with the Chinese behaviour leading up to this than what we see with the Russians.
Thanks, Adam. Next question.
Each panellist's perspective on the Russia-Ukraine will to fight, and I suppose the parallels that we could draw to some of the nations that would be involved in a regional conflict here in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Jean-Marie. The will to fight of each potential nation of the region, or maybe more generally, you know, a nation's will to fight. How do you sort of describe? Is that who asked the question? Do we get that right?
Yeah. I will address this question from a European perspective. I mean that this Russia-Ukraine war broke back war brutally in Europe and raised the question of the ability to fight, especially in nations. And when we started talking about the psychological dimension of the strategic surprise at the very beginning, there are still some questions we must address, especially when we think in terms of deterrence between nations. Because this is a notion we, especially in France, do not feel very comfortable with. Why? Because when we think about deterrence, deterrence is always thought as nuclear in France. Even if there is a shouldering, explicitly shouldering between conventional forces and nuclear forces, but deterrence is basically nuclear. Why? Because it's a way to make war impossible and to refuse war. But now war is back, so we have to think differently and prepare nations for war and to have the ability to face up war that's back in Europe. So the European experience of the Russia-Ukraine conflict raises questions about the strategy of nations, but also their ability to be ready for and be war-fighting nations, thinking their deterrence in, I would say, new terms, with a different perspective over the shouldering between different forces, but also between allies.
Thank you. We probably don't have much more time. A couple of things. I think the national will and your people's ability to crush people's spirit, taking away hope, is the last thing I think that is the part of the general human condition. Aligned to that is people will always seek to not be coerced and always show hope. And if I came back to the First World War in Australia, who would have thought that a nation much smaller than we are today would send people off from almost every country town in Australia across the world to fight for a country they may not have seen. So I think you cannot predict how people might act in the event of conflict, and you may underestimate the depth of national will that occurs. 4 key messages, I think, out of today, and may I thank you all for participating, is that training in people make a difference. And indeed, the ability to reinforce and retrain is pretty key in a conflict, and we've seen that. I spoke of national will just then. I think that is a very, very key point. But of course, social licence will go along with that as well. Countries need to rapidly refocus. We've seen Ukraine in particular rapidly refocus for great success, and alliance management and having friends is important during a conflict. And as the US will quite often say, you can't make friends in a crisis, therefore we need to make friends before.
Thanks, Sue. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking today's panellists and the depth and the quality of the conversation that was being had. So thank you. And then, Sue, if I get yourself and the panellists at the front, we'll get an official photo. Ladies and gentlemen, while the panel is just having their photo taken, that concludes day 2 of the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference for 2025. We'll reconvene at 0900 or 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and the focus of tomorrow is undersea warfare. So it'll start with a session between the Chief of Navy and the renowned author Mike Carlton, and then there are numerous panels focused around undersea warfare, Australia's acquisition of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, and also a number of topics that will build off that as well. So look forward to you rejoining us tomorrow, and appreciate your attendance here today. And so thank you and have a good evening.